As bakkee keessa tokkee barbaadee inni galchinu amantiidha. Amantii Oromummaa akka kanatti yoo baate booda gaafa tokko yoo waaqayyoon gargaaruu mirkaneeffachuun filachuu gaafa hin jiru argamitti akka filannu eenyumaan akka hin jedhu beekuun hin danda'amu. Kanaaf dubbiin akkasii Oromummaa kun namaa namatti tokko tokkotti maatii keenyatti sanyii keenyatti dabarsuu qabna jedhanii gorsuudha barbaada. Waaqayyo nu haa eebbisu. Waaqayyo nu haa eebbu. Waaqayyo ifatti nu haa baasu. Waaqayyo dukkana nu haa fageessu. Waaqayyo abbubaata nu haa buqqisu. Waaqayyo warra jaalalaa nu haa godhu. Waaqayyo warra nagaa nu haa godhu. Waaqayyo nu haa eebbisu. Waaqayyo nu wajjin jirtu. Warra garaa tokko warra gada tokko warra tokko yaadee tokko ambaasu nu haa godhu. Maqaa Gooftaa Yesuus Kiristoos ilma Waaqayyoo ta'e. Ameen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jadi mana-mana, jadi mana-mana orang belum berusaha kami, kumakan amat seperti berusaha posani, uang berusaha show dari rumah, dia wajib timur, masa timur, bukan apa kenya, bukan biar punya di, uang tahu rumah, politik apa uang berapa itu buat itulah besar kami, karena uang puni di arah hawa mungkin, tapi amalle uang barang itu jadi orang cuma atas tu. Biaya kenya sih perusahaan kapitipan punya ide kemudian kami sudah program itu walgai kenya harga walgai mereka walgai gari walgai negara itu uang pada mau program ada itu biaya kenya terima musim kenya le program ketemu kita padi di taman nurul kan nurul kayu dan kita membahas ini dan anak program dari amal itu dalam melalui saling dan operasi magaba kanilma kanapura kumpulu sadawa upame turan buse jawa kayu bapa Kenya bakka jirurra Oromo tokko taasiste karaa Oromo State Association waamicha nu darbeen akkanaan akka walitti dhufan nu goote galanni siifa ta'u waa walitti dhufneef waliin haasofnee waliin mari'annee jecha tokko waliin dabarsinee laphee tokko wal jaallannee akka deemnu yaa Waaqayyo ogummaa kee nurra oolchi bulchi. Jara waan gaarii nu yaadan hundumaa nutti qabe yaa Waaqayyo jara hamaa nurratti yaadan uummata kee kanarratti hamaa yaadan nurraa achi qabe gaachana nu ta'e uummatatti yaallatte uummatatti eebbiste akka coqorsaa kallatee kan baay'ate yaa Waaqayyo karaan irra deemaa jiru karaa bilisummaa atittiin uumteen karaa wal kabajuu atittiin uumteen karaa mirgati kenniteefiin yaa Waaqayyo lafa yaade akka inni ga'u gidduutti akka saba Israa'el gaafa Misrii ba'utti burjaaja'ee karaa irratti hafee utuu hin ta'in tokko ta'ee tokkummaa isaa cimsatee kallattii keewwateen deemee lafa yaade akka ga'u yaa Waaqayyo uummata keenya gargaara. Yoo badii balleessine yoo si yakkinellee atumti dhiifama akka abbummaa keetti nu godhi malee dabarsitee alagaatti nu kennin. Jaalala kee uummata rakkoo keessa jiru, hidhaa keessa jiru, ajjechaa keessa jiru nu ilaali yaa Waaqayyo. Jara lubbuu isaanii immoo uummata isaaniitiif kennuudhaaf ofitti murteeffatanii biyya isaanii uummata isaanii eegaa jiran irree isaanii nu cimsi. Ala waraanaa gaachana ta'eef injifannoof ta'eef uummata keenya ayyoota keenya yeroo akkana yeroo isaanii kennanii walitti dhufanii mari'atan waan jarri mari'atan kana kan biyyaaf ta'u kan uummataaf ta'u kan addunyaa kanaaf ta'u nu taasise yaa Waaqayyo nu gargaara. Si qabnaa si malee waan qabnu yaa Waaqayyo jennee bulla yaa Waaqayyo ati nu gatin yaa Waaqayyo ati nu dhiisin rakkoon keenya yoo baay'atellee lafa yaanne suma qabannee hinuma deemna yaa Waaqayyo maa rakkoo dhufe hin jennu rakkoo keenya irra immoo ittiin humna ceenu nu kenni nu ceesisi yaa Waaqayyo. Hidhamtoota keenya nu hiiksisi jara lubbuun isaanii wareegame mootummaa keenya nu dhaalsiti, daa'imman keenya nu guddisi, hayyoonni keenya isa eebbisan yaa Waaqayyo nurra bulchi. Milkoofnee akka walitti dhufnee jalqabne, milkoofnee akka fixnu, waan fixne immoo hojiirra oolchinee biyya keenyaaf, uummata keenyaaf akka taanu yaa Waaqayyo nu gargaari. Galanni siif haa ta'u.
Baay'ee dubartoota baay'ee bareeda. Professor Kasam berarti itu dari menggunakan pandai schedule ini jerun jala DBT program lemang tertentu aman negara mesti pandai program itu dimana dan aman berada di negara boleh I would like to welcome you all because of short time we're already running time. We can skip a few days, move on to the next panel, and then make it up at the end. What we released from the schedule right now. So we have a lot of people on the full schedule today. So this our board chair, Professor, the next panel, please be ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will take 2 minutes. Dear OSA members and attendees, welcome to OSA's 6th annual conference. The last time we met face-to-face was in 2018 at Catholic University here in Washington, D.C. Some of us met each other at our third annual conference at Rift Valley University in 2019. In Finland, we met our people who came and greeted us from every region of Oromia, and we witnessed the love they have for us. From Jimma, Yole Sanimoti, we're joined by Yole Babora, and then by Yole Mariso. From Walaga, Yole Tulu, Yole Bakadegudana, Yole Abishagarba, joined Yole Aramu Kesa Inambo. From Haran, Yole Afakalo, and from Bali, Yole Waku, joined Yole Shakamando. From Salale, Yole had the same group, and from Wando, Yole Muhammad Ali, and Abade Bashir. From Borana, Yole Abadigan, the Pasago, and joined Kenya, and then we joined Nure Badasu, Yole Nure Badasu. All conveyed on Finland, and for the first time met OSA at Oromo at Lafto, located a few kilometers away from Ganutu. Thank you, Oromo, for the love you have for OSA and for one another. God willing, inshallah, we will meet again. But by going to Finland, we tested the water to possibly chart our future and the future of OSA. Today, that future is bleak. The water we tested got deeper and deeper, drowning tens of thousands of Oromo people, our people. When we come together today, after 3 or 4 years of separation, we do not only celebrate our reunion, but also get a moment of reflection to remember our compatriots back home who have been going through excruciatingly most painful life in the history of the Oromo people. We keep remembering the dead and the alive in our prayers. God willing, inshallah, thou shalt pass. For all OSA scholars, thanks for your continued dedication to Oromo studies and for your unrelenting efforts to move OSA forward with your knowledge and put our people and Oromia on the map of scholarship globally. I have only 1 minute. For OSA scholars back home, thank you for your participation and continued engagement under the most difficult circumstances. We hope the time to reunite will come soon for us to work as one body and for community of Oromo scholars. I thank everybody for telling me to stop. I thank everybody who is here, all scholars, OSA members. We are here because of you. You made us stronger than ever by every day. Particularly, I thank the conference organizing committee for making this conference a success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Right, so our next and first panel is on theoretical approaches to self-determination. We have 4 presenters. Those of you who are here, Boyari Stefasa and Dr. Mario can perhaps on the stage. And we have 2 panelists joining from Zoom. The first one is Dr. Asaba Ragasa. He's currently a senior research and teaching fellow at the University of Zurich, Switzerland, PhD at the University of Bern, Germany, in the Field of Development Studies. Served as Associate Professor of Development Studies in Jena University and Training, and get research interests in areas including terrorism, peace, and conflict studies, society relations, indigenous people rights, and extractive industry. Also published over 20 articles in peer-reviewed journals and book chapters, some of which recent publications were urban development and making progress. He authored this special manner. He also authored one use of extraction and contestation, exploitation, exclusion, local resistance against Negro legacy. And he's currently serving as both a president-elect and he will be president of the conference. The title of his presentation is Self-Determination as a Decolonial Approach. Dr. Asaba, if you can hear me, you will be next. And then I'll introduce the remaining panelists. Those of you who are here, if you can come up to the stage, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Germa, for the introduction. Can you hear me, please? Would you give me a confirmation?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Germa, for the introduction, and thank you all for attending. I'm unfortunate today because of a visa application problem. I couldn't make it in person. It would have been really great opportunity to meet you in person in DC. But hopefully I will make it next round, next year. So as Girma already introduced, I'm giving this very brief presentation. I will try to make it in 15 minutes as indicated, self-determination as a decolonial approach. This is the fundamental core theme of the conference, as you also saw in the program. It is about the self-determination, and I will be framing my presentation within a colonial and decolonial approach in a global context, and linking that into the Ethiopian particular historical phenomena. As you all know, Ethiopia as a colonial state had its own similarities with colonial systems across the world. And then I will connect that into the Oromo struggles for self-determination. My presentation will follow up this one. As I mentioned, as an entry point, I want to make two fundamental points. The first one is, when we talk about self-determination, although it is in most cases framed from a political and a legal frameworks, but I want to emphasize that it is a response to colonial systems, different dimensions of colonial systems, with its characteristics of political, epistemic, cultural, socio-economic dominations, and also the asymmetrical power relations that colonial system produces. So when we talk about self-determination, it is not only a democratic exercise, but it is a response to such histories of domination and marginalization. So in order to understand the quest for self-determination of different nations and nationalities, different groups, a decolonial approach is very important, because this approach unsettles or deconstructs the hegemonic narratives and the discourses on which colonial systems are built, and on which they were also try to legitimize their institutions. For example, colonialism or state building in general has been built through this modernizing or modernist civilizing missions. So this decolonial approach helps us to deconstruct these narratives. That is why I use the decolonial approach. I mentioned about the nexus between colonialism and self-determination. That is how we need to understand, because different international organizations, human rights associations, and so on, try to a kind of superficially touch about self-determination only from a democratic point of view, about human rights point of view, although it is about human rights and democratization, but it should go deep into the history about colonialism, about state building, about state formation, and so on, globally. And then we also link that into the Ethiopian context. So when we talk about colonialism, whether it is internal colonialism or external imposed colonial systems, then this colonialism in general strips people of their rights, their dignities, their knowledge. It expropriates their resources. People would be in general reduced to subhumans. Their dignity would be reduced. They begin to serve as laborers. They can't lead their own affairs by themselves. So that is one aspect of colonialism. But it is also beyond that. As we know, for example, in Ethiopia, through different state institutions across the successive regimes, selective historical narratives have been installed. And this is true across the colonial histories in the world also. Selective historical narratives means the history of the conquerors, the history of the colonial powers would be dominant. That would be represented either through symbolic representations or through material and discourses. And that helps the dominant groups or the colonial powers to produce regimes of truth. By regimes of truth, I mean it makes people to be legible to be governed by those rulers. And you can associate this into our own context, how the regimes of truth have been developed and then made people to be submissive, or try to make people submissive to successive regimes in Ethiopia. And the current, for example, the narrative of prosperity in Ethiopia under the Abiy regime could also be one regime of truth, which is in the process of being built to make people legible for that narrative. And on the contrary, such dominant narratives also silence counter histories. The history of the subject, the colonial subject, the history of those who were conquered becomes either marginal in the history books or silenced generally or erased. It is not about the history that I'm talking, but their rights, their glories would be silenced, erased. And then their entitlement to their land, for example, would also be given a different meaning, and the history of the dominant would be magnified. So when we talk about the self-determination, then it is against such historical phenomena of colonization, against these historical periods of domination, marginalization, expropriation of resources that beginning from around 18th century, one would even go beyond that, but from 18th century onwards, different movements in different parts of the world started. One might start with American War of Independence, the French Revolution, the post-First and the Second World War periods brought this idea of self-determination as a mobilizing forces for subaltern voices, or for those who were colonized, or for those who were dominated, so that their forms of knowledge, their institutions, their right to whatsoever we talk about, human right, democratic right, and others would be ensured through self-determination. So this is from the political perspective, but self-determination is also not only political, it also is discursive in a way, because when we talk about colonization, as I mentioned, it is not only political imposition of ruling, but it is also discursively instituted. different discourses make people to be legible for governance, and then self-determination dismantles this narrative. And the third aspect of the decolonial turn, when we see self-determination through the decolonial idea, it is also emancipatory process, because when people gain the political right to self-determination, and when they also work hand in hand with the discursive aspects, when they dismantle those dominant narratives, then it leads to their emancipation of the mind, their knowledge, the way knowledge production is taking place, emancipation of their political system of domination, emancipation of their exploitation, or they would be emancipated from all sorts burdens of colonialism in general. So that is why we just bring this definition, although self-determination might have different dimensions, but generally it is a right of a collectivity to determine its future, be it political, economic, cultural, or a combination of these. I mean, when we talk about self-determination, it is a collective who determines about its future in terms of political, cultural, economic, and the other aspects of life, whether to form a political statehood, or to have its own political institution within where it lives. And it had different aspects of implementation, either through statehood or through multinational federalism, or through democratization within existing states whatsoever. This is the general aspects of self-determination in general. But self-determination is not only also a political aspect, but it had, particularly when we talk about the decolonizing aspect of it, it has policy implications or policy dimensions. And I brought only about 6 different areas in which people who struggle for self-determination could focus in order to achieve the right to self-determination, but within this fundamental notion of decolonization. The first one is education. Education is either a technology of emancipation, or in another way, a technology of colonization and subjugation. The way curriculum is designed, the way education is given, the way people, the way people learn, this all make decolonizing the curriculum, for example, is one area in which one can engage. Economy is, as I mentioned, ensuring people's resource sovereignty. Under what circumstance, in what way could be different, detailed discussion could be there, but decolonizing the economy and it is extractivist institutions could be another area. The political is, I already mentioned, the political sovereignty or autonomy. And the issues of culture could also be, because I mentioned it is liberation, emancipation, and when people are culturally emancipated, then their identity would also be emancipated. The other aspect in which authoritarian states or colonial states in general also maintain their exercise their authority over people is through different material special symbolic representations like status, and so on. So reversing and dismantling these symbolic representations could also be another area. But very fundamentally is a knowledge area of knowledge production. Decolonizing knowledge production system is another area in which one would contribute through decolonizing methodologies, the way we do research, which also has actually been doing for the last 40 years. So let me bring you to Ethiopian context. I don't want to give much explanation about the Ethiopian context. You know the way the state was formed and what it has been doing against different nations and nationalities. And in the 1960s, that produce that oppressive system, that marginalization, exploitation, dispossession of people from their resources produced the struggle for self-determination, which I would also call a decolonization of the empire itself. The 1960s Ethiopian student movements, and then where different Oromo intellectuals and the students also contributed, it delegitimized the Ethiopian states. For example, with those questions like Obo Ibsa Gutama's poem where he said, who is an Ethiopian? That kind of unsettled and disrupted that hegemonic narrative about Ethiopia. The issues of land to the tillers and then the peasant uprisings in different parts of the country, and in Oromia particularly also the Majat Ulama Association and then the education revolution there, and particularly the birth of the OLF and the fundamental tenets of self-determination, which many young generations actually took over that commitment. And then through different processes, I mean, I don't want to go to each and every point, but after the post-1991 multinational federal arrangement, in which the OLF also contributed a lot during the transition period, then gradually the birth of the Kube generation, which is also a decolonizing the education system, which I mentioned before. The Kube generation was born through the decolonization of the education system, because children who start to learn in their vernacular language start to develop the identity, and that led to this recent Oromo movement and protest, which we all know. And some few examples could be given in my context. The master plan, the protest against the master plan, and for example, the protest against Lagadambi gold mining I would say these were questions for resource sovereignty. And in general, these were a counter movements against the hegemonic state building project in Ethiopia. And I want to kind of conclude, because of the time, that I want to make 2 points. The first one is the struggle for self-determination in general, globally, and even in our context, faces different resistance because it threatens the economic and political interest of dominant groups. That is why we currently face different challenge and resistance from the state, from other actors, even including international organizations and international actors, because their interest would be threatened when people get their rights. And more importantly, what we need to know is in the post-2018, there is a return to this imperial vision in Ethiopia, and that is a major threat to the struggle to self-determination and to some achievements that the Ethiopian youth brought during those movements. And therefore, what I want to mention is we need to not only focus on the political dimension, but also on a multi-dimensional aspect of self-determination, including its narratives, discursive approach, and so on. And any effort against this that enhances consolidation of the Ethiopian state is against the struggle for self-determination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ansel. I really appreciate your time. Next, I'm going to introduce Madeleine Bass. I had the privilege last year for Madeleine's roundtable, which was on institutionalizing anti-colonial developing the Oromo archive. So I'm going to introduce Madeleine again. And she is an early stage researcher completing her PhD with the MOOC's European Joint Doctorate, dually enrolled at the University of Kent and the Free University of Berlin. In her current research, she works primarily with Oromo women, understanding the Oromo culture in the setting of Black studies and critical indigenous studies. She lived in Western Oromia from 2014 to 2017. And the title of her presentation is self-determination and relation alternative approaches for free Oromia. Marlene,
that. Can you all see my screen and hear me?
yeah.
Okay. So thank you for that warm introduction. My name is Madeline Bass. It's a pleasure to be with you all here digitally, even if I'm not physically there. And I really echo Obo Asebe and hope to be with you all in person someday. In today's presentation, titled Self-Determination as Relation, Alternative Approaches for a Free Oromia, I will think through notions of indigeneity and relationality, in order to understand ways of theorizing Oromo self-determination that move away from imperial violence. In this vein, I will begin by glossing over the idea of settler colonialism as a certain type of colonialism and the conditions this places on freedom and self-determination. I will then move into some critical indigenous theory to sketch out ways of understanding how indigenous relations may inform other approaches to self-determination. So I'm happy to be on a panel with Asebe also, because I think some of our ideas are kind of in conversation here, but I think this is where I take a bit of a turn. So I would say Ethiopia and settler colonialism is different than internal or external types of colonization, because the process of settlement led to the creation of a settler colonial nation state, and the colonizers never left. In order to uphold their settlement, these forces use complex projects of bordering and ordering, forced assimilation, bureaucracy, and open violence. Some of the traits and some scholarship around settler colonialism and its nuances are listed on the slide here, but perhaps the easiest example to identify of another settler colony is the United States or Canada. Indigenous peoples were colonized and remained captured by a violent genocidal state that refuses full respect for their existence. I talked to you all in Washington, D.C., just as the Ethiopian state hosts its events in Addis Ababa, shadowing the living legacies of Finfinne. Settlement and the legitimacy of the settler state put immediate pressure on forms of sovereignty and potential self-determinations that exceed the state. I think this relationship is summed up well here by Mohawk scholar Audra Simpson, as she says, the state seeks to destroy what is not. It does so with a death drive to eliminate, contain, hide, and in other ways disappear what challenges its legitimacy, indigenous political orders. And here's the rub. Indigenous political orders are quite simply first, are prior to the project of founding, of settling, and as such continue to point in their persistence and vigor to the failure of the settler project to eliminate them, even as they are subjects of dispossession, of removal. Their polities serve as an alternative forms of legitimacy and sovereignties to that of the settler state. Although Simpson is writing here from another settler colony, I'm struck by the way this resonates with the Ethiopian experience. The borders and bordering of the Horn of Africa are a clear example of the legacy of settlement, one I always return back to. What kind of people or nation can truly be separated by a wall and a straight line? This map tells a story of imperial and settler colonial state making. The sovereignty that it normalizes does not make sense or make justice for indigenous peoples. Rather than thinking of the way people actually relate to each other and the land, the language was shifted into ownership, citizenship, paperwork, and declarations of state property. I use this larger regional example to demonstrate that the sovereignty or self-determination prescribed and demanded by such nation states is one that is rooted in violence and the colonial impetus to collect and trap potential resources. As indigenous activists in what is now known as Mexico say, we didn't cross the border crossed us. This legal establishment created a socio-political culture that normalizes the nation state. Thinking with abolitionists and anti-colonial scholars, however, I believe that theorizing self-determination with the assumption that the nation-state form is correct, appropriate, or inevitable is to begin by foreclosing a world of opportunity. The Oromo and other indigenous peoples model a way of living and relating that upends and refutes the colonial world order. Indigenous political orders, as referenced by Simpson, describe indigeneity as a way of understanding people beyond the static legal definitions of the concept. Indigenous conveys a relationship. It is not a question of rights, but of responsibilities, as stated by scholars like Morton Robinson. To quote Tuck and Rowe, Indigenous understandings of land predate and have co-developed alongside and in spite of settler constructions of property. To clarify these meanings of indigeneity and to move this conversation back towards self-determination, I want to use the peoplehood model. So this model was proposed by Holm, Pearson, and Chavez as a way of theoretically linking Indigenous experiences across different regions. The model shows that Indigenous peoples are a part of, rather than an imposition in their environment. More specific to the conversation of self-determination, the peoplehood model is meant to help reconsider what a legitimate political form looks like beyond the narrow hierarchical state forms that have come to dominate. There are 4 concepts in the model, defined individually but deeply interconnected, as the graphic shows: language, sacred history, ceremonial cycle, and place or territory. They're kind of deceptively simple because these things also include language. For example, it's not just the expression of Afan Oromo, it's references and nuances, the significance of oral histories in telling the Oromo story, the melodies and call and response forms of songs, stretching across Oromo cultural communities and dialects, even for those Oromo people who've been denied access to their language. This links naturally to a sacred history, as we see how kinship structures are, for example, both labeled and lived, how something like Oromuma is so steeped in historical experiences. Ceremonial cycles are temporal, as we can think with Gara timekeeping, but they're also the connection between the how, the why, and when certain ceremonies take place, as with Arecha, a symbol of thanksgiving and what giving thanks to Oromo land looks like in that season. Place and territory, Oromia, the last piece of the puzzle, means both the physical space, but also Oromia as a sacred context and place where cultural memories and the songs of ancestors live. This distinction of place as a context and a site of memory is really key because it recognizes the relationships to land held by those Oromos who are displaced and exiled. This is something that's been described in some way by Kuekumsa as transnational indigeneity. Using peoplehood as a way to understand or make sense of sovereignty helps to form a starting point for the furtherance and expansion of Oromo self-determination. Rather than definitions that rely on violent colonial constructs like borders, peoplehood legitimizes the parts of a nation and people that are unconquered and unconquerable. Even if parts of Oromia, Oromuma, and the Oromo people are under attack, their sovereignty remains intact through the vitality and interconnections of their peoplehood. To make this abstraction more directly linked to Oromo epistemologies, we may look at the relationship between Ayana, Uma, and Safu, as described by Gemechu Magersa and other scholars. These 3 notions are not easily condensed or glossed over, and I would not want to disrespect all of the rich scholarship around them by attempting it. But in a simplistic way, repeating the language used by Gemechu Magersa in his 2005 article, we can see Ayana as a spirit existing before and after that which it causes to come into existence, both knowledge and the knowledge of that knowledge. Uma is the physical world, both living things and the divine beings contained within it. And Safu is the ethical basis of action and how these lives can be lived together. These 3 concepts express the relationships between materiality, humanity, history, future, and the intangible. Peoplehood is built around relationality, just as in the Oromo epistemology, the created universe is held together by these concepts and their connections. No item can be divorced from its spirit and the role it plays in the larger conditions of ethical rightness, wrongness, and cohesion. When relationships are disrupted, self-determination is also under attack. Expressed in the peoplehood model, for example, the Oromo language evokes ceremonial cycles and meanings that cannot be separated from the Oromo homelands, even if settlement has sought to erase these names and traditions. The challenge comes then in both clarifying these meanings and translating these existing sovereignties into descriptions that may be intelligible to larger international bodies and legal frameworks. And I think it's interesting that both Obo-Asebe and I use this idea of intelligibility and trying to make these things translate or become clear in a framework that kind of fundamentally doesn't understand them or doesn't want to make room for them. To take a kind of final practical turn towards the tensions between self-determination as it's under attack and the resilient sovereignty of the Oromo peoplehood, I want to use a visual example. I hope this is clear. I kind of blew up the contrast a bit so you can see some of the shadowy things. But a few things stick out or come to mind here. The Heineken building, we can see on the left side with its bright red star. The African Union Tower is visible in the distance, kind of peering overhead. There's a river running through in the bottom corner with trash and other muck piled up on its shores. And there are houses whose rooftops peek up in between the lush green trees, in between opposing ends of extreme wealth and power and everyday lives on the margins. As an example of Oromo peoplehood under attack by the force of the settler colonial state, this image paints a somewhat grim picture. So Heineken's rapid rise and encroachment into local economies and foodways strengthens capitalism in the global north and the commodification of cultural practices. The pollution and trash comes from a city that doesn't have the infrastructure to support its citizens, threatening both the land it crosses and the networks and waterways it links to. And the African Union is a symbol of the international recognition of nation-state sovereignty and settlement over Oromo indigenous sovereignty, as has been described by Ayante Tebeso. In contrast, as a hopeful future, or in Oromia where self-determination and peoplehood are strengthened, we still see something special on these water shores. The trees have found the vitality remaining in this water, its source of life, and they have responded despite the disruptions of pollution. This kind of resistance has been called eco-sovereignty, the inherent self-determination of land that is visible when you understand its relationality. The houses tucked along this river and the people who make their lives here have a knowledge of this land and water that supersedes the vision available to those elites on the top floor of the Heineken building who peer out and see only potential profit. I also point this out to show that peoplehood as a complex web of relations does not disappear even in the face of such overwhelming state violence. So given this, how does self-determination grow and become real and tangible? I would ask, rather than thinking that sovereignty and self-determination can only occur using pathways created by states and bodies that value settlement and remain steeped in the imperial, what else exists? Self-determination that fails to consider the foundational value of peoplehood does not do justice to the intricacies of Oromo Ayana, Uma, and Safu. I turn to an Oromo proverb, which is translated and has been discussed by Kwe Kumsa. When the reeds are burned in the valley, the sieving basket weeps in the kitchen. A self-determination found with the reeds and the basket, the past and present versions of something interwoven within a larger set of relations, or a self-determination of fire, asserting a demand to exist over all others. Without getting too lost in these metaphors, I'd say sovereignty and self-determination through relation begin when we see the relationships to land and to each other beyond the language of ownership and possession. In this sense, a sovereign or self-determined state is not one that you have ownership over, an Oromia who is free simply because the hierarchy has been flipped and Oromo people are in leadership positions. Sovereignty is the freedom to live, love, feed your community, protect your youth and elders. Freedom in this sense requires healing, as Kwe Kumsa says. Healing, I mean creating a home of justice and liberation. This is a freedom that disrupts and refuses hierarchy, and what's more important, restores the critical relationality, care, and solidarity that are working to resist the existing structures of injustice and unfreedom. If the first priority in the definition of self-determination is relationships, strengthening pieces of peoplehood and the people around, we may begin in a more practical sense to find a form of self-determination that moves towards a freedom that makes us, to riff off Saidiya Hartman, as free as we actually want to be.
Thank you for that. Share my findings from the so next, so regarding the Zoom presentations, we have two panels that are here in the room. I'm going to introduce Dr. Manuel. He is a long-standing member of OSA, former lecturer at Harvard University Department of Philosophy, in philosophy at the AAU bachelor's and at Leipzig University MA and PhD in Germany with specialization in political and moral philosophy. He also has an MBA from City University of Seattle. The title of his presentation is Citizenship versus Identity in Political and Physical.
Hello. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor for me to present the input of you about citizenship and identity politics. I say citizenship versus identity politics because in Ethiopia most of the time, issues are presented as black and white, as binary or opposite issues. So that is what I wanted to try to reflect on the topic. Why I should present on this issue is because there is a permanent political discourse within Ethiopian politics in categorizing two kinds of movements as if there are two diametrically opposites exclusive to one another. So they categorize. So in that case, categorization goes like this. Citizenship politics is more of political, rational, universal, impartial, has nothing to do with identity. And identity politics is always primordial, something primitive, something that is related to nature than to human being. So something that is emotionally charged and very particularistic. That is how they characterize these two different approaches. So my question is whether such kind of categorization could be theoretically helpful, theoretically tenable, and practically helpful in resolving the problem of the country. What I would say, I would like to examine whether this categorization could be falsified or could be affirmed. I would like to approach the issue from two perspectives. One is from practical perspective, that means from history, and the other is from theoretical perspective. And both in theory and practice, there have never been a single conception of citizenship. There has been always different conceptions, different understanding of what citizenship is, both in history and theory. We know for sure, liberals, social democrats, Republicans, for example, they do have different conceptions of citizenship. For liberals, it is the autonomy of the individual, what's the important, the liberty of the individual, what's the important to be recognized as citizen. For social democrats, it's the welfare. Welfare, that means equal distribution of resource is what guarantees citizenship. For Republicans, patriotism, common and collective sense of identity is very important. So in terms of theory as well, we can enumerate a number of other doctrines
they do have different conception of citizenship. But let me come to the practical one is membership in any case, in all these liberal, social democrats or Republicans, it means inclusiveness. It means membership. Despite their differences, they do have such similarity. Common membership to a political community is what they call citizenship. The best example for this, I have to come to the historical incidents. For the first time in human history, the concept citizenship has been used by the Greeks. I mean, as far as the world literature is concerned, the Greek city-states, before the Greek, the state we know today is formed. That means before the birth of Jesus Christ in 500 BC. They used to have city-states. In these city-states, they consider citizenship as membership to free male inhabitants of a city. But mind you, when we say free male, it shows already exclusivity. That means there are people who are not free. These are the slaves, the conquered people, war captives were not free people. And it says also male. Male excludes the female already. So that means even that time, the adjective free, the adjective male immediately implies a citizen is therefore one who is not a slave or a female. He appreciates, the citizen appreciates the value of citizenship from a negative perspective. That means what is citizenship? Citizenship is a right that gives you not a right to be not a slave or not a woman. So that means we explain the virtue of citizenship in reference to what is not rather than to what it is. So we are not enumerating the rights of citizens, but we are explaining the privilege of a citizen in reference to slavery and female or gender inequality. It's not moving. No. What's going on? And no, let me okay. No. So the second form of citizenship understanding was during the Roman Empire. During the Roman Empire, as you know, there was stratifications of more stratification, diversification of social classes. Because of that, citizenship was not considered even as a political membership. It was considered as a kinship relation because citizens were inhabitants of the Rome city, Not all inhabitants in that case as well. Only the noble class, the nobility, the class, people who belong to the noble class and residing in the Roman Empire, in the Rome city, not in the Roman Empire as such. So that means, if you remember, this European way of naming a family, describe, three parts of a name was originated during the Roman Empire. And that is to indicate those who are born in such a privilege, in such a kinship relationship, then they were privileged. So in order to exclude others, the three, the Norman, it was called Norman, or a three-part name was adopted. That means it was not allowed for everybody to adopt such kind of three-part name. So in that case, again, it is an exclusion. Citizenship is an exclusion. It's based on exclusion, based on your identity in that case. It has never been universal. It has never been a privilege to everyone. So the triennium nomina was an exclusive mark of Roman citizenship in order to protect and preserve the purity of that citizenship. This tradition has later descended to emerging feudal system, to the point the concept of citizenship be identified only with aristocratic class, reducing all others to mere subjects. So as we know, in the Dark Age or in the feudal system, in fact, there was no, the concept, the very concept of citizenship has been eradicated altogether. Because with the emergence of absolute monarchy, the very concept was eradicated, since the purpose of states and politics became nothing but to fulfill the will of God in and through the emperor. So let me skip this one because of shortage of time. What I want to say here in the Ethiopian political orthodoxy is there was no such kind of citizenship in Ethiopia all throughout. Even those ruling, those who we know as ruling class or as the dominant elite, they were not even themselves citizens as such, in the modern sense of understanding. But all of a sudden this time, the issue or the concept of citizenship has become very important in Ethiopia. My question is, why is that so? The concept has been unknown to Ethiopian political history in whatever form it may be. And the reason, so the reason why it became important is, by centering one concept as a central issue of politics, they tried or they attempted to overcome different aspects of political issue. They want to reduce it to a single issue, as we did during socialist time, to the issue of class. Now they are attempting to reduce it to the issue of citizenship. So, so the reason is the issue is therefore, in doing so, they presuppose the already existent dominance of a definite identity as a given mark of their conception of Ethiopian citizenship. So they are attempting to universalize a particularity. In the modern world, citizenship is understood as authorship, as agency. That is through the Enlightenment time, it is called modern age. Through that time, any rational human being, as long as a member of that political community is considered to be a citizen, because by virtue of the fact that he is entitled or she is entitled to determine the form of government in which he or she lives. So it is a human agency, the human rationality, which has been recognized. With it, the sovereignty of the people. When we say sovereignty, it sounds usually just common word, but it is not. It simply says the people is the determinant. The people is the decisive force, not only in electing governments or not in putting procedures of government, but in instituting, founding the society itself. The very state formation is based on people's will. So the theory of contract theory has become very popular during the Enlightenment time. That means it is not, state formation is not a matter of God's will, or it's not a matter of nature. It is a matter of human understanding, human agreement, human contract, which creates a state formation or a state itself. So with that, democracy in nations started understanding themselves as voluntary association, as this has been articulated by this contract theorists. So citizenship is not just a set of rights for election, but essentially authorship to the very law that create and govern the nation state so that there will be no contradiction between authority and freedom. Because I form it as the people form the state, if the authority, there is no contradiction between the authority and my free will, because the government is instituted by me. So whenever I obey the authority, I'm obeying my own will. So there's no contradiction between authority and will. Okay, let me. So for me, I mean, self-determination at this time is a locus of citizenship. That means people's right to decide the form of government is one of self-determination. That means it is the will of the people that matters. And that's what, you know, as I was sitting there and hearing my colleagues, I thought that 50 minutes is too long. Now it has become very short. Well, on this issue, I mean, because I mean, more and more, particularly since globalism has been engulfing, I mean, the whole world, the issue of this diversity, pluralism has become more and more important. Because of this, there is now in political philosophy a very heated discussion on this issue. So there are three different schools, particularly liberalism, communitarianism, and communitarian pluralism. These are, I mean, living philosophers, living politicians, political theorists who are engaging with this issue. I wanted to present, in fact, just, you know, a small part of this theoretical debate, but I'm running out of time, so I have to skip again. So, in any case, I mean, the Abisha attempt, I mean, to diffuse the issue of citizenship, the issue of Oromo issue or pluralism to citizenship is just indifference to difference. Indifference to difference is not, however, so innocent. It is. So just a minute. Indifference to indifference is not an innocent standpoint. It is rather an active cover-up in diffusing stripes of the dominated identity. It is ideological maneuver in maintaining the already established hierarchy of identities by reducing all other issues to individual liberty. So this is why they continue to portray that individual after their own image, namely, as speaking Amharic, dancing skista, adhering to Coptic Church, adoring Menelik II, promoting the legendary tale of Sheba and Jewish descent of the Ethiopian dynasty. That is a very image of individual identity in Ethiopia. So it is just to promote this image why they became indifferent to difference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mario, and sorry for rushing you. Next, I'm going to introduce Yared Fatah. No relation with OSA, but Yared was one of the first homes I mean, when I came to the city. And he hasn't been yet, so thank you for that, just remembering that. And so Yared comes from Brunei, my hometown. And his education is in Bachelor in Political Science International Relations from Astoria University. He's a Jewish doctor from David Kraft School of Law, Washington, D.C. He told me that this was his school. And the title of his presentation is Opportunities for and Challenges to the Formation of a State for an African Nation, for an Ancient African Nation. So, there you
go. First, it's an honor to be here. I don't speak Afan Oromo, but I'm as devoted as a son of a father community. Okay, let me start with some theoretical things about structure. So the practice of self-determination started around 1527 when the French king proposed to solve the destiny of a contested area, Burgundy, where the Spanish king was claiming power over. So that was the first step. And then there is, as a doctrine, it began, or it was enunciated first during the French Revolution when the French authorities declared that France is not going to use conquest to take over free people or the freedom of others. Fast forward to 1891, Emperor Menelik wrote a separate letter to the European heads of state, saying that if you come across from long distance to take over or to scramble over lands in Africa, I will not be an indifferent spectator. And he pushed a military expedition towards the south, and he has no idea what he was doing. It was just sheer power. And he conquered a lot of lands. There were people, there were kingdoms, and of course, confederacies of Oromos. So by the end, when the empire was created, there was no idea, there was no direction. It was just an empire without a purpose. It didn't have any founding narratives. There was no story, what it is, where it comes from, what to achieve, who was going to captain it, and who to serve. Of course, I'm sorry. So by the end, because there was no founding narratives, there was no idea, there was no ideological pursuit. The empire that he founded was solely defined territorially. Like the French, they used to have liberty, fraternity, and equality. Here, you have freedom, life, freedom, and pursuit of happiness. So that territorially defined empire was just existing until some efforts were started, some efforts were made to create a nation out of the desperate peoples. And of course, they used forced assimilation, including the criminalization of the Oromo language. At some point during Haile Selassie, it was illegal. It was punishable by law to pray in Afan Oromo. Under Mengistu, they used Ethiopian first for sociality. Then during the PRF, they used federalism. These are all attempts to create a nation out of different disparate peoples. So of course, there are some culturalization and assimilation as a result of these efforts. But at the same time, these forced methods have created resistance. And as a result, Ethiopia remains as fractured as ever. And another concept is Ethiopia is not sacrosanct. Ethiopia can be intervened with or interfered with. Ethiopia can be changed. Ethiopia can be modified. This exaggerated exaltation of Ethiopia is standing in the way of changing Ethiopia for the better. Changing Ethiopia for the better means the peoples residing in it have a right to determine their political status. That is Mr. Oromo's proposal. So I was a very ardent proponent of federalism for a long time. And of course, self-determination has been floated around as an option to solve the Oromo problem, the Oromo question. But in recent years, in the last few years, there is a growing passion among Oromo activists and intellectuals for independence. So I wanted to know, like, what are the reasons? And I could come up with at least two reasons. One is a choice, because the Oromo nation is, at least the Oromo country is as big as Germany, territorially. And in terms of population size, our Oromo population is comparable to that of Ukraine. So it's a big people, it's a big nation. And then you have the Gada system, civilization of thousands of years of age. And it engenders strong passion and pride among the Oromos. So with this, the Oromo nation is too historical and too good for assimilation to be a desired goal. So assimilation is not a good way to go for Oromos. So there is another reason for people wanting statehood, and that is the endless repression, economic deprivation, and unequal treatment. So successive Ethiopian regimes have used what some intellectuals call mass categorical violence. They consider Oromo freedom fighters as dangerous enemy. I mean, of course, motivated and dangerous enemy. And especially in recent years, they have started, publicly adopting Mao strategy. One of the officials of the TP is quoted as saying, the Oromo freedom fighters are like fish that swim in the sea of Oromian civilians. Thus, must kill is a preferred tactic to drain the sea. Such an approach, such an attitude would perpetuate conflict, and there is a risk of genocide. So actually, some Oromos claim that there is genocide already. Genocide has taken place already. The second one is, would Ethiopia be democratized? And for democracy, a lot of intellectuals say economic development is a precondition. But there is no sign of economic development in Ethiopia. And the little progress that we have seen or has been declared or has been attributed to the rule of EPRDF in the last 30 years, 27 years, it has generated inequalities. And that inequality coincides with ethnic identity. Oromos are the spectators of Ethiopia's growth. The second one is Oromos are grossly underrepresented in the federal administration. I myself, as a former employee of the Ethiopian government, there are two contradictory things going at the same time. One is the standard to be like an Amhara. I speak Amharic, and I was loyal to Ethiopia, but I was not given an opportunity as an Amhara. And this is the fate of all Oromos. All Oromos who have pride in themselves, those who claim that they're Oromos, they will face this discrimination. You cannot have an opportunity as the favored Ethiopians, but you'll be expected to meet that standard like other Ethiopians. So opportunities. In November 2020, there was a war declared against Tigray. That war has a striking resemblance with the war that started in 1861 in the US. Striking similarity, but the outcomes are different. The outcomes are different. Here, Abraham Lincoln won the war, and the right of states to secession became unconstitutional. In Ethiopia, however, the Tigrayans have resisted, at least so far, have not been vanquished. So the constitution is still in effect. So Oromos have a legal right at this point to exercise their right to self-determination. Okay. Challenge among Oromo elites. There's a conundrum whether to solve the problem of Ethiopia or to address the Oromo question. Then there's a war declared on Oromos. Can Oromos be independent in a peaceful way? Is peaceful secession a possibility? Is it an oxymoron to expect non-violent separation? And then you have people like pundits and politicians inventing illegitimate fear, or there's an anxiety of the common folk. They don't know what's going to come after Oromo independence. And conclusion, Oromos are denied a natural justice by means of inclusion into Ethiopia. So the question becomes, are Oromo willing to wait until Ethiopia has become humane and democratic and flexible to accept Oromo identity? This will take generations. Or are the Oromo people just doomed to be in a helpless situation in the face of mass violence, economic stagnation, unemployment, corruption, and the eventual possibility of inevitable decline of the ailing state? Or is this an opportunity for Oromo to renew their Gada civilization? Thank you.
Thank you so much everybody for listening, and thank you the panelists. At no fault of this panel, we ran out of time, and we're supposed to move to the next panel. So there will not be Q&A, and I apologize for that. But again, it's no fault of the panel, or the panelists. But we started late. That's why. So we will move to the next panel. Thanks so much.
Again, thank you for the time. The next panel, Assistant Here's Policy for Ethiopia, please. Daniel, can you get the moderator online and our speakers to come here? Josh. Can you hear us? Sound check, Orange?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you all hear me?
You guys able to hear me?
Hear.
Yes, I can hear you.
These are mics.
Good.
Capture this. He's gonna lay out how he's going to conduct this for us. I think, how are you comfortable? Are you able to see the panelists? You okay?
Yeah, so I am able to see the panelists, and I can also see Faisal online.
Okay. And you can find it.
Good.
Okay.
So
Well,
shall
yours, yours.
Great. So I think I heard my cue to get started. So that's what I will do. Greetings, everyone. My name is Mike Wildemariam. I am a professor at Boston University. And as you can all tell, the moderator for this policy roundtable titled Assessing the Impact of U.S. Foreign Policy in Oromia, Ethiopia, and the Horn. And I'd like to thank upfront OSA for the kind invitation to moderate. I will certainly do my best to facilitate a discussion, productive exchange of views. And my sincere apologies for actually not being there in person. It was actually my intention to be there in person, but for a variety of reasons, I was unable to make it at the last minute. So as you've all probably anticipated, this is the focus of this session will indeed be on U.S. policy and engagement in Ethiopia. And I think, we can all agree, this isn't news to anyone, that Ethiopia sits at a particularly complex and difficult juncture in its history. And I think that the current situation raises a really challenging policy conundrum for the United States, which has been a longstanding partner of Ethiopia and has been, I think, for better or worse, a particularly prominent stakeholder in the country's affairs. And so today's conversation, I think, is going to proceed in a pretty unscripted fashion, but I do hope we're able to touch on several key issues, and let me just identify them here. First, hopefully we're able to actually discuss the political context in which U.S. policymakers must engage. So what is the political state of play in Oromia, in Ethiopia more broadly, and indeed across the Horn of Africa? Second, I think it would be helpful if we were able to take some stock of U.S. policy as it's been conducted and implemented over the past couple of years, and sort of assess what the policy orientation has been, why, and what the policy successes and shortcomings past approaches have actually yielded. And third, I think it'd be useful to engage on this interesting question of the capacity of U.S. policy to actually shape outcomes and events in Ethiopia. That is precisely what leverage do U.S. policymakers have in the current context, in Ethiopia. And then finally, hopefully we can talk a little bit about the future and what U.S. policymakers should or might do to sort of help Ethiopia and the Horn out of the current quagmire. So, as we engage on these issues and more, I think part of my hope is that this session can help foster a discussion of U.S. policy vis-a-vis Ethiopia that is inclusive of what is happening across the country, because, of course, what is happening in the North is serious, very important, has received a lot of very warranted policy attention, but the dynamics in the North, of course, cannot be separated from broader countrywide dynamics and what is developing in other regions, including the South. So we have a really excellent panel to help us work through these issues and more. I think you'll see this is a nice balance between people that have a lot of expertise and local knowledge of the situation in Ethiopia in the region, and those that also know U.S. policy well. So let me introduce our participants, our panelists. So we have with us Fatuma Badasso, who's an Oromo rights advocate based in Virginia. She has a BA in political science from Metro State University, an MA in human rights and rule of law from Regent University School of Law, and is currently pursuing her JD PhD. We also have with us Bakala Gerba, who is a retired professor in foreign languages at Addis Ababa University, He is, of course, is active in politics, having campaigned for parliament with the Oromo Federalist Congress. He became a party deputy in 2015 and currently serves in that role. Again, as many of you will know, he was a particularly prominent political prisoner, having just been released in January of this year. This comes on the back of an earlier stint as a political detainee. Faisal Roble is a civil servant with the city of Los Angeles and a recognized authority on matters, all things the Horn of Africa. He's written a book looking backward and looking forward, the Ogaden region in the 21st century. It's published in 2011. And he is the author of numerous articles. He currently serves as a director of research for the Institute for Horn African Studies and Affairs based in the United States. Susan Stigant is also with us. She is the Director of Africa Programs at USIP, the U.S. Institute of Peace, where she leads programming related to East Africa, the Greater Horn, the Red Sea Arena, and the African Union. Her thematic focus is on the design and implementation of inclusive constitutional reform and national dialogue processes. So I think issues quite germane to contemporary Ethiopian affairs. And then, of course, we have Josh Maservi with us, who's a research fellow for Africa at the Heritage Foundation. He studies African geopolitics, counterterrorism, refugee policy. I'll also say someone who's been quite engaged on Ethiopia-related topics of late. I think in a former life, he was a Peace Corps volunteer and worked with Church World Service based out of Nairobi, Kenya. So, a lot more I could say about the biographical details of our panelists, but that's who we have on stage to help us work through, I think, some pretty challenging and difficult questions. So in terms of how we are going to structure the conversation, we've come to an agreement with the panelists. What we're going to do is have three of our panelists in this order, Fatuma, Bekele, and Faisal, lead us off with some prepared remarks, about 7 to 10 minutes. And then I will moderate a Q&A that includes those three, and then also Susan and Josh. And we'll do this for about an hour, and then we will move to audience questions. And I am told, and colleagues in the audience can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a laptop in the room where audience members can type in questions. Those questions will be relayed or transferred to me, and I will put them to the esteemed panel. And what I would ask of colleagues on the panel is please speak into or at the mic so I can hear you, so Faisal can hear you, and please speak somewhat slowly if you can. And I think this will be a productive session. So Fatuma, why don't I turn it over to you?
You guys hear me? You guys can hear me? Mike, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that introduction. And thank you for those who organized this panel and invited me to be a part of this. I think is an extraordinary opportunity to speak on U.S. foreign policy and what went wrong, and as a cohort of the diasporic youth movement, and part of the wider Oromo youth movement back home, I would like to just pivot our attention to the mass grassroots Oromo youth movement that was sustained for approximately 4 years, and which led to the transition within Ethiopia, a derailed transition. And where I think U.S. foreign policy really got things wrong when it comes to Ethiopia. As we all know, the Oromo youth movement, which is sparked by youth in Central Oromia, primarily protesting, the land that, if I may say so, Oromo farmers, which in an effort to expand Burundi or the capital Addis Ababa 20 times its size, but which overall encompassed the long-standing historical grievances Oromos have had within the Ethiopian state or the Ethiopian empire, and how that movement, which was very disciplined, very organized, very strategic, and included all aspects of Oromo society and involved civil society, religious organizations, farmers, was very successful in its ambitions and very successful in its vision, and had a clear goal, had clear asks, which were within the framework of the existing constitution, and which was essentially ignored by the West, primarily the United States. And it being ignored is, I think, in my opinion, is one of the biggest mistakes that the United States made, and which is a big consequence of where we are at within the Ethiopian state and the Ethiopian political conundrum, as Mike just summarized. And so I would like to just, have my panelists here bring to their attention that, that youth movement was really not necessarily just within the Oromo ethnic group, but it, grew to really encompass the entirety of the country, because most of the nations and nationalities, which tend to be in the periphery of Cuban politics and socioeconomic spaces, joined eventually, and which is why it forced the existing regime to really choose to reform within internally. And it wasn't given its due, it wasn't taken as seriously as it should, and it was actually effectively sidelined when it came to the decision making and table. And almost historically, as many of our previous panelists have shown, I don't know if you guys heard it, but have been pushed to the periphery politically, socially, economically, and so have not been able to inhabit the spaces in which these narratives, especially dominant narratives, have been set, where Oromos have been portrayed as destabilizers or existential threats to the Ethiopian state or existence of Ethiopia as a country, which is not the case, because for those who have followed the Oromo protests, which were sustained for 4 years, the asks were within the framework of the existing constitution, and the asks were very and directly democratic. And the United States not engaging that youth movement and historically sidelining Oromo voices, even within the diaspora, whether it be advocacy groups or youth groups or political organizations or civil society, weren't being taken as seriously as what is, the Ethiopian, those who take the Ethiopian name to the table, and how that effectively has pushed the Oromo to the periphery still, and how doing that has really contributed to the current political quagmire and actually the possible disintegration of the country, because Oromos inhabit at a central location geographically, have a large share of economic input into the Ethiopian state, and have a large population within the Ethiopian state. And Oromos have tried and continue to try to play a stabilizing role, not just within Ethiopia, but within the Horn of Africa. And a lot of what the United States policy initiatives have missed is, I think, at the core of that is this very fact. So I just wanted to, bring this to all of our attention, and maybe I can delve more into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatuma. So, Bukela, over to you.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, it's an honor for me to be here. And I would like to thank all of you here. And directly I will go to my topic and just read out from my notes in order not to take much of your time. Let me speak in simple terms about this matter of the impact of US policy in Ethiopia, because it really is quite simple. When the TPLF was toppled by a youth movement calling for democracy, the US claimed that supporting a democratic transition from an authoritarian regime was a foreign policy priority. In that case, anchoring support in civil society support should have been the first line of defense to lead towards stability. It was not to be. Instead, US policy became focused on support of the person of Abiy Ahmed and international attention to competing external powers. As a result, the US abandoned attention and investment in civil society. The impact of that decision is social rupture, devastation, violence, and war. These were avoidable consequences. The question is now, is there a road to repair? What happened and what did not happen at the local level during Abiy's tenure was that civil society was the scene of insecurity and desperation. The US did not intervene. It watched from the sidelines, granting Abiy full diplomatic, financial, military, and security support. The violence, destruction, and disinformation that thrived in the absence of independent investigation and the near blackout conditions has been shocking. This is an area where I have abundant first-hand information and experience. And so what happened at the local level to the kind of structures that needed to be strengthened and supported on the ground in order for democratic institutions to have the capacity to bear a serious transition to democracy in Ethiopia. US representatives, the ambassador, diplomatic corps became strong enthusiasts and backers of Abiy himself and failed to recognize or support the Kero movement and other groups who brought change. The US appeared to personalize its endorsement. They indulged him, praised him, empowered him, and funded his government, provided him diplomatic and strategic support on the assurance he gave them that he was a reliable US ally and a democracy. Throughout this transition, in giving so much attention to the person of young Prime Minister, US ignored the rural areas and failed to provide similar support to the efforts of the thousands of youths who initiated the breakthrough. While the US was looking to the Middle East and China and Egypt, Abiy declared war on Western Oromia and then on Tigray. His war on Oromia amounted to a full-scale assault on the US. I should not have to remind representatives of the United States government or NGOs of the critical importance of civil society to democracy. Ethiopian civil society was overlooked as a reliable partner. The claims for a democratic transition never really went anywhere. Support for civil society did not happen. I could provide first-hand accounts of how organizing party activities was thwarted, offices closed, workers harassed, and disappeared. What happened to the Guerrero after that day when the youth turned out to welcome me and the other released prisoners in February 2018? They could not register to organize any social or economic initiative or activity. The subversion of election in the period leading to our arrest in June 2020 was carried out with virtually no US assistance to building election capacity. The Abiy government simply imprisoned us and declared victory. I think the international community, particularly the US, had a vague hope and naive idea that they were going forward into a democratic transition. That is what was promised. But as the many diplomats recounted in their interviews with Mike, the moderator, the US was asleep at the wheel and did not even notice how unwood the country had become, where the vehicle was headed. There are lessons to be learned and policy to be adjusted from that experience. Civil society strengthening is the solution to the current problem. The US relied on Abiy to make good on his promises to transition to democracy. However, Abiy was openly suspicious of civil society. He moved to control every aspect of civil life, down to the family level unit, trying to root out the youth who had experience in resistance to ensure that they did not turn on him and his government. The youth partners are still there in the country, but it's going to take intentional effort and investment to build back. We have seen what kind of targeting and obstacles registered parties face from the OFC, my own party perspective. Is the US willing to attempt to correct this debacle by supporting and investing in capacity building? And the US shift gears? How would that shift work? It would require the US participating in an active conversation to build a democratic state. To do this, you need partners. I propose that if the US chooses to pivot toward encouraging rather than dismantling grassroots organizing, those of us who work to build up civil society institutions would make excellent partners. We would relay strong signals to the society into organizing success. The Oromo naturally formed the kind of partnerships that can come from a really engaged civil society. Quite bluntly, the US had raised the expectations of democracy. US had brought the country to the brink of a democratic transition. Instead of supporting and investing and seeing the potential here, they made the strategic blunder to give all assets, all capability, all diplomatic support, all financial investment to one unknown prime minister and created a monster. The US empowered a man who would actually destroy the capacity of the country to achieve its ambition. The US enabled Abiy to create authoritarian regime. The situation has now gone beyond the point where the US feels they can pull him back. What can they do? They need to understand that the biggest loss is the loss of civil society structures where people can live their lives in peace. When this is unmoored, as it is now, local, countrywide, and regional stability is not achievable. The mistake of the US was taking their eyes off of the largest population in Ethiopia, the rural areas where the massive population of the second biggest country in the continent resides. They looked instead towards China, the Middle East, Russia, Iran, and other places attending to the global competition. By doing this, they lost the foundation for democracy. This connects with what Fatima said. The key issue here is the one I asked about. Is the United States ready and willing to recalibrate its policy? Is the US ready to go to a relationship-based foreign policy, which keeps the bigger issues in mind, but has traction and connection among the population that puts back to where US policy has been perceived in its most positive light? Thank you.
Thank you, Bakela. So Faisal, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I assume the panelists can as well in the audience.
Yes. Thank you very much, Michael, for the introduction. And I would like to take a minute to thank Susan and Josh to join us while they could do something else on this beautiful Saturday. I just like to touch some historical background to show where I think America has missed the boat in terms of its diplomacy and policy towards the Horn of Africa. And I'm one of those people who lived through time to witness America's often mistaken policies. I came to the United States as a young refugee displaced from Ethiopia, Jigjiga, in 1981. And arriving in Los Angeles, my world of that yesteryear somehow seems to be similar to the current situation after 40 plus years. I started a small clerk job at a 7-Eleven when I came. And one day while I was clerking, the owner called me and said, a big man is out there waiting for you to talk. I found out that he was a US congressional member. I cannot recall his name, but he sat with me for a good 30 minutes and deliberated with me as to my experience and how I see things and what had happened in the area that I came from, and gave me a level of comfort and encouragement. And with that encouragement, I pursued my education, joined the UCLA, and since then became active in the Horn of Africa politics. One day at UCLA, the late James S. Coleman, one of the founding fathers of the African Studies Association, and indeed the founder of the African Studies Center at UCLA, invited me to his 11th floor at a bench hall for a coffee. While I was there with him conversing on general issues about Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa, he receives a very important call and he said, Faisal, let me pick up this phone call. Believe it or not, the phone call was from Poland. It was from Lech-Walesa, who was the leader of the Solidarity movement. Then and at that time, as a young man, I learned that institutions and research centers in America have a weight that most of us don't see. They sway public policy in the United States and diplomacy. They also closely work with the State Department and the policy formulation leaders. And since then, I give credit and credence to those of you who really want to listen to us. 40 years ago at UCLA again, the African Studies Department hosted a very important conference called Crisis on the Horn, 40 years ago. And it really showed and invited the who is who at the time, people like Tom Farrell, who wrote the Clouds of War on the Horn. But the conference depicted two Ethiopians at the time, Berekat Haile Selassie, and who was a known quantity in terms of the theoretization of the Horn of Africa and diplomacy, and Nuguse Ayele, who was at the time spokesperson for the DERG, and also himself a UCLA graduate. The two people really debated on issues that today those of us who are sitting here probably would be debating. What is the role of the US? Why the US sides with a government that is at war with its own people, and the other side saying the US should maintain its diplomatic relationship with Ethiopia because Ethiopia, for good or bad, it's an anchor to the US policy. In general, Ethiopia is really a complex country. It's a complex not only to outsiders, but also a complex to those of us who grew up and have a lived experience. On the one hand, it's a country that attracts and mesmerizes the memories and imaginations of the West, because to them, it's the only African country that's close to the West's version of civilization. To some Ethiopians, Ethiopia is the only imperial force in the continent. And to those of us in the east of Ethiopia, such as the Ogaden region, it's a recent colonial power. As you know, that the Somali region in Ethiopia was incorporated to Ethiopia in 1954. My father had a marriage certificate with my mom that was signed by a British consulate that was in Jijiga at the time. It's that recent, and those issues, the imperiality of Ethiopia, the civilization that mesmerizes some of the Westerners, which look a single story of Ethiopian exceptionalism, and those of us who see the recent incorporation of Somalis in Ethiopia, all of us do have a different version of what Ethiopia is. But what and who are the people and the countries of the Horn of Africa? That is probably of interest to this panel. The Horn of Africa region, as we know, comprises Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Sudan, and Kenya. This is a troubled region from historical point of view. It has and it still remains the scars of the scramble for Africa and the vestiges of the Second World War and the 21st century's renewed revival of the Cold War. I'm mentioning the Second World War because two major things happened besides the history that we often repeat about Ethiopia. One, it came close to a creation of an Oromo state at the end of the Second World War. There was the Oromo Republic that was organized by the Italian, and if that had continued and succeeded, Oromia today would have been a different country. That's number one. And number two, the Somali incorporation into Ethiopia became literally part of the fabric of Ethiopia's politics, and we are here today for that too. The complexity of the Ethiopian situation is today to be fashioned, in my opinion, by something that both the West and the Ethiopian political elite ignore. While Ethiopia is the second most populous country, which we always repeat and say whenever we are writing something or speaking, there is an omission here that we conveniently do so. At the same time, Oromo is probably, if not the single largest ethnic or national group in the continent, it's the second. If you combine the Hausa Fulani and make that group as one grouping, then Oromo would become the second largest, 40 million people whose awakening just is as young as it could be. Whereas the Somali nationalism is somewhat a bit matured, and if you will, it is old age. The Oromo nationalism is young with force that needs to be reckoned, and if political opinion makers and policy makers in the West don't hear the cries of the Oromo youth, as Fatuma put it, or Pakale Gabra's analysis of what has happened in the Ethiopian transition, then I think the US and the West would miss a huge opportunity in the coming few years. Now, in the last 30 years, the region of the Horn of Africa has seen collapsed states such as Somalia or semi-collapsed states in Ethiopian case, or in, for that matter, Eritrea. And if the Ethiopian state collapses or continues to stay on the track of being collapsed, and anybody can argue that it has more or less from socio-political point of view collapsed, then we are looking at the population that we often cite, Ethiopia being the second largest and most populous country, which has a connotation of richness in terms of potential commercial, that huge population could be weaponized and dislocations could take place and disrupt the entire whole of Africa. Suppose 15% of the Ethiopian population gets displaced in the case that Ethiopia disintegrates or collapses. What you are looking at is an avalanche of people, particularly Oromo people, flooding Somalia, Djibouti, Kenya, that could possibly have a long-term impact on the region, and the consequences of that could take the US and other Western countries a huge effort to contain and even help. Having said that, I think in the current geopolitical reality, the Horn of Africa remains an enigma at best and a challenge to the US policy, and it has been a challenge for a while. How does the US therefore remain relevant to both those that rule the region, meaning people who are in the power, as Bakale was talking about, at the same time help the democratic transition, which we all agree that at once in 2018 it started, but now seems to be teetering at the seams. I think we need to recognize, in order to answer some of those questions, that the US cannot, and I would really underline that, cannot sustain its foreign policy only by prioritizing its military interests. In the era where the people of the region are getting more educated, more integrated, linked to the global world, having communities in the United States and lobbying, all the militaristic approach to the Horn of Africa is a passé. It cannot sustain, nor will it serve the US interest from the greater picture. Historically, US foreign policy has failed, in my opinion, to win friends from the masses of the Horn of Africa. It always, most of the time, starting from Haile Selassie to a certain degree with the Derg, maintained good, if not, at times challenging relationship with the rulers, but it always came short in winning the hearts and minds of the people that it really wants to help. And as a US citizen who has thrived and loved this country, I don't doubt the intent of the US to help, but I think we probably are using the wrong methodologies and the wrong tools here. The US government and its policies towards Ethiopia never centered either the Oromo or the Cushitic groups that are probably close to 70% of the people. Now that at that 70%, the tortured and maligned and literally massacred Tigray population, you have the Ethiopian majority to the tune of 75 people looking and longing for a system that can serve all of us, and that is probably a more democratic federal system, despite all the propagandistic things that we hear, such as Ethiopia is being killed by ethnic federalism. And there is nothing, and you will hear that tomorrow probably, there is nothing of the word of ethnic in the Ethiopian constitution. There are nations and nationalities and peoples who composed that country. Therefore, a successful US engagement in Ethiopia must include politics of equity and social justice, where the majority's voices are heard, while the other voices are also accommodated. What we have been accustomed to in the last half a century, if you will, since 1945, when the Ethio-US policy cemented and sent its roots deep, the US government has been listening to one very vocal and powerful voice, and that excludes most of the people that make up the Ethiopian demography. The US government has been kind to Ethiopia, both politically as well as materially. In particular, the monetary cost that the US gives to the Ethiopian government then and now is one that really does not promote what makes America's #1 political commodity, and that is democratic ethos. America prides itself on being the mother and father of democratic systems, when it goes to Ethiopia, it inadvertently undermines its own ethos. For example, in 1977, when the Derg declared itself to be a hardcore Marxist-Leninist regime and signed a military pact with the then Soviet Union, America still stayed true to its often undeclared prioritization of militaristic interests and continued to aid the Derg both materially as well as politically. A regime that finally ended up killing thousands of its own citizens. The US in essence enabled the Derg to acquire hard currency and other financial processes to then be able to stay in power longer and purge more people and longer and go on for that on that course. Barakat Abdesselassie, who was at the time an Ethiopian but now a full-fledged Eritrean, wrote in 1980 this: with the advent of the massive Soviet arms infusion into Ethiopia beginning in 1977, US aid through AID and the World Bank shifted to the economic field, meaning it decided to still continue to aid the Derg with monetary rewards. Barakat argues that such support emboldened the Derg to strengthen its alliance with the Soviet Union diplomatically and still continue its domestic mayhem against its own people at the home front. The Derg's status to deal with both superpowers comfortably prompted Barakat to retort this. Is the US and the Soviet in cahoots with each other to keep Ethiopia the way it is? I think that was a bit of the cuffs, but Senator Henry Jackson, a Cold War liberal, and many others in the league at that time wondered whether Jimmy Carter and the US were suffering from what they call lack of will. I think, and I'm 100% sure today in some circles in Washington, that terminology, the lack of will by the United States to promote democracy in the Horn of Africa is in circulation. In their 2022 excellent piece, Who Lost Ethiopia, Harry Farnon and Michael Waldemariam also in a very diplomatic way make this point. They argue that the US policymakers continue a policy of appeasement of the current leader of Ethiopia, just like in the 1970s. The current administration enjoys, in my opinion, the cachet of the Soviet, Turkey, China, Iran, while it also gets very handsome cash from the United States of America directly or indirectly. The US administration seems to be comfortable with pumping money to a regime that it knows it's also very close to the Soviet Union. The ascendance of Dr. Abiy Ahmed to the premiership of Ethiopia in April 2018 ushered an unprecedented political change. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed quickly transferred power from TPLF-dominated Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Front to its hitherto junior Oromo partner, OPDO. The Economist wrote a very poignant piece in 2018 December and said Prime Minister Abiy has acted quickly, lifting a state of emergency, freeing thousands of people, political prisoners, and vowing to hold fair elections in 2020. He has signed a peace deal with Eritrea, whose the intent, in many opinions, was to bring Eritrea back to the world. That didn't work. I think it is always painful as a scholar and commentator to be an outlier. I think I was one of those people who was outliers at the time when everybody was praising Dr. Abiy and his reforms, simply because when I listened to his speeches, I didn't feel comfortable. But in 2018, July, I was traveling from Addis to Nairobi. Next to me was sitting a young Tigrenya doctor who clicked relation with me right away because she was a doctor one time in my hometown. This is July 2018, and Abiy was only a few months in power. She confided in me then that her people were leaving Addis Ababa in droves, Tigrinya middle class were feeling the negative vibe from Arat Kilo. And I wrote an article where I was highlighting what that young lady shared with me. But I also said there is the possibility that hate-based massacre could happen in Ethiopia. It happened that few days before I traveled to Ethiopia, I visited the West Los Angeles Holocaust Museum, where I watched a little movie clip that shows the conversation that was taking place in Hamburg and in the entire Germany towns, where the Jewish people could see the purge and the pogrom coming. And when they confide with their friends who were upper class Germans, what they sense, their friends from good point of view were saying, no, this could not happen to you guys. By the time that happened to the Jews, it was too late to do anything. I think what we have seen in Ethiopia in 2020 and beyond, what happened in Tigray, what's happening in Oromia at this point in time, was something that some of us who know Ethiopia's complexity, as I started my speech, who believed that it could happen, were ignored by the international world and our diplomats in the US corps, particularly the US embassy in Addis Ababa, not only ignored, but supported that campaign that was coming to purge the Ethiopian masses. I don't want to take more time, but I would have liked to just quickly do some reflections on what's happening with the Al-Shabaab incursion into the region and what I believe to be as a solution. I think this is again, Al-Shabaab, emboldened, sees how Ethiopia is weakened, and the fact that there is no security intelligence, that they have been transporting weapons and troops in the last 4 or 5 months. And now all of us believe that despite the incursion and the defeat of Al-Shabaab's contingent that came in the last few days, but they have already passed and established some bases in the mountains. A way out, number one, America should start listening to the noises, should not only listen to the loudest noises, it has to start listening to other voices such as the Oromo Somali voice and host and open its doors to the southern groups that are really being here wronged. Number two, I think we need a robust and timely diplomatic work to forge a common front consisting of Somali and Somali special forces and youth police to fight and pursue the Al-Shabaab. But I like one important issue that I like to just add to this, and that is the US State Department Africa Bureau needs to revisit its manual and see if they can update their manual towards the Horn of Africa and shift from the romantic approach to Ethiopia to the current reality of what Ethiopia is, what its demographics is. We consider the Oromia the belly of the hyena, if you will. And I think re-emphasizing how to tame and work with the belly and those who are around that belly could issue us some roadmap, but to come and update its manual, I don't think they have the Africa Bureau updated its manual. And lastly, I want to take an opportunity to thank America for all the aid, this positive note to end, all the aid and billions of dollars that it continues to give in relief forms. And we cannot really underemphasize the positive contribution that the US does, although we see its diplomacy often wrong when it comes to the Horn of Africa. And thank you very much for listening.
Great, thank you, Faisal, and again, thank you, Fatuma Bekele as well for your opening interventions. A lot has been put on the table. It's difficult to know where to begin. So let me do this. Let me pose a question to the three speakers and have them sort of think about their responses to that question. And before they answer, I'll turn to Josh and Susan for their opening reflections, right? So that's how we'll proceed. So my question to Fatuma Bekele and Faisal, I think very tough, blunt assessment of US policy as it's evolved, 2018, even before 2018, right? And I wonder if, I guess one sort of for the sake of argument, I mean, I think one response or one caveat, I think, to the sort of these tough assessments would be that U.S. policy has changed somewhat, right? Or one would argue in fairly significant ways since 2018, since the embrace of the new administration. We had an election in the United States. The Biden administration has come in. So there have been a lot of shifts in U.S. policy towards Ethiopia and the Horn. And I would like the three of you to sort of take stock of those changes and how do you assess shifting U.S. posture on Ethiopia in the crisis? I mean, as the crisis has deepened, policies have changed. Again, we've had a new administration come in. A special envoy was deployed. We've had three of them, three different people filling that slot. And some would argue the United States has taken a more proactive approach to managing or helping to resolve Ethiopia's very serious challenges. So how do you assess this? What's been good about that? What's not been quite enough? And then, so think about your responses to that particular question. And then Josh and Susan, I obviously want to bring you in. Do you have any, first of all, I just say, do you have any sort of opening reflections on what you've heard, or just anything you want to sort of say off the top? And then my question to you both would be, could you sort of shed some light on sort of what are the domestic, well, I mean domestic in the U.S. sense here, or sort of global factors that have been shaping U.S. engagement on Ethiopia over the past couple of years, really since 2018? Sort of, if we zoom out from Ethiopia in the region, what are some of these other exogenous variables that are affecting U.S. engagement in Ethiopia? Thanks.
Thanks very much. Yeah, there's a lot here. Frantically scribbling notes as I listened to the remarks, and thank you for all those, and thank you to your managers for having me. It really is a pleasure to be here. I'll be quick because we got a lot to cover, and not a lot of time. A few things jumped out at me when listening to the opening remarks. First, I wholeheartedly agree that the U.S., particularly the State Department, I think, is institutionally inclined to engage and talk to other governments. That's just simply a reality of how the U.S. State Department works. I wish it would indeed consult more broadly than it does. I think the point about missing an opportunity in particularly talking about youth movements and other youth movements is well taken. I also, something that struck me about throughout this conflict, especially, and even before the conflicts, during all the tumults that brought Abiy's power eventually, was how little insight into what was going on in the U.S. really had. I remember I think about when the conflict broke out in Tigray, and the United States was blind in many ways about what was going on, and that was partly the United States' fault. We hadn't cultivated the relationships we should have. I remember being shocked by some of the assessments that came out of the State Department that endorsed the idea that this was going to be a quick law enforcement operation. And I just, again, I think that was a reflection of how little the U.S. government understood about facts on the ground, and that's always a challenge for the United States. So there's a saying that I really like, and I'll paraphrase it here. Don't assume evil intentions when incompetence could be an explanation. And I think that's partly what's been going on here. It is hard, and it's not an easy problem set anyways to begin with, but then you add on some just some errors, and suddenly you have a very negative confluence of factors that creates an insufficient response. But I do, with that said, I do want to try to get a sense of the dilemma that the United States faces in these sort of situations. I've talked to many representatives of various groups involved in this conflict, including on opposite sides of it, and they all say the U.S. hasn't been supportive enough of their side and has been too supportive of the other side. That's literally every side said that. So the U.S. is trying to find a balance here that's frankly or to make. The other sort of central dilemma that the United States has is that it's not the only actor in these conflicts. Well, it probably never was, but particularly today, it's not even the most decisive actor, foreign actor. We can talk about middle powers that actually, in my estimation, have more influence in places like Ethiopia than the United States does. The Emiratis, for instance, or the Turks, and the Chinese, right, which is a major focal point of American foreign policy. That's just a reality, and that's not going to change because American foreign policy is designed to protect the interests of the United States. And China has accepted as a threat to the global interests of the United States. So when the U.S. engages in these environments, it will always be concerned about global competitors like China, like Iran. Turkey is sort of problematic for the United States. So that's always going to be part of the conversation for the United States. And as an American, I think that's proper and correct for the U.S. to be concerned about that. So that the dilemma becomes if the United States is overly supportive of a regime like Abiy's, which may well have empowered some of his actions, I agree with that. But if it has not been supportive of Abiy during his rise, if it's withdrawn, there's always other actors that are very happy to step in and fill that role, including ones that are negative for the United States, and I would argue are negative for the broader Ethiopian population. I also remember the U.S. was not alone in being very excited about Abiy's rise. I remember his trip to the United States. I remember how the diaspora came out and rallied around him. It was very inspiring for everybody. I do think the United States focused too much on personalities and individuals. I wholeheartedly agree that focus should be on institutions, on civil society. Those are hopefully the structures that bring stability and will outlast any individual movement. And so if you can institutionalize good practices within civil society, within institutions, then you have a much better chance of stability, of democratic rule. That was sort of scattershot just because there's so many things I was trying to get there, but I'll leave it there. Yes.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. It's really a privilege to be here on a Saturday and to join the panel and to have an opportunity to hear from all of you as well. Maybe I'll just say before I start that the U.S. Institute of Peace is an independent federal institution, and so neither Josh nor I speak for the United States government. Neither of us has the privilege or responsibility to make policy. We have the opportunity to ask hard questions and to make suggestions, I think in a similar way that you do as well. Just reflecting on the questions that you asked, Mike, and the conversation, it strikes me that the United States faces a real challenge in figuring out how to support political transitions. And beyond the crises in Ethiopia, we've seen a wave of coups across the continent. There are areas where there is certainly progress and consolidation of democracy, But I think that it's incredibly difficult, even in the best moment. But a few things strike me as particular dilemmas to calibrate. One, as Joshua was just saying, how to balance between investing in institutions, which we know are critical foundations for democracy, political accountability, accountable governance, with a real need for leadership. I fully agree. We get too caught up in individuals. At the same time, without leadership, institutions have a very, very difficult time. I think there's also a challenge in forging a minimum agreement on a vision of what does a political transition look like, while still acknowledging that pluralism, political pluralism, different views, diverging political perspectives is the foundation for democracy. And at times, I think when transitions begin, people put a higher premium on that common vision forward than being able to create the foundation for pluralism. And I think that's very dangerous. But I see it happen in other countries as well. I also think that we underestimate the challenge of moving from countries and societies where security is managed in a very traditional sense, with the use of force and closed space, to the time and the building from civil society up, from political leadership sideways, that takes to really move into a country that feels safe for its people and for the region again. And none of this is an excuse for how decisions are made, but as I look across the Horn of Africa, as I look across the continent, as I look across the world, I think it's very difficult to get this right. And it's something that requires constant adaptation of policy and approaches. It requires fundamentally knowing how to define the problem and the opportunities, which means talking to people and listening to people in a way that looks different. The other thing I note just in opening remarks is that I noticed that there are some really significant changes in the Horn of Africa and more broadly in Africa. One, I think many of these have come up, but there is an activated youth population. We've talked about the youth bulge and the economic demands and needs that this creates. I don't think we talk enough about the political expectations that young people have and the energy of that. And when you were speaking about the protest, I think that's an incredible energy. But our diplomatic communities, not just the United States, but more broadly, I don't think have figured out how to interact with social movements that they don't fully understand. Diplomacy and diplomatic practice works well when there is a clear point of contact, when there is a clear hierarchy. And there is work that needs to be done to figure out how to engage with politically mobilized and interested groups when it looks different than what we're used to dealing with. Again, this is an excuse, but I see this as a pattern in other places. I think we also have a challenge in understanding how do protest movements, social movements relate to political leaders. What does that mean in terms of how the United States and other diplomats should engage with them? I think everybody's talked about the new influencers, but certainly the world changed in February of this year in terms of the overall, we can call it the global order. I think that's what we called it before, but we can put those in quotation marks. And I think what we saw in the months before that, years before that, was really multilateralism in crisis in the Horn of Africa. And the inability of the institutions that were built for peace and security to respond to the challenges that existed. And I think that this really remains a significant challenge. So in addition to the conversations about how to bring the voices of Ethiopians, of all Ethiopians, into defining what their political system looks like, what their political future looks like. I think there's also a very important conversation about how the region works together and what are those, how do the multilateral structures, how do the peace and security structures adapt to respond to some of these new realities. Like, let me stop there for a moment.
Great, thank you. Let me turn to Fatuma, Bekele, and Faisal to see. I mean, you may want to build on some things that Josh and Susan have said. I obviously posed a question to you three about sort of changes in U.S. policy, particularly since a change in administration. And sort of your assessment of those changes. So I'll leave it to you all.
Okay, if I may say, I think both Josh and Susan summed up American foreign policy, what American foreign policy is informed and motivated by. I think we can all agree that those are all true, and their assessment is actually pretty spot on. A lot of the times when we see happenings around the world, we, as Oromos or, as people who have come from these countries in turmoil, we, we see from a very moral lens, I believe, and it's very personal. And so we have very personal emotional responses because these are our families in harm's way with America. American foreign policy changes very little, in my opinion, when it comes to third world countries, especially Horn of Africa, countries like Ethiopia, who have an anchor states for the United States. And the United States was primarily motivated by its personal interest, military or otherwise. But I think the key issue here, where even pursuing personal interests, you can see some failings where I think Josh pointed out that a lot of times it isn't just intent of evil, it could be ignorance. And I would attest to that because these diplomatic circles are not really engaging with key players within these states. Like, for example, within Ethiopia, they're completely ignoring a very important subset of political movers within Ethiopia. By not engaging fully the youth movement, by not engaging other players within the Ethiopian state, and you're missing and very crucial part of your assessment of the country. Because if I am looking out for the interests of my country, the United States, then I think presumably would want Ethiopia to be a stable state. For that to happen, as you have noted, things are changing really fast within Ethiopia and foreign states in general. There's a huge subset of youth who are very politically conscious, who have a clear vision of what they want, and they are mobilizing themselves. Like, for example, with the Arrow movement or youth movement, they were a non-violent, peaceful mass movement. And with the derailment of their mass movement, a lot of them have chosen to take up arms because a lot of them were behind in their own homes. So that leads to proliferation of conflict and armed struggle, and that leads to instability. So I think the United States policy with the new administration hasn't really changed much. I think because of some of the decisions and some of the poor decisions made, actually doubling down on saving the current regime, because as you said, that the interest is really in preserving the leader, and the states continue. But if you don't shift your focus to what is actually causing and leading to these wars or these conflicts or these destabilizing factors within the country, then you need to reassess your approach to it and engage these actors. And so what the United States can do now, and what we, the Oromo, have continuously been saying for years, and I would like to say all earlier, that Oromo nationalism is young. I don't think it's young. It's been coming for decades and decades. And it's a pretty old and very mature and very objective, like has a clear objective of what it wants to accomplish. And that Oromo question has been an existential question with the Ethiopia. Ethiopia cannot foresee its stability until it addresses the Oromo question. Because Oromo is the core of the Ethiopian state. And so I would like to leave that first question, but I don't really see the American foreign policy changing that much generally speaking.
Well, following Faisal's comment earlier, I would also like to thank the United States for whatever they've done and whatever they did with the good intent. The problem is there are blind spots where the United States has not seen. Not only the United States, not only government, we ourselves as Ethiopians were deceived right after the ascendance of the new prime minister in power. We all supported at the initial stages because we thought that something great, something important, as he was very little known in the political arena during that time, we all hoped that something better will happen for the country. So after the Biden administration, we see some changes. In fact, there are some changes, but still the changes are not enough because mainly the main engine of the reform, the care of the youth, has been completely forgotten. Not only forgotten, but they were sought after. They were being killed in prison on a daily basis. We see still mass killings in Oromia. I think they're not very certain that this is continuing at the state. Extrajudicial killings are rampant. They are going on still. I don't think this is not. This is out of the knowledge of the United States. At least they know. But nothing has happened to restrain. We know in around 2020, a lot of money has been rejected, and Abiy himself has got a lot of aid, a lot of support from the American government. And by now, even though we see some change in current, but we don't see reality that is really of particular importance. It could have been, they would have done better. Because, for example, the American government was pushing so that peace talks will take place between TPLF and the government, the government. But when it comes to the Oromo Liberation Army, this has not, the US is not pushing in the way it pushes to sit down and negotiate with the TPLF. Even there is no mention of that. Usually, in their policies and in the bills, even there are very little mentions of the Oromo. Yet, being a big majority in the country, is politically minority. This is how it is being viewed by the United States. If this doesn't change, lasting peace, enduring peace cannot be there in the country. This is impossible. So that is what this is the same as trying to drive a car taking out the jeep, leaving out the care of. I don't think lasting peace will prevail in that country. That is the only thing. Abiy is consolidating his power at the expense of destroying the institutions. We people who live in the country, we see that there are no institutions. It is only one man show, it's only one person. He's doing everything, going into every office and ordering anything. That's it. This is not democratic. This cannot be cannot pass unnoticed. This is publicly known by the people in the country and also by the policymakers here. So that is where we want to draw attention. Yes, the name, Abiy got all the credit for the thing he has not brought about. It is the girl who died. It's the youth who paid the sacrifices. The little known or unknown person ascended to power, and he thought that these are the potential movers that can challenge his government in the future. Therefore, he sat down, cracking down on them, hunting them on a daily basis, and that is continuing in the country. And this is nothing has been done from this side. That is where we want to go that issue. Thank you, sir.
Faisal, if you have anything to add, please do so. Maybe if you can do it concisely.
I will. Yeah. No, I think U.S. policymakers need to look at themselves very seriously. This is a huge failure. What happened in Tigray, what's happening now in Oromia, and the U.S. embassy just actively engaging. What would they say tomorrow if they were assembled and asked to explain to us U.S. citizens what their role was? They can't just say that Abiy did this and the U.S. government was trying to convince him not to kill so many people. No, I don't think that will fly. I think an indication of our failure towards Ethiopia is measured by the magnitude of the problems and atrocities. And I think we have seen what had happened. What can the US do is really the question at this point in time. How can the US assist in completing the transition? There are some hopes that I like to serve as signs not to give up tomorrow or the coming few days. The TPLF Ethiopia talks will start in Nairobi. I think the US needs to put all its force behind that conference and those talking to work, and I'm sure they are doing that. But at the same time, to bring in other big giants such as the Oromo. This unilateral talks between two sides is not going to give Ethiopia any peace. I think they need to expand the table, include more people. I do understand that technically somebody saying that we have to do piece by piece and approach this slowly. But while we are closing one side of the avalanche and the pipe, there's another line or another side that's opening up and creating a mess. So I think I would want the US government to pay more attention to that. And I have nothing to add, but I think the youth you're right. I think there is restlessness among the Oromo youth, but also other youth. Where I come from, there is no job creation activity going on for the youth. One of the reasons why Al-Shabaab incursion took place this time is for 6-7 months. Al-Shabaab has been working through networks to engage and handle and take some youth in the Afdar, Liban, that area, under Al-Shabaab wing. So, the problems are huge, but I think, our work is cut out for, and I don't have at this point in time, a quick solution. There's one Somali proverb that I just like to throw, and you can think. There's a proverb that says, if you try to cure a horse with a medicine intended for the donkey, that horse will always remain sick. So for the last 40 years, as I argued, we've been trying the same method. We need to change that, and we need to come up with new approaches to the Ethiopian situation.
Great, thanks. So I think this discussion has actually sort of addressed the follow-up question I had, which was really sort of policy solutions, right? And where U.S. policy should go from here. And a lot of the main concern right now is around the issue of reconciliation, right? Putting the social fabric together. Ethiopia, of course, appears to be now a very socially polarized country, diverse country, various ideological viewpoints that need to be reconciled. And so, what practical steps can US policymakers take to facilitate reconciliation across this vast ideological divide? I think part of what I hear some of the panelists arguing for is to make sure that we have a political process here that's inclusive, right? If there's anything else that folks want to add in terms of logical steps that US policymakers can take or things that they should support, I think that would be useful to hear now or going forward. We do have a number of questions that have come in from the audience, so I don't think that'll be a surprise to the panelists. So in the interest of time, why don't I also put some of those questions to you all? And so I'm reading these unfiltered, just putting them to you directly. So one is a fairly direct question. In some ways, it's been addressed already by the panelists, but you can reflect more on it if you'd like. Why has US foreign policy continued to tilt to one side? Is there a lack of data or assessment of the region? So that's one question. A second question is, and this was addressed to all the panelists, the rule of law is a contract between citizens and a government. In Ethiopia, the government is the one that breaks its own rules of law. For example, the political prisoners, Mr. Abdi Ragasa, Michael Boran, and other senior OLF political prisoners are repeatedly set free by the courts of law. In Abdi's case, 7 times. Yet the US is silent when it comes to Oromo political prisoners. Why should, put it quite bluntly, why should the Oromo people consider the US as a partner? So those are 2 questions, and then I put a more general query to you about policy solutions and what practical steps US policymakers should take at this moment in time. So I'll turn it over to the panelists if there's any interventions on these points.
I guess I'll add one. It might sound like a broken record, but I think one policy solution would be to engage all of the actors within the political space within Ethiopia, specifically the youth movement, the opposition political parties who are operating under extremely dangerous situations back home. A lot of their members and leaders are with some of whom we're pursuing as examples, taking and championing their human rights, I think, in one way, and strengthening civil society, as Bolotara has suggested previously, and just having an overall comprehensive understanding of local realities within the structural issues that have kept some of the political space, where a lot of the circles are, and some of the historical issues that have led to the proliferation of conflict and dispute within the political space. And I think just having a more informed approach to dealing with Ethiopia, whether it be with different actors such as the opposition, youth movement, but also the government, the people in power. I think an informed approach would go a very long way in having and helping push Ethiopia towards a more stable, more reconciliatory political reality, I would say.
Well, trying to find out data in Ethiopia is not matter. As you know, in the western part of Ethiopia, for example, there was a time when there was a complete blackout for 3 months, and nobody knew what happened in that part of the world. Nobody knows what kind of atrocities were committed. Nobody knows. Everyone knows. Yeah. So it is the amount of the level of disinformation from the government media in the other media is also so confusing for policymakers. For the United States, It's not simple, you know, it's not simple to get accurate data. Data that we might do in that place. And also the government has own people who can do this job and usually it's informed or deliberately it's informed. And then there are also medias. We complained about the media so many times. I remember going to George Place, and also I complained that time about media that are here in the United States and that play great role, in fact, for all the problems we see in that country, and also the government media. And therefore, I think when we come to the data, I would agree that it's very difficult to get accurate data. And also they to ask us as political parties mostly accurate data that we find it as being difficult to assess. But for whatever data available, the action has been very slow, that is what we say. From whatever enough data available, the action has been so slow. Hopefully this can be because of priority matters, as they say. But hopefully now we are here to make sure that the policymakers will listen to us, and the magnitude of the problem is so huge that they cannot take their eyes off Oromia like they did in the past, and it's now time to act.
Great. So I don't know if there's other interventions on this point or others, but let me pose another question. This comes directly from the audience. It's a bit of a long question, so I apologize. So I think it speaks in some ways to sort of, arguably sort of internal divisions in sort of the U.S. government approach to Ethiopia. So the question is, the U.S. has always had a doctrinal approach to conducting its foreign policy to protect its interests. The doctrine changes based on the prevailing threat assessment. This has failed in the questionnaires assessment to serve the U.S. national interests under Haile Selassie and more recently the EPRDF and the Prosperity Party. Today, U.S. foreign policy goals include security and stability in the Red Sea region, fighting global terrorism, and countering China's increasing influence in the Horn. In recent months, this doctrinal approach from the State Department has clashed with the ground level realistic approach of the special envoys. The State Department has won out, leading to the resignation of 3 envoys. Consequently, U.S. policy towards the Horn has been a disastrous failure in the questionnaires assessment. Would the U.S. reconsider its approach to the local reality perspective to improve its chances of success? End of question. So that was actually directed, I don't think I mentioned this up front, to Susan and Josh. So if you want to weigh in on that, you can, and others on the panel, feel free to weigh in on this question as well.
I think often when we're engaging with our colleagues in the U.S. government, we are trying to draw lines between policy priorities that are articulated for the entire government. So the democracy agenda, the commitment to preventing conflict and promoting stability, the new approach that the administration has said that they will take on that globally, and drawing forward examples and expectations where countries need to be brought in line with that. So very shortly, you can't say you're supporting a democracy agenda and then take actions that appear to be counter to that in other circumstances. So I think that's part of the conversation that needs to take place. I think the security priorities, I don't think will go away. And one of the challenges I find is figuring out how to balance the real urgency to address either a security threat, a perceived security threat, or a humanitarian crisis. Within and the need for crisis diplomacy approaches to address those. And the way that that diverts from developing long-term coherent strategies. You would think that in a very large government, you could do both things at the same time. But I think the reality is that it requires different spaces to think about those long-term strategic questions. And in my mind, that's a really important role that entities like the Oromo Studies Association, hopefully art institutions, need to play. Because we are not sitting and making decisions and executing policy every day. We have the privilege to step back. I wonder, can I like say something quick about your previous question in terms of policy ideas?
Yes, no, please, you want to respond to that question?
Yeah, if I may.
Yes, yes, please, absolutely.
Three quick things. One, I think, generally speaking, there is an approach to say that civil society support or political party support is done through assistance. It's done through partners and providing funding. And often there is a disconnect between that assistance, those programs, and the diplomatic messaging. And I think there is a need to tighten that up for a couple of reasons. One, if you're providing assistance and your diplomatic public messaging do not align or seem contradictory, then that's quite problematic. Secondly, those who are implementing that kind of assistance programming, whether it's support to civil society or otherwise, have really important insights about what is happening. And I do want to acknowledge there is programming in Ethiopia. It may not be the right programming or sufficient programming, but there is programming engagement in support of moving towards a more inclusive political process. And so I think it would be really helpful to get very granular about, is it that what's being done is not the right thing to be done? Is it that it's not enough? Is it that it's disconnected or perhaps even not driving sufficiently the diplomatic messaging? The second was related to the reconciliation point. We know that reconciliation requires working from all levels and often simultaneously. And it strikes me that Ethiopia is in a really sensitive moment, that as talks may start, as Bethel was saying, it is a moment either where people move to feel threatened because they are excluded, or because they've been with their respective communities and looking at the threats to them, or it can be a moment to come together to make the strategic case for peace, or at least the strategic case for ending violence, and then articulating what does that need to look like. And in that sense, I think there's a challenge to figure out how to continue to center the conversation on groups that have been excluded, and ensure that that's not done at the exclusion of connections across groups where there is common purpose. And I guess I just leave with a question. I think I agree with recommendations that have been made by other panelists. I think our colleagues in the US government would say how do we connect better with youth movements and youth groups? What is it very tactically, what does that look like? I spend a lot of my time working on SNAN, and the same ask comes, and then sometimes the US gets excited and sends people to go and sit with the resistance committees, and then the resistance committees get accused of being a tool of the United States. And so it's, I think, getting your expertise and insight, not just of what needs to happen, but how to get there is incredibly important. Because sometimes when the intent is right, we end up doing harm.
Use this to avoid the feedback issue. Yeah, to quickly build up a couple of Susan's points. One thing I think the United States can do is figure out this special envoy role, which was referenced in the previous question. Yeah, this is our third special envoy. The previous two clearly did not get along with the Afro Bureau and State Department. That's generally considered to be recent work. His, Mike Hammer, who is the new special envoy, his roles and responsibilities will be very clearly by the U.S. State Department, to whom he reports. Needs to be very clearly defined. And I worry that that he is going to struggle to be effective because of the history of failed special envoys. So he has a very difficult task in front of him. He's a great guy and cares deeply and works hard. And so if anybody here is him, but he's also somewhat of a prisoner of history, recent history of special envoy. As a general observation on the State Department, I wish it would be more expeditionary than it is. This is probably my Peace Corps volunteer bias coming out here, but Peace Corps volunteers are famously sort of posted out in the hinterlands and in rural areas. And I served in Zambia, and it was a running joke that the only place you would ever encounter a State Department officer was at a nice restaurant in the capital city of Lusaka. That's not fair, obviously. There's plenty of State Department colleagues who try to get out there, but they're also heavily constrained by State Department policy. So I think that policy needs to change, where it does allow State Department officers more flexibility to get out into these areas where they can encounter youth groups and others who don't have access to the centers of power, which is usually the capital in these countries. And I would just wholeheartedly endorse Susan's point and question about how does the U.S. make contact with these groups without sullying them in some way, without compromising them, and also without violating strictures that the central government has placed sometimes. Sometimes it's the State Department that actually have to defy the central government to be some of these people, and that's a very difficult thing to do. So I would say endorse that question and highlight that dilemma as well.
Great, thank you. Faisal, did I see you raise your hand a moment ago?
Yeah, just would like to add one thing. I think in blunt language, the US policy has been failing in Ethiopia, and we can tell that from the results that we have today. Kenya Station used to be US attraction to Ethiopia. She lost that. Now Kenya Station is on the verge of being utilized by Russia. The current policy that we see and the current results that we see in the ground indicates that US policy has not really delivered the results that we all wished, which was Ethiopia transitioning to a democratic where the wars and conflicts in Tigray and Oromia did not take place, where the US did not stand by, or even where the US ambassador didn't accept the plea by Abiy to say, I finished this in 5 days. All those are symptoms and indications that we have failed. As to the division within the State Department, yes, I think it reminds me of the 1977 division between the two camps, Cyrus Vance and Andrew Yang on the one side, and Brzezinski on the other side. Brzezinski saying we need serious engagement wherever the Soviet comes in, whereas people like Andrew Yang and Cyrus Vance tried to appease the Derg. The same thing is happening today in the State Department, although I cannot tell personalities as to who is where, but definitely there are groups inside that say we have to die with Abiy no matter what, because he's the leader. And there are others who have seen the reality on the ground, as everybody said, that's shifting from the position in which the United States government is. I think data collection is important. That data collection should go beyond the center. I think it should go to the peripheries. We need to understand how the Oromo peasant, the Somali pastoralist, the Tigray farmer is feeling about the current Ethiopian government, and then we can build a policy on that. But if we just do what the IMF does, which is to collect data from the Ethiopian Statistical Office, we will never understand what the people want from the state. And I think that's where we have failed. We collected data from narrow confines of the elite and the center. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Faisal. So we are, I think, 10 minutes over time. So I think we need to wrap in a moment. So let me give you two final questions, and then we'll close, and maybe we'll do their final comments. Folks should feel free to make those. Panelists should feel free to make those. So one final question actually comes from the audience, and this is for Susan and Josh, and that is really straightforward question. You know, to what extent does concern over Ethiopia's disintegration, I think they mean disintegration as a state, to what extent is that driving or desire to prevent that driving US policy towards Ethiopia, right? So that's one question. And then the second question, final question is for me, and it picks up on something Josh had discussed earlier, and I think it's important, deserves a little bit more consideration. That's the issue of US leverage in this region, Ethiopia more specifically, right? The Horn of Africa is a geopolitical hot zone, right? We've got China, we've got Russia, we've got middle powers like Turkey, the UAE, et cetera. You know, to what extent does the United States have the capacity to actually shape outcomes in a country like Ethiopia? You know, I think a lot of the discussion we've had thus far assumes that the United States can play a decisive role in shaping the trajectory of the country and the prospects for sustainable peace. And I'm just wondering if we could reflect on that particular issue and what is the basis of US leverage at this point in time? All right, so final questions, easy ones as you can tell.
Go ahead, yeah, sure. I'll keep it brief, just I'm curious what others have to say about this as well. To the first question about fear that you hear the state disintegrating, yeah, I think that's a big fear for the policy, because we've discussed a few of the ramifications of that here, but there are many more. Just the potential displacement alone is enough to keep people up at night. So yes, that's absolutely a fear. I haven't seen that fear diminish with anything that has been going on. What is the basis of US leverage? Ethiopia and the US actually do. You know, from the beginning of this conflict, I've said that I felt like the US was operating somewhat under a false assumption in Ethiopia, and that assumption was that we actually could be decisive in this. And this is a pretty unpopular opinion in places, but I've held it consistently. I still hold it that I think there was going to be a war in Ethiopia, even if the United States did everything perfectly right diplomatically. There was a war in Ethiopia because the people who started it wanted to fight a war. They thought that was the best way to achieve their political goals. I don't think the war in Ethiopia is a result of US diplomatic failures. I think that, again, this was going to happen. Certainly the US could have done much better at many different points. When you look at the underlying problems of the Ethiopian state, the contradictions, the ferments, the long history of violence and division in the country, I think we were headed for a very, very serious confrontation, and that's what we got. All sides, as far as I can ascertain, view this conflict as an existential one, meaning they have to win in order to survive. And that means there's not much the US can do to change that. So we can put all the sanctions we want on Abiy, on TPLF, on everybody else, but if they really believe they have to fight to survive, then they will bear the cost of sanctions and whatever else the United States can do to them to continue fighting. And I think that's the situation. And again, this is not any sort of apologia for how the United States has handled this, because I think the United States has done very poorly, not just in Ethiopia, but the whole war and South Africa generally. But I also think it's limited. The US's ability to stop this war is limited. Fundamentally, it is up to Ethiopians to figure out how to live together in peace and to bring stability to the own country. The United States should play a complementary role. We should be talking to everybody we possibly can. We should be listening. And we should try to come alongside Ethiopians who are committed to peace and have ideas for peace. But we cannot impose peace. We can't persuade anybody to seek peace. People are fighting this war for their very own reasons that are deeply strongly held. Again, that's an unpopular opinion in many venues, but that's how I view this conflict. It's not an excuse for how poorly the rest has handled it, but it is a call to all Ethiopians to see what they themselves can do to try to bring some peace to their own country. On that cheerful note, I'll leave it there.
I think in terms of the risk of disintegration of the country, I don't think there's enough attention currently to the economic crisis and the fiscal aspects of what is taking place and the consequences of the conflict and the violence on the economy. I also worry that this is not just an underestimation of the scale of what's taking place, but as a result, it's an underestimation of what will be required to support if an agreement can be reached, if an inclusive agreement can be reached. The international community has a poor record, I think not for lack of commitment or desire of mobilizing funding that is politically responsive in a timely manner. And that helps to sustain a political transition forward. So I think that is something for the economists and others in the Oromo Studies Association to help to think about, because often we wait to plan and act on that until after people sign the document or reach an agreement. And by that point, we're probably going to be too slow in responding. I actually think the United States has an important role to play. Certainly, Ethiopians will make the peace and have to implement the peace. But it strikes me that this conflict is complicated and driven by factors that come from outside the country as well. And I think that the role of the United States and others in United Nations Security Council and the African Union is to help to provide, to buffer the space so that Ethiopians can have conversations about how they want to move forward. And I think that external influences are fueling and supporting those who are benefiting from continued violence and not sufficiently for those who are seeking to advance peace. So I think that is a role. It's not just the United States role. It needs to be done collectively. And I'll just say as the last note that I'm really struck in conversations that I have with Ethiopians that everyone has been so touched directly by the violence and what is taking place in their country right now. And I think that sense of personal pain is incredibly difficult, and I think it opens an opportunity that with leadership and with conversations like this and conversations that reach across communities, there is a moment where people could be seeking something, knowing how vulnerable they are, and setting up structures that protect not just them, but also that very shared sense of pain that I hear in talking to people all across the country. So I work for a peace organization, and so we don't necessarily have to be optimistic. Always we have to be hopeful, and I think these are the moments that require tremendous courage and leadership. And I hope that I think in our institutions we can help to carry forward not just what can be cold and theoretical policy conversations, but the very human aspects of this that in my mind fundamentally goes back to whether countries like Ethiopia are stable and fulfill the interests of the United States globally.
wanted to respond to that, but I think I agree very much with regards to America's participation of America's role because Cuba is an independent country. We don't exist outside of external forces that are out play any Cuba currently. So I think it can definitely be a decisive role, maybe a lesser role than it has been historically because there are so many other external forces at play currently. But I think Susan summed that up very well. I don't know the whole time, but I did want to answer the question you guys put to us, the how. Like I was saying, engage some sort. And I think there are a lot of advocacy groups outside in the diaspora, usually because it's harder to operate within the country. I think they can be engaged and I think they have a lot of depth of information, maybe not as, comprehensive data, a lot of different agencies require, but they do talk to people on a daily basis. They do engage movement leaders from back home. They do advocacy work for prisoners of conscience. They have contact with those who have taken up arms. They have contact with kids in hiding. They have contact with youth groups and universities and schools. So I think there's a wealth of information and knowledge that can be gained from the diaspora organizations that are always knocking in different U.S. organizations. And I think also for those who operate within the country, to Doug's point, they need to use the capital and actually start talking to the people within the country, the people in the periphery, because the majority of the population of Ethiopia is in villages. The capital is, I don't know, represents a very small and a very specific political ideologically aligned group. And so I don't think we get the scope of the issues given by staying in cities like Addis or even smaller towns. You have to get out of your comfort zone and start talking to people and actually engaging the country fully and trying to understand what is actually taking place in people's sentiments. And I think that's the half of my head over. So that can be done. I'm sure there's strategists in these organizations that can figure out ways to deal with them. And you really can't take that stigma of, oh, for US, because disinformation is huge. Propaganda is huge, especially currently in the government consistently weaponizes it. But that shouldn't be a deterrent. I think ultimately, that makes be there, but I think what can be gained out of actually engaging with these groups and talking to these people and engaging with these communities far outweighs the stigma. So I just wanted to suggest that. Engage.
Okay, just to say one last thing, I was suggesting about the civil society organizations. But when we look at the establishment of civil society organizations in our country, we have to bear in mind that the country is deeply divided along ethnic lines, and many of we don't see balances among how they are established and who established them and for what purpose they were established. There is a huge imbalance. If you take the civil society organizations that were established by some almost, when the crackdown was mainly on them and the government was being brutal against all organizations. So we had to define these civil society organizations when it comes to the organized groups. We have so many of them in the name of Ethiopia and in very shining names, but underneath there is only one name. I think when we deal with them, I think we need also to filter how they are established and also who established them and what their purpose is. I think institutions can be built, and like we said, it's possible to to establish a distribution set that and take care of the various mental groups that care of the groups to accommodate their justice. So I think that the willingness now at policy level is so important. It's so important, and there are ways that
Michael, if I add, yeah, I think the US has limitations. Of course, I agree, but it has two factors that neither the Soviet nor the Chinese have. Number one, US help and aid in terms of famine relief and development dollars is unparalleled, unmatched. And Ethiopians and the Horn of Africa in general will always be thankful to that. And that's a huge leverage. How we use is a different thing, but that's one thing that no one has. The second factor that the US has that Russia, China don't have is also the diaspora, which are part of the American fabric. And that's a huge source in terms of the right information and also, having both countries. I think we need to recognize that whatever Russia does is a destruction towards the Ethiopian state and the Horn. Whatever America can do is more positive in terms of the aid. We just need to know how we can capitalize. Having said that, I think Ethiopia is experiencing many wars. The Tigray war is the biggest, the Oromo war is now the largest. But there are many wars also. The Afar-Somali war is another one, the Afar-Tigray. So I think we need to expand the scope, sustain and support the Tigray and Ethiopian federal government talks that started, try to open another quick but very needed channel between the Oromo Gurubis, inclusive Oromo Gurubis and the federal government. If they cannot be part of the one that's supposed to start in Kenya, start a parallel one. Later on, we can join all that. And I think the third recommendation I would say is, I think the U.S. State Department and the embassy needs to show a sort of even-handed, not only to stay in Addis and talk to those elites, but go to Jigjiga, to Adama, to Walega, to other areas, so that they can also have conversations with people who are outside the center and get the real ideas. And thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So I think we've reached the end of our time together. I just do want to ask participants if there's anything sort of final word that they want to offer. If there's anything else that folks want to put on the table, going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay, great. Great, so fantastic. So I want to thank Fatuma, Bekele, Faisal, Susan, and Josh for, I think, what was a really productive exchange of views. We covered a lot of ground, could have dug in to a few particular issues a bit more, but we're of course limited on time. And I wish everyone a good rest of their Saturday.
Great, thank you very much, Michael. You did a fantastic job moderating from there. So really appreciate this very enlightening conversation that we had. We need to go on much more conversation about this, how to do advocacy, what data will provide the system making this kind of decision. So I think everyone's doing Josh, really thank you so much for coming. There's lunch ready. You go out for lunch briefly and have coffee and eat that, and then we'll be back for the next session. Thank you so much.
Oh, no, that's okay. No. It's fine. I know you're busy. No, not at all. It's good to see you. And we'd love to, be in touch with all things. Yes. Yes.
itti galu. Har'a dhiya Oromiyaatti woo akkana addunyaatti calaqqisee mul'atee maqaan isaa dhaga'amu kana jaallan warra yeroo kana sana bu'uura isaa gadi dhaa'uudhaaf bosona dhiya Oromiyaa bananii ittisaa kan keessaa isa hangafa. Afaan jala eeggattii akka gara boodaatti deebi'ee yookaan jireenya yookaan dhimma mataa ofii galagalee hin ilaalle. Bu'aa ba'ii qabsoon Oromoo qabu keessa gara fuulduraatti tarkaanfatu. Baddaaf gammoojjii Oromiyaa keessa biyya naannoo Baha Afrikaa, Sudaan, Keeniyaa, Somaaliyaa, Jibuutii, Yemen, Eertiraa bakka miilli isaan ga'een hin jiru. Kun hundi jibbaatti qabsoo Oromoo gara fuulduraatti tarkaanfachiisudha. Qabsoo adda bilisummaa Oromootiin godhamu keessatti sadarkaa adda addaatti qooda fudhateera. Koree giddu galeessaa keessatti, shanee gumii keessatti, gulantaa olaanaatti qooda gurguddaa nama kennu. Yeroo dheeraa kana keessatti jaallan qaqqaaliin biraa kufanii akka carraa ta'ee lubbuun isaa hafee haala lubbuun isaa qaba. Waan guddaa inni jedhe yeroo sana keessatti yeroo qabsoo sanatti galee takkaa galagalee maaliin godhe jedhee yaadne erga biyya kanaa dhufee maaluma keessan darbee haali ani dhaabbatee itti galee dhaqee wajjin darbe yeroo dardarummaa ofiis maal keessa darbe kan jedhuun gara boodaatti deebi'ee laalee gamadamee kitaaba tokko abbaa caalaa isaa jireenyaa fi qabsoo aboo kan jedhu nu gumaachee jira. Kitaabni kun kitaaba seenaaf ta'u kitaaba dhaloota dhufu qabsoo bilisummaa Oromoo uummatni Oromoo qabsoo yeroo godhu namoonni keessatti qooda fudhatan akka nun tokkeetti akkamitti keessatti furan. Qabsichis keessaa ka'ee har'a bakka jiru kana ga'e kan jedhu irraa argatu. Ani carraa argatee dubbiseera. Waan inni ittiin jedhee duruus hin beekaa, guddina sii qabaa. Kitaaba kana erga dubbisee garuu caalaa ittiin guddina guddaa sii horatee jedhu. Akkana miti. Isinillee kitaaba kana akka dubbistan isin gaafadhaa keessan jedhanii immoo kitaaba kana keessa ijoo dubbii babbareedduu kan Oromoon yeroo hundaa gaafatu yeroo akkanaatti ta'e maal ta'e kan jiru keessaa qabaa. Akka dubbistanii isin gaafadhaa. Warri biroo dura qabdanii caalaatti dura baratu. Warri hin beekne caalaatti baratu. Warri immoo akkanatti haasaa kanan dhageettiidhaan beektan immoo sirriitti kitaaba sana raawwachuu dandeessu. Kanaaf kabajaan guddinaan jaalli abbaa caalaan isin keessaa hameedhaan asumata.
Nagaa waltanii gosaa waggaa 36 gaafa osaan jalqabe jedhu lafan taa'ee dhaga'ee gaale. Bosona keessa jirra hammam hamni akkana nutti horan beeku. Namni keenya alaa waa godhaa jiraayii kan jedhu. Ittiin illee dhimma baay'ee waan isin hojjetanii miseensota kakaasuudhaaf miseensota dammaqsuudhaaf. Uummata Oromoo maqsinee jajjabeessuudhaaf dhimma baay'ee. Kanaaf fayyaa taa'u utuu walirraa hin kutin hojjechuu keessatti warri gosaa ulfaataa horaa bulaanis. Waan jireenya koo keessatti nan hojjedha jedhee hawwe baay'eetu jira. Waan hawwe keessaatii kan jalqabaati jedhu. Waan wanti keessa dabarre qabsoon Oromoodhaaf eessaa ka'ee eessa gahe Maatu ture har'a maal reessa jira namni keessa ture yoo naareetu godhee namaa hime malee hubachuu hin danda'amu. Namni kaanii fi qabsoon gaafa diincitti jalqabu. Kaaniif immoo gaafa manni ofii isaatiitti seenee jalqabu. Akkasumatti qabsoon. Durbaa tokkotu gaafannee kolbaa yoo jedhu. Waan Oromiyaan dhumaatu temtii jedha. Oromiyaan maqaa hiccitii ta'uu isaa illee beeku. Har'a garuu Oromiyaan maqaa biyyaa ta'uu isaa duwwaa beekaa Oromiyaan isaa turte jechuudha. Kanaaf akeeku koo maali? Isinitti dheeressu. Eessaa kaanee eessa geenya? Eessaa kaanee eessa geenya? Eessa turre? Har'a hoo eessa geenya? Keessattuu dhalootii haaraan amma warri qabsoo dhaananii jiran akka hubatan hin barbaadu. Waan qabsoon keessattuu irraati. Amma beektu namooti baay'eenis Buut, Malkanya, Isanya jechuullee beeku. Amma bara darbii as ni dhalate irraa beeku. Garuu sana yaadachiisuu qabna eenyummaa isaa beekuudhaaf, Oromummaa isaa beekuudhaaf isa keessa darbe sana yaadachiisuu barbaachisa. Kanaaf ani waan guddaa hojjenne maaliin godhe? Jireenya koo keessatti isaan ka'e maaliin ta'e akkamitti qabsoon na fudhatee deemte qabsoo keessatti immoo guutummaa seenaa qabsoo barreessuu miti kana godhe. Waan ani keessatti himadhu, waan ani dhagahe, waan ani dubbadhu, waan ani jedhu, lafa nuyi faanni koo jedhu isa kanani namarraa gaafadhee abalutti jedhee barreessine kana. Nan argee, nan dhagahee, ofii immoo nan dubbadhee, isaan dubbadhee kanan barreesse. Waan tokko kan nama kan biraarraa kootii qabu. Egaa filaayirii kun bahee fi namni hedduudhatu na quunname. Namoota hedduu na quunnaman keessaa inni jalqabaa na quunname tokko kitaaba kana barreessitee eebbisuuf deemta. Waan ani hubadhu jedhu. Dhaamsa bara dullumaa sagalee bakka afaan hin jirreetti dubbatuudhaan. Dhuguma nama dulloomee. Yoo namni yoo hin taane waggaa 72. Namni kaan keessa gaarii yoo ta'u. Profeesar Mahammad Bataan. Waggaa 72 kana keessatti maaliin ta'eedhaan yaaduu yaale jechuudha. Hammina hafte xiqqaadha. Jireenya naaf misichi booddee xiqqaadha. Ishee hafte sana immoo nan eeggata. Eeggachuu keessa immoo nan haasaa nan dabarsa. Kanaaf inni sun kana arge. Eega kitaabni kun immoo gurguramuu jalqabeeti komentii namni naa ergitu jira. Komentii namni naa ergitu baay'ee keessa kootu. Waan jechuu barbaade mee amma isinii himaati asirraa isinii dubbisa. Maal jedha gubbaa tokko naa barreessa biyyaa naa barreessa bishooftuu irraa naa barreessa. Kitaaba kana dubbisee miira hedduutu natti dhaga'ame. Abbaa Caalaa Lataa bara jireenya keessan guutuu nu saba Oromoo waan dabarsitanii fi galatooma. Firii dadhabbii keessanii guutummaatti uumaan lubbuu dheeressee isin haa argisiisu. Daraaraa Abdiisaa Yoomaa Oromiyaa Bishooftuu. Gaafa ni kana naa jedhuun galatoomne miira sitti dhaga'ame sana bunaa hin ta'e nan gammadaa. Namni kitaaba kana irraa maal barata jettaa hin danda'amu. Gaafa kan jedhu immoo maal adeemsisu iddoo kaatti. Miira natti dhaga'ame tokko dhaloota qubee isin kalaqxan bara 2000 kutaa tokkoon galee 2016 yuunivarsiitii Jimmaatti eebbifamee bahee. Hangam barnoota irra ture warraaqsa diddaa fincila godhamurraa hirmaachaan ture garuu yeroo seenaa keessan dubbisu akka baay'ee of jaalladhu natti dhaga'ama. Sababni takka murtoo ulfaatoo tahan kan yeroo hedduu murteessitan nuti yaadnee hin beeknu osoo na ta'eeti akkamiin godhan jedheen of gaafachaa ture. Qabsoon keenya aarsaa haalaan ulfaataa akkasii of keessaa hin qabu. Inni kan isaanii turtan qeerroo jechuusaa. Lakkoofsa labooba isaa diinatti shidamu nuti akka lapheetti dhiibnee itti deemne. Oromoo aadaa, duudhaa, amantaa sirna mataa keenyaa qabna jennee wal barsiisaa ture. Takkaa waan Itoophiyaa jedhan kana gurraan nu dabartee hin beeknu. Akka ulfataa ergisaatti ilaalaa alaabaa Itoophiyaa karaa isheen gubu dandeenyu jenneetu haasofna malee kabajaa hin qabnu. Xumuruudhaaf bu'aa bahii hunda keessa baatanii har'aan gahuudhaa keessanii galatoomaa jiru. Dhaloonni amma waan baay'ee si gadi hafaa jiru. Karoorsee hojjechuudhaaf karoorsamee qofaa waan karoorsame duwwaa hojjechuu barbaadaa jiru. Dhugaadhumatti yoo ta'e jiruuf jireenya hadhooftuu warri qabsaawaa heddummaatan akka keessanii kana hiree keenya dhuunfaa bal'oo osoo gaarii qabaannee fi sabaaf jecha murtoo akkasii hin fudhanne turre. Dhaloonni akka daawwitii seenaa keessa ilaala. Namni kitaaba kanarraa maal barataa jettanii murannoo, kutannoo, cichoomina, obsa, kaayyoo mul'ata ifaa, dhaabbii dhaabbataa ofitti amanummaa kana barataa. Yeroo ta'u lubbuu guyyaa waaqni jedhe qofaa akka baatu seenaa kanarraa barachuu danda'eera. Maayirratti hanqinaalee fi rakkoowwan hooggansa ABO keessa mudachaa turan irra deddeebi'an akka hin uumamnee fi gahee keessan akka baatanii himamee hin qabu. Dhaloota lafa dhufaa kana bilcheessinee siyaasaa irratti gorsaa dhaloonni lolaaf of kennaa jiru duubatti akka hin deebine jajjabeessu itti bobba'uun nurraa eegama. Hoogganoota dhaabaa bilchina siyaasaa dadhabbiilee kana akka nam tokkootti leenjisuudhaan gorsuudhaan cichoominni akka dhalatu nu gargaartu jedhee abdii qabaa horaa bulaa kan jedhu. Egaa hundaatiif namti kun dhaamsa kitaabicharraa hubatee isin immoo warri ogeeyyooti piroofeesarooti kan caalaa hubachuu danda'u. Bara Eertiraa dhannee leenjisa dhaqanii tokkotu yoo sifateera piroogiraama koorsii tokko qabu. Nama isaanii isa asii Ameerikaa keessa Awurooppaadhaatti dhaqee leenjii dhaqabu koorsii sana barsiisu. Koorsiin sun maal jedhamti maqaan ishee mahayyuunnatti maatifaati. Maal barsiisu? Tigiriinyaa barreessuudhaa fi dubbisuudha barreessu. Nu illee mahayyuunnatti maatifaati kana nu barbaachisti ilaalla. Hammam keenyatu afaan Oromootiin barreessuu dandeenya. Hammam keenyatu afaan Oromootiin dubbannee waan barreeffame dubbisuu dandeenya. Oromiyaan kun yoo bilisoomu waajjirri Oromiyaa hundi afaan Oromootiin hojjeta yoo jedhamu waan iyyata keenya afaan Oromootiin barreeffame immoo namaan naa barreessi jedhu. An waan kana kanan barreessitu afaan Oromootiin hojjetu jechuudha. Barreeffama afaan Oromoo yoo hin cimsinu ta'e afaan Oromoo guddachuu hin danda'u. Kana immoo namarraa nuti hojjetaa. Kan jaalala isinitti dheeressu dubbisaa kitaaba kana kitaaba xiqqaadha. Waan adda addaadhaa itti dandeessuudhaa bahuu dandeessu ulfaataa horaa bulaanis ta'e.
Kitaabni kun isaa yoo odeeffannoo gochuu barbaade amsaan beekamu isaa kitaaba.
Qindeessaa jiru. Maatiin keessatti haala kana immoo
ammas jira. Kanaafuu Rogerraa kan kitaaba bareeduudha. Baay'ee galatoomaa baay'ee gammadee maal keessanii. Okay, our next panelist to go on radio technology. Okay, keessumaa biyya qabna. Wanti yoo keessamee interviewin godhu Oromiyaarraa haasaan kan darbu sirriitti caqasaa baay'ee ajaa'iba. We'll have some of the introductions. We'll have Michael back from Oromia giving us this wonderful insight into Oromo theology.
Galatoomaa hundumti keessanuu carraa kana argachuu keenyaan anis barsiisaa Hayila Mikaa'eliinis bakka bu'uudhaan galata guddaa argisiisa. Barsiisaan keenyaarraa barsiisaa Hayila Mikaa'el Taaddasee jedhamu. Barsiisaa Hayila Mikaa'el Taaddasee sochii mana lubummaa Oromiyaa keessatti hundumti keessan waan beektanuun akkam beektan abdiin qaba. Barsiisaa Hayila Mikaa'el Taaddasaa waggaa 20 ol mana amantaa Ortodoksii keessatti barsiisuudhaan waldaa sanbataa tajaajiluudhaan waldoota adda addaa tajaajiluudhaan muuxannoo kan qabu. LLB isaa Finfinnee Yuunivarsiitii irraa kan fudhate akkasumas LLB isaa kaandideetiidha. Amma eebbisa Amboo Yuunivarsiitii irraa. Keessumattuu amantaa fi aadaa safuu kana akkasumas immoo seekularizimii kanarratti kanumaan immoo amantaa Ortodoksii keessatti akkam uummanni afaan isaatiin aadaa isaaf safuu isaa eeggatee amantaa Ortodoksii irratti fayyadamuu qabaa isa jedhu kana jara gumaacha guddaa buusaa jiran keessaa Hayila Mikaa'el Diyaaqoon Hayila Mikaa'el yookaan barsiisaan Hayila Mikaa'el nama tokko mana murtii Oromiyaa irratti jechaas ture. Akkasumas immoo advokeetii karaa adda addaatiin gara legal, political, cultural, human right issue irratti naannoo Oromiyaa irratti karaa adda addaatiin hirmaata. Egaa waan baay'ee qabu keessaan waan xinnoo eenyummaa isaa xaqasuudhaan inni isinii dhiyeesse. Guyyaa irraa immoo magaalaa jaallannu Finfinnee handhuura Oromiyaa irraa nu gidduuttas Washington DC waan qopheeffatee jira. Meegaa waan qopheeffate garuma isaa ta'ee nu galatooma. Barsiisaa Hayila Mikaa'el nagaama.
Ni dhaga'ama.
Tole, itti fufaa.
Tole egaa duraan dursee na of kalchaa'in jedha. Egaa ittaan suudhaan maqaa waaqa gurraachaatti nan jalqaba. Carraa kana argachuu kiyyaaf hunda keessanii qaamota ilaallatu hunda keessanii jechuudha. Galatan isiniif galchuu barbaada. Egaa mata dureen barreeffama kiyya irratti isiniif dhiyeessu waaqa gurraacha kan jedhudha. Egaa qorannaan gabaabduun tuni waa lama birqabaan isinitti agarsiisuudhaaf kan yaaltudha. Tokkoffaa akka dhugeeffannaa Oromootti waaqa gurraacha yoo jennu maal jechuu akka ta'e nutti agarsiifti. Lammaffaa ammoo akka amantii kiristaanaatti akkasumas akka kitaaba qulqulluutti jechuudha. Konseptiin yookaan yaadrimeen dhugeeffannaa Oromoo keessatti maqaa waaqa gurraachaatiin beekamu kuni maal fakkaataa kan jedhu birqabaan ilaaluudhaaf yaalla. Duraan dursee kana ni kaasu beekumsa Waaqayyoo hawaasa Afrikaa fi Oromoo biratti akkamiin hubatamaa beekumsi Waaqayyoo kan jedhudha kana ni kaasuuf yaalu. Egaa warri Awurooppaa hawaasa Afrikaa kan isaan hubatan amantii mataa ofii kan hin qabne liqeeffattoota amantii garee biroo yookaan hawaasa biroo yookaan biyya biroo liqeeffatanii kan itti bulan godhaniiti kan isaan hubatanii akkasumas immoo animistii godhanii hubatu warra Afrikaa kana. Waan amantii durii hordofaniif savage jedhaniitu hubatu maqaalee akkanaatiin moggaasanii waamuni akkasumas warra isaanii waaqeffatan yookaan worshipping ancestors jedhaniiti kan isaan hubatanii hojii tolchaatti kan bulan yookaan hojii xinqolaatiin kan bulan jedhaniitu warri barreessanis ni jiru. Egaa akka waliigalaatti warri dur waa'ee amantii hawaasa Afrikaa barreessan akkaataa kanaan barreessanillee bu'uura Oromo Religion and the Philosophy kitaaba jedhu nama barreesse Mbeeti namni jedhamu tokko ibseeni hawaasni Afrikaa amantii ofiisaa kan qabu waaqni transcendent, omnipotent, omnipresent and omniscience jedheeto kan itti bulu akka ta'edha dhugaan jiru kan nutti agarsiisu. Egaa akka waliigalaatti hawaasa Afrikaa laalchisee hubannoo dogoggoraa jiruu fi dhugaa lafa jiru gabaabsinee hagana yoo jenne warri Oromoon alaa dhufaa jedhan amantii Oromoo ilaalchisee hubannoon isaan qaban yookaan immoo akkaataan isaan Oromoo itti ibsan maalidha kan jedhu yoo laalle Akbeekaa Hirphaa kitaaba yookaan joornaalii የኢትዮጵያ ቤተክርስቲያን የጥናት መጽሔት jedhu irratti barreeffama barreessanii Oromoon waaqni gurraachi jiraachuusaa akka amanu Atsme alaqaa Atsmeen barreessee jira jedhanii Professor Geetaachoo Haayilee riifar godhanii toowwan isaan barreessan ni jira. Haa ta'ullee malee kitaaba Atsmee waa'ee Oromoo inni barreesse yommuu laallu ifaan ifatti kan inni jedhu bara 2008 kan maxxanfame fuula 18 irratti Oromoon waan baay'ee otoo qabu mudoon isaa inni guddaan waaqan beeku kan jedhudha kan inni kaase. Seerri fi ajajni isaa iddoo hunda jiraachuusaa hin amanu samiidhuma kanaan waaqayyoodha jedha malee waaqa kan jedhamu hin beeku kan jedhudha kan inni kaase. Bu'uura Professor Makuriyaa Bulchaa bara 2016 kitaaba maxxansan irratti ibsaniin lafa Oromoo irratti warri wangeela barsiisan akka waan Oromoon waaqan beekne yookaan paagaanitti hubachaa akka turan ni agarsiisa keessattuu siyaasa sirna fiudaalaa kana waliin wal qabateeto tajaajilicha warri galmaan gahaa turan akkaataa sanaan hubachaa akka turan kitaaba kanarratti ni eera. Egaa bu'uura kitaaba kanarratti eerameen paagaan jechuun gaallaa jechuudha. Gaallaa jechuun paagaan jechuu akka ta'etti akka hubatamu gaallaa jechuun kan waaqan beekne akka ta'e ni dubbata. Akkasumas kitaaba andimtaa mazmura daawit kan jedhamu ni jira. Andimtaan kun koomentaariidha. Koomentarii kitaaba qulqulluuti. Egaa kitaaba andimtaa mazmura daawitii irratti fuula 104 irratti yoo laaltani Oromoo akka gocha sadoomii qaama raawwatu akkasumas immoo etikaal akka hin taanetti kan inni ibsu seenaan achirratti kaasu jarri suni akka warra bara loox jara turanidha. Egaa mana namichaatti seenanii warra dhiiraa keessummoota mana kee jiran nu baasi waliin fedhii foonii keenya raawwachuu barbaanne jedhanii keessummoota koo irratti raawwachuu hin dandeessan jedhee isaan dhorkee dubartii wayii laatanii fi dubartii sanarra dabareedhaan fedhii foonii irratti raawwatanii halkan guutuu akkasitti waan irra bulaniif dubartittiin machoofteetoo duute kan jedhudha kan kaasan. Egaa akkaataan gochicha kana itti raawwatan akkamitti yoo jedhamu akka gaallaaf shaanqillaatti irra bulanii dabareedhaanii jedhu. Kanaafuu hawaasa kana akka itikaal hin taanee fi akkasumas immoo akka gocha sadoomii inni raawwatu bifa agarsiisuun egaa hiikaan andimtaa kuni kan inni ibsu. Inni biroo immoo maalidha kan nuti argannu lakkinan cuuphamaanii hordofaa amantii kiristaanaa yookaan ortodoksiin ta'aa yoo jedhe immoo Oromoo ta'ee waamamuudhaaf mirga argatu Amaaromuun dirqamatti ta'a. Maqaa Amaara jedhamutu maxxanfamaaf kanaaf cuuphamuun Amaaromuudha. Akkaataan itti hubatamu jechuudha. Professor Makuriyaas kitaaba isaanii irratti kana ibsanii jiru. Yaadatu taanan waggaa 3 har'aa mormii dhiyaachaa ture keessaa inni tokko Oromoo Tuulamaatiif Oromoo Tuulamaa magaalaa sulultaa jiruuf kantiibaan musliimaa maaliif muudamaa fi yaada jedhudha kan ka'aa ture. Akkaataa galumsa haasaa sanaatti wanti hubattan maalidha? Oromoon Tuulamaa waan ortodoks ta'eef amaaromee jira. Warri moo amantii kiristaanaatiin ala jiran warri musliimaa ammoo isaan nama amaaromne akka qaama biraa fi garee biraatti warra ilaalamanidha. Kanaaf gareen biraa kun hawaasa amaarome kan akkamiin bulchuu danda'a mormiin jedhu fa'aa dhiyaachaa ture. Mormiin kunis kan agarsiisu maalidha? Kiristaanomuu jechuun amaaromuu jedhanii warri hubatan akka jiranidha kan agarsiisu. Egaa amma gara qabxii keenyaatti dhufuudhaaf mul'ataa fi moggaasota waaqayyoo ilaalla. Mul'ataaf moggaasota waaqayyoo yoo laallu tokkoffaa hiika mul'ataa maalidha kan jedhu yoo laallu mul'ata waaqayyoo jechuun waaqayyoon akkaataa nuti hubannuun bifa nuu galuu danda'uun waa'ee eenyummaa isaa waa'ee amaloota isaa kan nutti agarsiisu mala ittiin nuun waliin wal qunnamuu jechuudha. Burqaawwan mul'ataa lamatu jira akka orthodox theologiitti jechuudha. Inni tokko uumamadha, inni lammeessu ammoo scripturesidha. Kana jechuun maal jechuudha? Namni uumama dubbisee waaqayyoon eenyu akka ta'e amaloota isaa hubatee too faana bu'uu ni danda'a, waaqeffachuu ni danda'a jechuudha. Inni lammeessoo scripturesii dubbisee too immoo waa'ee waaqayyoo hubachuu ni danda'a jechuudha. Kitaaba qulqulluu irrattis mul'ata waaqayyoo yoo ilaallu steejiiwwan sadii argachuu ni dandeenya. Steejiin inni tokko steejii seera uumamaatiin waaqayyoon ilma namaa wajjin ittiin wal qunnamaa turedha. Inni Abrahaam faa waliin, Noo faa waliin steejii itti wal qunnamaa turedha. Yeroo mana kiristaanaa keessatti barsiifamu hubattaniitu taanaan yeroo baay'ee Abrahaam waaqayyo daandiin ittiin argate amlaaka tsahaayii tanaa babanni yaa waaqa aduu kana naa mul'adhu jedheetu waaqayyo uumama irratti hundaa'eetu akkamiin akka argate ni ka'a. Kanaaf steejiin kun steejii seera uumamaatiin namoonni waaqayyoodhaan wal qunnamanidha. Steejiin inni lammataa abboomiin kurnan waaqayyoo bu'uura seera ba'uu boqonnaa 20 irratti ibsameen Museedhaaf steejii itti kennamedha. Kun immoo gama seera barreeffamaatiin waaqayyoon ilma namaatiin wal qunnamtii yookaan hariiroo steejii itti raawwachaa turedha. Steejiin inni sadaffaa ammoo Kiristoos Yesuus gara dachii kanaatti foon uffatee steejii itti dhufedha. Egaa steejiiwwan sadan kana keessatti maal agarsiisuun barbaade seera uumamaatiin waaqayyoodhaan wal qunnamuun iddoo akka qabu. Seera uumamaatiin waaqayyoodhaan wal qunnamuun hiika qabeessa akka ta'e. Gooftaan Yesuus Kiristoos dachii kanarratti deddeebi'eetu yommuu barsiisu wantoota kaasaa ture keessaa inni tokko maalidha? Simbirroota samii ilaalaa akkasumas immoo abaaboo dachii ilaalaa jedheetu barsiisaa tureyyuudha. Kana jechuun maal jechuudha? Simbirroota samii yoo ilaaltanii otoo hin qotin, otoo hin haramin, otoo hin cinqamin waaqni isaanii erga isaan sooree isinillee ani sooruu ni danda'a kan jedhu yommuu itti agarsiisu seera uumamaa riifar godhee fi barsiisaa jira. Ofuma isaatiif iyyuu gidduu isaaniitti argamee yoo jiru waa'ee arjummaa waaqayyoo garuu gara uumamaatti deebisee too isaan riifar gochaa akka inni jiru agarsiisaa jechuudha. Egaa dhugeeffannaa Oromoo irrattis kitaabni waa'ee waaqaa irraa dubbifnu uumamadha. Uumamaan uumaa raajeffachuun konseptii baay'ee yaadrimee baay'ee murteessaa ta'edha jechuun malli ittiin waaqayyo argannu uumamaan uumaa raajeffachuudhaan. Fakkeenyaaf irreecha yoo laallu sana nutti agarsiisa. Dhibaayyuu yoo laallu sana nutti agarsiisa. Daddarbaa yoo laallu sana nutti agarsiisa. Waanuma waaqni nuu kenne sana waaqayyoodhaaf dhiyeessuudhaan waaqa waliin ammoo arjummaasaa jaalalasaa ka'umsa godhachuudhaan akkamiin hariiroo akka raawwannu kan nutti agarsiisudha. Egaa waa'ee mul'ata waaqayyoo hagana yoo jenne moggaasni waaqa gurraachaa kuni akkamitti ilaalamaa kan jedhu ilaaluun baay'eetti barbaachisaadha. Egaa moggaasni waaqa gurraachaa kuni aadaa yookaan falaasama Oromoon ittiin uumamaan uumaa raajeffatudha. Egaa hagan yoo jenne maqaan waaqaa akkuma waliigalaatti akkamiin hubatamaa kan jedhu akka waliigalaatti haa ilaallu. Egaa akka amantii Misraatti bu'uura Dr. Juluu Teessoo kitaaba isaanii bara 2018 maxxansan irratti ibsaniin warri Misrii durii jechuudha maqaa waaqaa ilaalchisee maqaa waaqaa baay'ee akka qabanii fi akka moggaasaniifidha kan isaan ibsanii. Akka Oromoottis waaqayyoon maqaa baay'ee akka qabu kan agarsiisu achuma kitaaba isaanii irratti fuula 177 kan bara 2018 maxxanfame irratti arguu ni dandeenya. Akkana jedha: yaa waaqa tokkicha maqaan kee hedduudha. Uumaa jennus baalchaa eegas ta'ee qajeelchaa hundi isaa maqaa keeti jedha. Kanaafuu kanarraa kan hubannu yaa waaqa tokkicha maqaan kee hedduudha kan jedhurraa kan hubannu maalidha? Maqaan waaqayyoo akka Oromootti hedduu akka ta'e. Egaa amma kan irratti haasa'aa jirru maqaa waaqa irratti. Mata dureen keenya bu'uuran duratti isiniif ibsaa tureen waaqa gurraacha jedha. Kanaaf kana ka'umsa godhachuudhaan gaa Oromoon waa'ee waaqa irratti hubannoon inni qabu maalidha maqaa isaa laalchisee kan jedhu kaasuun dirqama kan nutti ta'e jechuudha. Egaa moggaasota adda addaatiin waaqayyo isaanii waama gurraacha garaa garbaa ni jedha leemmoo garaa taliilaa ni jedha eemmoo garaa annanii ni jedha. Kitaaba obbo Birruu Tsaggaayeen bara 2012 akka lakkoofsa Habashaatti maxxansan fuula 125 fi kitaaba Dr. Qana'aan waa'ee dhugeeffannaa Oromoo maxxansan fuula 202 kan bara 2010 maxxanfame yoo laaltan kana isinitti himuu ni danda'u. Egaa anis immoo muudannoon qabuun daa'imummaarraa ka'ee fakkeenyaaf yeroo hunda kan keessa kootiin banne harmeen kiyya waa'ee waaqaa yoo kaastu jabaadhu gaafa jettuun jabaan waaqa siniin jetti. Kanarraa maal nu hubadhaa waaqayyoon maqaan isaa jabaa akka ta'e nu hubadhaa. Yoo nan gadi ba'ee immoo Oromoota hundaan wal quunnamu Oromoon hundi waaqni jabaa akka ta'e bifa ibsuun jabaan waaqa akka jedhu hubadhee jira. Inni biroo gurraacha garaa cabbii, gumgumaa garaa cabbii, waaqa garaa fittaalaa jedheetu akka dubbatu Oromoon Baartels akkasumas immoo seenaa Oromoo aga jaarraa 10ffaa fi akkasumas immoo Dr. Ujuluu kan barreessan irraa hubachuu ni dandeenya. Kan biroo ajjeesoo, kaasoo, deeksoo, badhaasoo jedhees Oromoon ni hubata keessattuu kana hubadhe gara kibba shawaa lixaa kanatti barsiisota afaan Oromootiin barsiisan leenjisuudhaaf yemmuu deemu. Mee naannoo keessanitti waaqayyoon maqaa maaliitiin waamamaa kan jedhu yoonan isaaniif kaasudha kanani argadhe. Akka carraa ta'e immoo kitaaba Dr. Ujuluu irrattis kun taa'eetoo argadhee jira. Kitaaba Dr. Gammachuu Magarsaa fi Aneesaan barreessan kan bara 2019 maxxanfame fuula 110 irratti maqaalee 8 kan Oromoon waaqa isaatiin waamu Dr. Gammachuun faannuuf tarreessanii jiru. Tokkicha jedhaanii waaqa isaatiin Uumoo, the creator, Ulfina, the most high, Abbaa Dhugaa, father of truth and the justice, Abbaa Nagaa, father of peace, Abbaa Ifaa Dukkanaa, father of light in the darkness, Fedha Buloo, he who is by his own will, Fayyisaa, the great healer jedheetoo Oromoon waaqa isaa akka inni waamu hubachuu ni dandeenya jechuudha. Egaa akkuma Oromoon akkaataa kanaan maqoolee adda addaatiin waaqa isaa waamu amantii kiristaanaa keessattis waaqa maqaa adda addaatiin waamuun ni jira. Fakkeenyaaf raajii Isaayyaas boqonnaa 9 lakkoofsa 6 irratti gaafa laaltan waaqni dhalatu maqaan isaa eenyu akka ta'e yoo ibsu raajichi ajaa'iba, gorsaa, waaqa jabaa, abbaa bara baraa, hoogganaa nageenyaa jedhee ibsa. Egaa Luqaas boqonnaa 1 lakkoofsa 31 sulaaltan maqaa isaas Iyesuus jettaanii jedhaan qulqulluun Gabriel dubroo Maariyaamitti misraachoo yoo himu akka isheen deessu jechuudha. Maqaan isaa Iyesuus akka jedhamu ibsa. Isaayyaas 7:14 irrattis gooftaan Iyesuus Kiristoos ni dhalatu maqaan isaa Amaanu'eel jedhameetu akka waamamu ibsa. Egaa maqaan Waaqayyoo kabaja qaba. Akka Oromoottis kabaja qaba, akka Kiristaanattis kabaja qaba, akka kitaaba qulqulluu irratti ibsamettis jechuudha. Maqaan Waaqayyoo akka Oromootti kabajamaa waan ta'eef waaqa maqaa isaatiin warri waamne ni jiru jedhu Dr. Ujuluun kitaaba isaanii irratti jechuudha. Maqaa isaa guutuyyuudhaani jedha. Kuni amantii warra Misir duriitiinis wal fakkaataa jechuudhaani kan isaan nuuf kaasan fuula 14 irratti. Egaa akka kitaaba qulqulluuttis maqaan Waaqayyoo akkanumaan hin dhaamu. Seera ba'uu boqonnaa 20 lakkoofsa 7 irratti maal jedhaa? Maqaa waaqa keetii akkanumaan aajaa malee akkanumaan hin kaasinii jedha. Abboommii kurnan Waaqayyoo keessaa isa tokkodha jechuudha. Maqaa Waaqayyootiin moggaafamuunis bakka lamaanuu ni jira. Iyyoosaafix jedhamanii warri moggaafaman jiru Waaqayyoon murteesseera jechuudha. Iyyoosiyaas Waaqayyoon ol jedhe jechuudha. Iyyooraam Waaqayyo fayyisaadha jechuudha. Adooniyaas Waaqayyo gooftaa kooti jechuudha. Adooniiraam gooftaan koo ol jedhe jechuudha. Elsaabeet Waaqayyo kakuu kooti jechuudha. Elsaa Waaqayyo nageenya kooti jechuudha. Gara Oromootti yoo dhufnu waaq jiraa, waaq wayyaa, waaq beekaa, waaq tolaa, hora waaq, siiqee waaq maqolee hedduu argachuu ni dandeenya jechuudha. Maqaa Waaqayyootiin moggaafamuun kan beekamudha. Amma gaa deemnee gara gurraachaatti dhufnee jirra. Mata dureen keenya waaqa gurraacha jedha. Moggaasni gurraachaa kun akkamiin hubatamaa kan jedhu mee haa ilaallu. Egaa kitaaba qulqulluu irratti waaqaaf moggaasni gurraacha jedhamu hin mul'atu. Garuu moggaasa kana bifa calaqqisiisuun Waaqayyoon iccitii dhokataa kan biraan gaamnee fi kan kana fakkaatu jedhamee ni ibsama. Fakkeenyaaf faarfannoo 17:11 irratti golgasaa dukkana taasifatee jechuudhaan Waaqayyoon golgisaa dukkana akka ta'e nutti agarsiisa. Seera ba'uu boqonnaa 20 lakkoofsa 22 irratti Musee Waaqayyo wajjiniin yoo wal dubbatu Museenis bakka Waaqni jiru gara dukkanichaatti dhiyaatee jedha. Waaqayyoon iddoon jireenya isaa dukkanaan ibsamaa jechuudha. Waan gurraacha ta'een ibsamaa jechuudha. Grigoorii of Niisaa abbaan jedhaman abbaan kun jaarraa arfaffaa irratti tajaajila abbaa turanidha. Patristic Fathers abboolii jedhaman abboolii durii mana kiristaanaa keessaa isa tokkodha. Egaa isaan maal jedhu eenyummaan Waaqayyo dukkana limitiidhaan akka fakkeeffamudha kan isaan nuuf ibsanii keessattuu kitaaba ijoollee isaanii hafuurawaa jireenya hafuurawaa maalidha mata duree jedhuun barreessan irratti kana sirriitti nuuf ibsu. Egaa bu'uura seenaa Oromoo hanga jaarraa 16ffaa irratti barreeffameen gurraachi bifa kuush gurraacha waan ta'eef Oromoon waaqa isaatiin gurraacha jedhee kan jedhu ni jira. Haa ta'ullee malee Birruu Tsaggaayee fi barreessitoonni biroo yaada kanarratti waliif hin galanii inumaayyuu sababoota biroo sababa itti Waaqayyoon gurraacha jedhame nuuf dhiyeessu jechuudha. Kanaaf amma qabxiin ani kaasuu barbaadu maaliif waaqa gurraacha jedhame kan jedhudha kanan ani isiniif kaasu jechuudha. Akka Oromootti gaa Waaqayyoon waaqa gurraacha sababa itti jedhame keessaa inni tokko kan bira hin ga'amnee fi kan nu wajjin jiru waan ta'eefidha jechuudha. Kana jechuun maal jechuudha? Transcendent and imminent. Fagoodhaa bira hin ga'amu garuu immoo dhiyoodha. Nu waliin olee bulaa jechuudha. Bara 1967 Oromoo Liiban Maccaarratti qorannaa kan deemsisan Knutson egaa pronounce wannan godhu dogoggoruun danda'a. KNUTSSON jechuu kooti. Fuula 49 irratti maal jedhu we do not see Waaqa, we only see his works nuun jedhani warri Liiban Maccaa jedhu. Waaqa nagarru garuu ammoo hojii isaa ni agarraa jedhu. Kana qofa miti Bartels qorataan jedhamu bara 1983 kitaaba maxxansa irratti fuula 92 irratti waaqumaa toleera interview gochuudhaan ammas kanuma irra nuuf deebi'a. We can see the work of Waaqa but not Waaqa himself. Kana jechuun maal jechuudha? He is transcendent arguun dandeenyu hubannoo keenya olii humna keenya oliidha isa hubachuun garuu ammoo he is imminent with his works jechuun hojii isaatiin numa wajjiniin oolee bulaa jechuudha. Dr. Qanaanii kitaaba isaaniitti irratti obbo Dachaasaa Bantiifaa interview godhanii waaqa jechu jedhu kuni jechoota lamarraa kan dhufee nuun jedhu. Inni tokko jecha waa jedhurraa inni lammeessoo jecha qaa jedhurraa dhufee jedhu. Waa jechuun waan hin beekamne jechuudha jedhaniitu nuuf ibsu. Qaa jechuun immoo uraa yookaan fuluu yookaan qaawa waan ta'e namatti mul'isu waan keessan waa tokko hubatanii jedhu. Kanaaf waaqa jechuun waan ibsuun hin danda'amne garuu immoo waan akka qaawaa keessan waan ilaalanii sammuun namaatti mul'atu yookaan qalbii namaatti beekamu jedhu. Kanaafuu Waaqayyoon kan mul'achuu hin dandeenyedha. Garuu immoo qaawwa xiqqashuu wayiitiin waa'ee isaa agarreerra. Kana jechuun uumama ilaallee hojiiwwan inni nuuf hojjetu ilaallee yoo rooba nuuf roobsu yoo aduu nuuf baasu yoo uumama sirneessu sochiiwwan kanneen ilaallee ammoo qaawwa xiqqoo arganneen Waaqayyoon kana jechuu dandeenya. Akkas jechuun garuu iccitii kana galaanarraa akka waan fallaanaan waraabuu wayiiti malee galaanicha guutumaan guututti beekuu miti jechuudha. Kanaaf egaa Waaqayyoon waa lama hubachuu qabna jechuudha. Biraan ga'amu garuu immoo waliin jira jechuudha. Kan yoo ibsu min beetii namichi jedhamu kuni African religion and philosophy irratti namni barreesse ammas pronounce wannan dogoggorroo jiraate MBETI dhaani argachuu dandeessu. Egaa namni kuni bara 1970 kitaaba barreesse irratti fuula 42 fi 43 irratti maal jedha? Amantii Afrikaa yoo ibsu Afrikaadhaa fi Waaqayyoon Waaqni bakka fagoo yookaan samii irra yookaan keessa yookaan isaa ol jiraata. Ilaala, Waaqni eessa jiraata? Bakka fagoo jiraata, samii jiraata, samiidhaa ol jiraata, isaan alas jiraachuu danda'a. Garuu ilma namaarraa hubannoo isaarraa fagoodhaa jedha. Haa ta'ullee malee jedha barreessaan kun. Uumama isaatiin bakkaa fi yeroo kamittuu wal qunnamuu garuu ni danda'a. Wanti isa daangessu hin jiru imminentiidhaa jechuudha, dhiyoodhaa jechuudha. Egaa akka waliigalaatti akka Oromoo fi akka Afrikaatti gurraachummaan akkaataa kanaan yoo hubatame jechuunis kan biraan ga'amnee fi kan nu wajjin jiru yoo jedhamu akkaataa kanaan yoo hubatame akka kitaaba qulqulluutti ammoo Waaqayyoon kan biraan ga'amnee fi kan nu wajjin jiru gurraachadha yoo jedhamu maal jedhudha kan jedhu yoo laallu Yohaannis boqonnaa 4:24 irratti maal jedha? Waaqayyoon hafuuradha jedha. Kan isaaf jilbeenfatanis hafuuraa fi dhugaadhanii jedha. Kanaafuu kan biraan ga'amne ta'uunsaa hafuura ta'uusaa agarsiisa jechuudha. Garuu ammoo hafuuraa fi dhugaadhaan ammoo bira ga'uu ni danda'u. Waliin oolanii buluu ni danda'u jechuudha. Garaa ofii qulqulleeffatanii nama hafuura waa ta'anii dhugaarratti hunda'aniitu ammoo isaan wal quunnamuu ni danda'ama. Isaayyaas boqonnaa 40:18 irratti maal jedhaa? Egaati Waaqayyoon eenyudhaan fakkeessituu jedha. Because he is transcendent. Homaadhaanuu fakkeeffamuu hin danda'u jechuudha. Hubannoo keenyaan olii jechuudha. Yookaan fakkeenya maaliitiin dorgomsiistu? Maaliif? Inni transcendentiidha, hubannoo keenyaa olii jechuudha. Faarfannoo 17:11 irratti maal jedhaa? Dukkana Golgataa taasifatee jedha. Kanan duratti isinii kaasedha. Kuni Waaqayyoon hubannoo keenyaa ol ta'uusaa agarsiisa. Maaliif akkuma waan dukkana keessa jiru hin agarreetti Waaqayyoonis nan argaa, nan hubadhaa, nan qalbeeffadhaa jechuun hin danda'amu. Kanaafuu Yohaannis maal jedha boqonnaa 1:18 irratti yoomiyyuu taane jedha. Waaqayyootiin kan arge homtuu hin jiru jedha. Kunis Waaqayyoon hubannoo keenya ol akka ta'e miira keenyaan kan hubatamu akka hin taane nutti agarsiisaa jechuudha. Tokkoffaa Xiimotewos boqonnaa 6:16 irratti namni tokkollee isa arguu hin dandeenye arguunis hin danda'amuufi jedha. Tole egaa Waaqayyoon akkanatti fagoo yoo ta'e hubannoodhaan ol yoo ta'e maaliidhaan irratti waliin jira kan jennu yoo jettan immoo Maatewos 28:20 irratti maal jedha? Yeroo hunda si wajjiniin nan jira jedha. Kana jechuun hafuuraan nu wajjiniin jira jechuudha. Arjummaa isaatiin nu wajjiniin jira jechuudha. Hojii isaatiin immoo ni agarraa jechuudha. Maatewos boqonnaa 5:8 ilaaluu ni danda'ama. Gara qabxii lammaffaa taa'uuf Waaqayyoon gurraacha yoo jennu maal jechuu keenya? Bakkaa fi yeroodhaan kan hin daangofne yookaan maal jechuu keenya? Omnipresent jechuu keenya. Birruu Tsaggaayee kitaaba bara 2012 akka lakkoofsa Habashaatti maxxansi fuula 125 irratti kana ifatti nu kaa'a. Waaqayyoon gurraacha yoo jedhamu bakkaa fi yeroodhaan kan hin daangofne ta'uusaa akka agarsiisu jechuudha. Haaluma wal fakkaatuun immoo barreessaan Afrikaa ammasiin jedhee African Religion and Philosophy kitaaba jedhu irratti God has nowhere or no when that he comes to an end jedha. Irraan deebi'a. God has nowhere or no when that he comes to an end. Inni kun egaa bakka agarsiisaa jechuudha. Akkuma walii galaatti bakkaa fi yeroodhaan kan hin daangofne ta'uusaa jechuudha. Soorsii dabalataa ilaaluu dandeenya. Kitaaba Gadaa Meebaatiin barreeffame irrattis maal jedhaa? Dur kan jiru fuuldurattis kan jiraatu jedheetu barabarummaan amala isaa akka ta'e nutti agarsiisaa jechuudha. Kan baay'ee na ajaa'ibe Dr. Qana'aan kitaaba barreessan irratti dhugeeffannaa Oromoo irratti Oromoon jedhan gosa isaa waamee maalirraan ga'a? Waaqayyoo irraan ga'aa jedhu. Waaqayyo booda hoo jettanii too gaafa gaafattan Waaqayyo duubaan allayyoo jedhaa jedhu. Kana jechuun isa durattiitis nutti agarsiisuu danda'a. Transcendent isa jedhu sana jechuudha. Waaqayyoon kan bira hin gaamne akka ta'e jechuudha. Akkasumas ammoo iddoo fi yeroodhaan kan hin daangofne akka ta'es nutti agarsiisuu danda'a. Waaqayyo duubaan homtuu hin jiru, allayyoodha. Wanna bira hin gaamnetu jira jechuudha. Inni biroo akka kitaaba qulqulluutti ammoo Waaqayyoon gurraacha bakkaa fi yeroodhaan hin daanga'u yaadni jedhu kun akkamitti hubata kan jedhu yoo laallu mul'ata boqonnaa 4:8 irratti maal jedhaa? Kan ture, kan jiru, kan jiraatu jedha. Waaqayyoon akkanatti ibsama. Kan ture durii jalqabeetu jechuudha. Kan jiru ammas kan jiru jechuudha. Kan jiraatu fuuldurattis haga bara baraatti kan jiraatu jechuudha. Faarfannoo 144 yookaan 145 lakkoofsa 13 irratti maal jedhaa? Mootummaan kees mootummaa bara baraati. Bittaan kees ilma ilmaafi jedha. Kanaafuu mootummaan isaa bara wayiitti kan daanga'u otoo hin ta'in haga bara baraatti kan itti fufudha. Barana ni bitaa, barana ni bulchaa. Gadaa ittaanutti immoo inni aangoorra hin jiru, aangoorraa bu'aa yookiin immoo filannoo ittaanutti immoo isa aangoorraa buusnaa kan jedhuufi miti jechuudha afaan namaatiin. Isaayyaas boqonnaa 44 lakkoofsa 8 irratti ani isa duraati, ani isa xumuraati, ananas waaqni hin jiru jedha. Ammas faarfannoo 144 yookaan 145 irratti hangafummaa isaafis xumura hin qabu jedha. Haga kana Waaqayyoon bakkaa fi yeroodhaan kan hin daangofne barabarummaadhaan kan jiraatu ta'uusaa hubachuu ni danda'ama jechuudha. Gara qabxii sadaffaatti isin fida. Oromoon Waaqa gurraacha yoo jedhu maal jechuu isaati kan jedhuuf qabxiin sadaffaa beekaa beekumsa olii jechuudha. Ni beeka yoo jennu immoo beekumsa keenyaan kan safaramuu fi madaalamu otoo hin ta'in beekumsa olii jechuudha. Akka Oromootti qajeeltoon inni duraa the first principle Waaqa gurraachadha. Kitaaba Dr. Gammachuu Faarratti arguu ni dandeenya jechuudha. The primary cause yookaan the primal cause kan jennuun Waaqayyoodha. Kanaafuu maaliif maal ta'e gaafii jedhuuf sababni inni dura yookaan the primary cause waaqa gurraachadha jechuudha. Kanaafuu waaqayyoon beekumsa sadarkaa kanatti madda beekumsaati jechuudha. Madda hubannoowwan hundaati jechuudha. Dee Saalviyaak barreessanii jedhaman waa'ee hubannoo Oromoo kana yoo kaasan yaa waaq jedha Oromoonii jedhu. Namni waan ta'e golgatee si jalaan dhokatu sitti mul'isuufis golgaa kaasuun si barbaachisu. Waa hunda ni beekta. Rakkoo koos ni beekta na gargaari. Kanarraa kan hubannu maalidha? Waaqa jalaa yookaan golgaadhaan yookaan uffataan yookaan immoo waan adda addaatiin dhokachuun akka hin danda'amnee fi inni beekumsaa olii akka ta'edha jechuudha. Akka Afrikaatti waa'ee beekumsa waaqayyoo kan akkamiin hubatama? Zuluu fi baan Yaarawaandaa hawaasni jedhamu waaqayyoodhaan ogummaa qabeessa jedhaan the wise one. Hawaasni Akaan jedhamu immoo hunda kan beeku kan argu he who knows or sees all jedha. Baarundi hawaasni jedhamu immoo the watcher of everything jedhaan waaqayyoodhaan. Ila hawaasni jedhamu immoo gurri isaa dheeraadha jedhaan. Gurri isaa dheeraan qaamaan dheerachuu kan agarsiisu otoo hin ta'in wanni isa jala darbu hin jiru. Addunyaa kana to'achuu danda'a. Beekumsi isa jala odeeffannoo isa jala darbu waan takka hin jiru. Garaadhuma namaatti beekuu danda'a waan ta'eef jechuudha. His ears are long jedhanii hubatu jarri kuni. Baagandaa hawaasni jedhamu immoo waaqayyoo moggaasu ija guddicha jedhaan the great eye jechuun waa hundayyuu ija arguu danda'u, ija laaluu danda'u jechuudha. Akka kitaaba qulqulluutti woo akkamiin hubatama? Beekumsaa fi beekumsaa oli yoo jennu waaqni gurraachi kanaan hubatama. Erga jenne kitaaba qulqulluu irratti waaqni gurraachi beekumsaa fi beekumsa hunda olii yoo jennu maal jechuu keenya? Faarfannoo 146 yookaan 47 irratti ogummaa isaatiif lakkoofsan qabuun jedha. Kana jechuun hin safaramuu jechuudha. Beekumsi isaa ogummaan isaa safartuudha olii jechuudha. Faarfannoo 138 yookaan 39 irratti yaadonni isaa lakkoofsi isaanii akkam baay'atee jedha. Bakka jechuun lakkaanii dhumanii lakkaanii fixuun hin danda'amu yaada isaa. Beekumsa isaa lakkaanii itti ba'uun hin danda'amu. Yoo lakkaa'ee jedha Daawit cirracha bishaan irra baay'atu jedha. Egaa akka mana kiristaanaa Ortodoksii Tawaahidootti maayyuu termii giizii waaqayyoon ittiin ibsamu ni jira. Maa'imara hibu'aat kan jedhudha. Isa dhokate kan beeku jechuudha. Isa dhokate hundayyuu kan beekuu danda'u waan ta'eef waaqayyoon beekaa fi beekumsa hundaa olidha jechuudha. Gara qabxii afuraffaatti dhufu Oromoon waaqa gurraacha yoo jedhu maal jechuu isaati? Waaqayyoon hundaa olii fi hunda danda'a jechuu isaati. Samii gurraacha irra kan jiraatu kan ol jennee laallu waan ta'eef waaqa gurraacha jedhamee jedhu keessattuu barreessituun akka Birruu fa'aa jechuudha. Gurraacha humnaa olii jedhamee ammoo seenaa Oromoo hanga jaarraa 16ffaatti ibsamee jira. Kanaaf gurraachi humna isaati agarsiisa. Humnaa ol ta'uu isaati agarsiisa. Waan fedhe ijaaree akka diigus ni agarsiisa. Bu'uura gadaa meelbaa barreessin. Inumaayyuu Dr. Ujuluun maal jedhu kitaaba isaanii bara 2018 maxxanfame irratti yaa Waaq situ caalaa. Yaa Waaq situ caalaa kan garaan fittaalaa. Roobdee biqilchitaa, jeejee dhidhimsitaa, midhaan magarsitaa, namaa dabarsitaa. Kanaafuu waaqayyoon hundaa oliidha jechuudha. Yaa Waaq situ caalaa jechaa ni jira. Kan garaan fittaalaa jechaa ni jira. Waan roobdee biqilchuuf, waan jeejee dhidhimsuuf, waan midhaan magarsuuf, waan namaa dabarsuuf, waan raajiiwwan dinqiiwwan ilmi namaa raawwachuu hin dandeenye hundayyuu raawwachuu danda'uuf waaqayyoon hundaa olii fi hundas immoo danda'aadha jechuudha. Ammas weedduu biraa kitaabuma kanarraa kitaabuma Dr. Ujuluu kanarraa haa dabalannu mee. Baay'ee kan natti tole waan ta'eefani. Yemmuu nyaanni coomaa jedha. Dhugaatiin daadhiidhaa. Qalbii hirreetiin namaa gaangoo gubbaa teessee waaroo gurraan geessee rabbi caala jetti. Rabbi maaltu caalaa? Kan garaan fittaalaa. Hundumaa isatu caalaa. Caaliin calleen jiru. Caalaan hundaa olii rabbi maleen jiru. Shimalatti ejjennee gattii bishaan daaknaa. Si achitti abdannee asii midhaan nyaannaa jedha. Kanaafuu waaqayyoon waaqa hunda danda'aa jechuun hundaa ol jechuun akkaataa kanaan hubatamaa jechuudha. Wedduu bira isin faayida wammas. Waaqan jabaa taanee bara darbe baanee waaqan jabaa taanaa baranas ni baanaa. Waaqayyoon nu haa baasu. Irranis ni deebi'a. Waaqan jabaa taanee bara darbe baanee waaqan jabaa taanaa baranas ni baanaa. Kun egaa waaqayyoon hunda danda'a fi inni hundaa ol ta'uusaa nutti agarsiisudha jechuudha. Gara hawaasa Zuuluutti haa dhufnu. Hawaasni Zuuluu xumuraatti kan jira. Mootota jajjaboo kan salphisuu fi yoo akka leencaa bookkisu sabni hundi kan shororkaa'uuf akka ta'e agarsiisa. Akka kitaaba qulqulluutti egaa Luqaas boqonnaa 1:37 irratti waaqayyoodhaaf wanti danda'amu hin jiru jedha. Luqaas 8:27 irratti namaan kan hin danda'amne waaqayyoodhaan ni danda'ama jedha. Tokkoffaa Saamu'eel boqonnaa 1:2 irratti kan akka waaqa qulqulluun abbaan dhugaan jiru of hin jajinaa fakkartaniis hin dubbatinaa waaqayyo beekaadhaan ni ajjeesaa ni kaasaa warri quufanii turan biddeena dhabanii warri beelaan beela ba'anii jedhee nuuf ibsa jechuudha. Qabxiin shanaffaan waaqayyoon waan qolloo yookaan samiirra jiraatuuf vault of the sky keessa jiraatuuf waaqayyoon waaqa gurraacha jedhamee jira. Qabxiin ja'affaan waaqayyoon qulqulluu waan ta'eef waaqa gurraacha jedhamee jira. Kana ilaalchisee Oromoon bishaan qulqulluu yoo barbaade bishaan gurraacha naa kenni jedheetu gaafate. Bishaan gurraacha jechuun bishaan qulqulluudha. Bishaan naa kenni yoo jedhame yookaan aannan yookaan immoo wanni ta'e areeramee kennamu malee bishaan gurraachi hin kennamu. Kanaafuu bishaan gurraacha jechuun bishaan qulqulluudha. Waaqa gurraacha jechuun waaqa qulqulluudha jechuudha. Kitaaba qulqulluu irrattis seera lewwotaa boqonnaa 19:2 fi lammaffaa Phexros boqonnaa 1:15 irratti akkasumas Isaayyaas 6:3 irratti waaqayyoon qulqulluu akka ta'e hubachuu ni danda'ama. Qabxiin torbaffaan waaqayyoon gurraacha yoo jennu dhugaadha jechuudha. Kanaaf waaqayyoon dhugaa abbaa dhugaati. Kun barreessitoota hedduudhaan ibsamee jira. Faarfannoo 24 yookaan 25 lakkoofsa irratti daandiin waaqayyo hunda arjummaa fi dhugaadha jedha. Yohaannis 14:6 irratti dhugaanis daandiinis jireenyis anadha jedha. Qabxiin saglaffaan waaqni gurraacha yoo jennu dhokataa jechuu keenyadha waaqayyoon jechuudha. Kana durattis qabxiiwwan biroo waliin waan kaasneef gabaabseetuman bira darbaa garuu Eerlosinni Aleksaandriyaa maal jedha? Waaqayyoon hangaa fi gita waan hin qabneef afaaniin dubbatamuu hin danda'amu jedheetu kan inni ibsu. Akka mana kiristaanaattis jechuudha. Qabxiin kurnaffaan waaqayyoon icciitiin beekamneedha. Akka Dr. Gammachuun ibsanittis ta'e akka Profeesar Mahammad akkasumas Dr. Ujuruun ibsanitti jechuudha. Akka mana kiristaanaa keenyatti hayyoota 318 warra tumaa amantii tumaniin jechuudha. Kadhannaa amantaa jedhamee kan beekamu irratti waaqayyoon icciitiin isaa kan hin hiikamne ta'uunsaa ibsameera. Akkasumas niman zambalata haasas otoo hin sakatta'in inni kan hin sakattaamne waan ta'eef itti haa amannu jedhamee hayyoota 318 waa'ee waaqayyoo ibsamee jira. Abbaan Hiriyaaqos kan jedhaman kitaaba Qiddaasee Maariyaam jedhamu kan barreessanis maal jedhu egaatii olaantummaa isaa sakatta'uu haa dhiisnu gadi fageenya isaas guututti bira ga'uuf haa dhiisnu jedhaniitu dubbatu. Qabxiin 11ffaan waaqayyoon gurraacha yoo jennu isa dhumaati. Icciitii yuunivarsiitii kana guutu unfathomable mystery ta'uusaa agarsiisuudhaa fi isa dhuma ineffable darkness ta'uusaa yookaan dukkana durii ta'uusaa agarsiisuudhaaf jechuudha. Egaa akka walii galaatti waaqayyoon gurraacha yoo jedhu Oromoon kaataan kana dura isiniif ibsaa tureen amalummaa isaa kan agarsiisu hojii isaa kan agarsiisudha. Akkuma kanaan immoo kitaaba qulqulluu irrattis amantii kiristaanaa keessattis wanni amaloota Oromoon dhugeeffannaa isaa keessatti beekuu fi hubatu kun akkamiin akka calaqqisiifamuun isinitti agarsiise jechuudha. Kanaafuu akkaataa kanaan gareen lamaan kuniyyuu yoo hubatan maaltu maal haa ta'u kan jedhuun mee haa goolamu. Tokkoffaa burqaan mul'ataa uumama isinii jedhee jira. Uumama dubbisee Oromoon waa'ee waaqa isaa hubatee jira. Kana akka bu'uuraatti fayyadamuun barbaachisaadha. Kiristaanummaa yoo labsinu, wangeela yoo labsinu jechuudha. Lammeessoon aadaa yookaan falaasama warra Ayihudi ala jiranii akka bu'uuraatti fayyadamnee wangeela lallabuun barbaachisaadha. Sadeessoo beekumsi waaqayyoo seera uumaatiin qabnu kiristaanummaaf bu'uura akka ta'e hayyoonni adda addaa ni kaasu, ni barsiisu waan ta'eef kan akka laayyootti bira darbuu akka hin qabne hubanna. Egaa kanneen galmaan ga'uudhaaf jechuun hawaasa aadaa isaas hubatee amantii isaatittis boon of ta'eetoo waaqeffachuu danda'u otoo walitti jalaan bu'iin wal simsiisetoo jiraachuu danda'u argachuudhaaf inni guddaan institutionii yookaan immoo dhaabbata akka hawaasa Oromootitti of dandeetu tajaajilu qabaachuun baay'eetti barbaachisaa akka ta'edha nuti kan hubannu. Kanumaan na haa ga'u sa'aatiin kiyya waan xumurameef nuuf galcha inni isiniin jedha. Gaaffiiwwan yoo qabaatan garuu akka barbaaddanitti na gaafachuu dandeessu.
Galatuma barsiisaa Haayila Mikeel Taaddasaa Annuura Oromiyaa Finfinnee irraa egaa dammayyuutu minyaa'uu maragu jedhanii kanaafuu waan baay'ee qophaa'ee jira garuu yeroo dheeraadha kan fudhannes kabaja gatiidhuma biyyaas ta'es maleetuas ta'e mallattoo agarsiisnee dhaabbisinaa ture garuu waan irraa arganne bu'uura guddaa arganne aamilee galatuma egaa keessumaa Oromoo Theology as a means of empowerment humna jabeessuu generationiin jiru dhufuus inni jirus eenyummaa isaatti boonee eenyummaa isaa beekee aadaa isaas beekee ofitti boonee waaqa isaas waaqeffatee amantaan osoo itti hin bu'in deemuu akka danda'u amantaa jarri barsiisan immoo saba aadaa isaa afaan isaa kabajuudhaan eenyummaa isaa kabajuudhaan malee tasumaati nama waaqayyoo jedhanii eenyummaa isaa sana wallaalchisanii akka namni eenyummaa isaa sana keessaa ba'ee injoonjoofne taasisuu barbaachisaa gadi ta'eedhaa fi gaaffiin lama yoo jiraate isinirraa barsiisaa Haayila Mikeel waan dhiyeessitan yoo jiraate carraa isinii kenna. Gaaffii lama keessummeessina lama caalaa keessummeessuu hin danda'u yeroo gadi hin qabaanne. Tole. Tole. Garana yoo dhufte sin nagaama.
There you go. See.
Maqaan koo Toleesaan jedhama. Dubbiin amantii kun baay'ee nama kaasaa gaaffii koolaa hubachuu dandeessa. Gaaffii tokkoffaa ani qabu waaqa gurraachisa jedhu Oromooni soba warraa oolfaa ta'e soba isaatii uummata kan jedhu fudhata yoo kanarraa adda ta'e ibsuu dandeessa. Lachuu soba waan ta'eef soba kan adiis ta'e kan gurraachaa sobni soba waan ta'eef malee kubbisuu hin dandeenye warra qabaatti amantii maaliif barbaachisa jedhaa inni ittaan immoo waan gurraacha jechuun gurraacha sagal gurraacha sagal gurraacha sana mana cuubamu kan machaati. Moo gurraacha sana keenya keessa jiru. Silula gaddisa macaafa qulqulluu fayyadamaa jirta. Macaafa qulqulluu immoo kan barreessuudha adii irraa waamatu. Macaafa haaraa barreessaa jirtamoo macaafa sana fayyadamuu jirta maayii
nama tokko carraa kenna gaaffii tokko tole Dr. Pastor
No more questions. That's just the last one. We have to move.
Ugarmatti baay'ee galateeffadha ibsuu barsiisa keenya barsiisaa Haayila Mikeel waan tokko itti dabalanii gaarii kan jedhu waan hin yaadne dhiyeessuudhaaf barbaada. Waaqayyoo hubatamuu hin danda'u sammuu namaatii olii akka jedhame inni macaafa qulqulluu irratti akka inni jedhu gosa waldaa kiristaanaa waan ta'eef akka kiristaanaatti waaqayyo jiraa waan nama waldaa qulqulluu dubbatu amanee jechuudha. Kan isaan itti akka dabalanii yaada irratti ibsan kan barbaadu amma tokkoffaa Xiimotewos boqonnaa 6 kan fakkeenyaaf waaqayyo guddaa ta'uusaa ifa namni bira ga'uu hin dandeenye keessa akka inni jiraatu hin dubbatu. Akkuma kana immoo Yesuus Kiristoos ofii isaatii Yohaanis keessatti ani ifa biyya lafaatis yeroo inni hin jiru. Amantiin kiristaanaatiif waaqayyo ifa wajjin akka inni wal fakkeeffamu hin jiru. Akka nuyi hubannetti waaqayyo ifa sin caala. Dukkana sin caala. Waan hundumaa caala jechuudha. Kanaafiyyuu kana mudatu qulqulluu sabii waa'ee waaqayyoo ifa wajjin wal qabsiisee sabii dubbatu akkatti dabalamuu barbaada.
Nu galatooma egaa nama lamaa fi carraa kenne fixeera. Garuu immoo gender issue immoo religious antini wal akkasumatti adde reetunaadhaaf iyyuu kenna asii daanyeen teeknishaana sekondi soddoma waa tokko qaba jedhee garuu keessummeessuu hin dandeenyu hundumti keessan gaaffii gabaachuu dandeessu adde reetuna.
Amantii Islaamaa baabee Islaamaa keessatti dalagame. Kan inni dhageenye ijoollumaa irraa yoo amantii Islaamummaadhaa jabeessuu jaalachuu waaqaa jabeessuu jaalachuu jiraate duraan dursee faamilii ifi aadaa ifi ganda ifi sikuritii eeggachuun dirqamaa jira. Kanneen arkee amata meeqa gisee hedduu warri charchiitis nuti hirmadhaa uummanni Oromoo dhumaa jira. Manni itti cufamee mana keessa gubachaa jira jedhee oguu uummanni iyyatu. Nuti karaa kiristaanaa kanaan yookaan karaa islaamaatiin kanaan waqtuma kadhannaaf malee jedhee kan itti dirmatu hin agarre waan xinnoodha waan xinnoo dhugaa dubbachuudhaaf. Kenya kuni kan uummanni biraa yoo karaa South Africa gaafa nan jiruummaa kiyyaatti jedha dhufe. Meeqaatu dhaabbatee bilisummaa isaaniitiin rilijinii meeqaa bira dhaabbatee bilisummaa isaaniitiin ka Oromoo kuni ka Islaamaattis qabu ka Kiristaanaattis qabu gaafa namni isaa uummanni isaa waan keessatti afaan dhala keessatti uummanni isaa ibiddaan gubachaa jiru. Dubartiin mana keessa gubachaa jiru. Maal godhaa jira kan wanaa gaafa dubbatee.
Tole isa addeetu baay'ee amma gaafatanii obboleessi kee utuu eelanii jiru. Obboleessi kee utuu dheebotee jiru. Qullaa tafee utuu inni jiru. Isaa utuu waan godhin waaqa waaqeffadha yoo jette waaqni si dhagaa isa jedhu kitaaba qulqulluu keessaa isa jiru sana. Waliin kan qabu obboleessa kee jaalallitu tun jaallatiin waaqa jaalan argine sana akkamitti jaallataa jedhu sana namaa birmachuu waliin dhaabbachuu isa hidhameef isa dhukkubsateef kan qabu isa yaadu kan qabu kana akkamitti ilaaltuu sirrii jedhanii barsiisaa jedhame kana keessatti jiru.
Gaaffiiwwan tokko tokko kan natti hin dhaga'amin ni jiru na yaadachiistu. Tokkoffaa waa'ee soba warra Awurooppaa fi sobni sobaa jedhameetu kan ibsame jira. Gaaffii sana otoo sirriitti natti hin dhaga'amne ana biratti dhiifaman gaafadha.
Gaaffiin sun akkam ture inni amantaa nutti maa barbaachiseera. Wantichi inni kan jira adiisii soba inni ammasii waaqa gurraachattanii amantii jira adii kanaa soba ta'uu isaa argitaniitu isaa fi kaa'uun karattaatii fi fiddanii gati kanaa soba sobaan yoo axxaaffaa duwwaa dhafa amantaa nu barbaachisu kan jiru fakkaata.
Yaa egaa inni dhimma filannoo dhuunfaati. Yaa'u akka kiristaanaattis yoonan yaadu namni tokko dirqamaan amantii tokko fudhachuu qaba dhaaba jedhu hin qabnu. Garuu akka Oromootti Oromoon hawaasa amanaadha. Kunumaa seenaa Oromoo gaafa laallu, aadaa Oromoo gaafa laallu, falaasama Oromoo gaafa laallu, Oromoon waaqayyuu waamee tonquuf karaa adda addaatiin akkamitti akka inni waamuu fi waaqayyo akka waaqeffatu sophisticated theology akka inni qabudha amma kana nan agarsiisuudhaaf yaalaa jiru. Kana nam filadhaan filadhuun dhimma filannoo abbaa ta'eetoo anaaf sobaa miti. Kiristaanummaanis soba miti. Waa'ee waaqaa immoo Oromoonis kan inni amanu sobaa miti. Inumaayyuu Oromoon falaasamoota kanneen lamaan otoo wal simsiisetoo deemee hawaasa stable ta'e uumetoo irra caalaa wantoota isa ceesisan argachuu ni danda'a yaada jedhuun qaba. An akka kootti jechuudha. Yaada nama sanaa garuu dhuunfaa isaatiin nan kabajaa fi nan galateeffadha. Gaafiin lammataa gurraacha isa kamii kan jedhudha. Kan Keeniyaati moo kan kamiidha? Akkasiidha miti yoo nan dogoggore na sirreessa. Dogoggoree obboleessi kiyya dogoggoree kan Birruu Tsaggaayee mormii irratti dhiyeessanidha. Seenaa Oromoo hanga jaarraa 16ffaa irraa riifar godhanii Birruu Tsaggaayee maal jedhu? Kitaaba kana irratti Oromoon bifti isaa bifa kuush gurraachaa waan ta'eef bifa isaatiin waaqa moggaafate jedhamee ibsame. Garuu gurraachumaan waa'ee bifaa miti. Waa'ee amalummaati, waa'ee akkeenyaa waaqayyooti. Kan biraan gaamne ta'uusaa, iccitii ta'uusaa, hubannoodhaa ol, beekumsaa ol, akkasumas immoo barabarummaasaa fi kanan isiniif tarreesse gara qabxii 11 jedheetu kanan isiniif tarreesse sana kan agarsiisudha malee waa'ee bifaa miti. Waaqni qaamaanis bifaanis kan daanga'u miti. Maaliidhaan fakkeenya kamiin iyyuu isa ibsuu hin dandeenyudha. Gaafiin sadaffaa macaafa qulqulluudhaan wal qabsiisee maaltu ka'e naaf hin galleennis kan obboleessi keenya dura gaafate. Tole, inni biroo ani ifadhaa jedha. Maaliifummaa isaatiin wal qabsiiftee tootootti dhaatee hooyii naan jedha. Kan naan jedhanidha paastar jechuudha. Yaada baay'ee gaarii ta'edha. Inumaayyuu maal yaadachiistanii Grigoorii of Niisaa abbaan jedhamu duratti isiniif ibsee jira. Jireenya hafuurawaa maalidha jedhameetu ijoollee hafuurawaa isaaniitiin gaafii isaaniif dhiyaate irratti waa'ee the dazzling darkness ibsu. Jireenya hafuurawaa tokkoffaa ifaan jalqabaa jedhu. Ifa booda gara duumessaatti deemamaa jedhu. Duumessa booda gara dukkanaatti lixamaa jedhu. Kanaafuu dukkanni hubatamuu baachuu waaqayyoota agarsiisa. Waan seexanaa miti yookaan immoo waan hafuura xuraa'aa miti kan inni agarsiisu. Iccitii ta'uusaa, beekumsaa ol ta'uusaa, kan biraan gaamne ta'uusaa agarsiisa. Maal jedhu abbaan kun namni tokko jireenya hafuurawaatiin yoo guddatu ifarra gara duumechaatti dhufa. Duumechi kun ifaa fi dukkana gidduu kan jirudha. Duumecha irraa immoo gara dukkana limitii waaqni akka hin hubatamne, waaqni hundaa ol ta'uusaa isatti agarsiisutti dhufa kan jedhudha. Inni biroo obboleettiin teenya muuxannoo hordoftoota amantii musliimaa ilaalchisee qabxiin isheen nuuf kaaste jira. Akkasumas immoo obboleessa kee fomaa otoo hin godhinii ani amanaadha jechuun waaqatti nan bula jechuun ni danda'ama. Bilisummaa isaaniitiif meeqatu dhaabbata maal kan jedhudha kan obboleettiin teenya kaaste. Egaa akka amanaa tokkotti waan nurraa eegamu hojjechuun dirqama keenya akka ta'e ni amanna. Bakka kadhachuu qabnutti kadhachuu akka qabnu, bakka immoo obboleewwan keenyaaf immoo dhaabbachuu qabnutti dhaabbachuu akka qabnu nu gala. Egaa kana godhee kanan goone jennee sagantaa itti oodiitti wal goonu waan natti fakkaatiniifani amma malee kana kaasuun immoo bakka barbaachisutti yeroo biraatti immoo walii kaasneetoo bakka hanqina qabnutti hanqina keenya sirreeffachuu ni dandeenya. Bakka immoo waan gaarii hojjennetti immoo wal galateeffanneetu adda bahuu ni dandeenya. Akka yaadaatti garuu galatooma fudhadhee jira. Horaa bulaa deebana.
Galata guddaa qabdu keessan gaaffii baay'ee qaba waaqa gurraacha seexana gurraacha goonee kaasnee iyyuu Mikaa'ela Gabriel immoo adii goonee kaasnaa albaay'ee diimaa goonee waan baay'ee filatuu fi achi keessa jiru waan baay'ee jiraata sammuu keenya keessatti kaasuun mirga keenyaa hin dandeenya haa ta'u malee immoo namni namaa wajjin waliin jiraata waan namni goddoo ta'ee jiraachuu gadi hin dandeenye gaddatti walii jajjabeessu ala gammachuu walii hirmatanii waliin gammachuu ba'uun immoo ala dabni murteessamu murtii dabaatu murteessame jedhanii immoo saba sagalee hin qabne sagalee ta'uun immoo kanuma nurraa eegamudha. Gadi kanaatiif deebii kana kanatti fudhannaa galatoomaa barsiisaa jedhamni kaa'e qoosaanii sagantaa kana nu kennu keessanii isinis obsitanii nu dhaggeeffachuu keessanii galatoomaa.
Since I'm running out, I'll just call my next panelist as Professor Daniel Llana. If you're in the room, please come to hear the panel, the Diaposi, the great alpha. We'll do a quick introduction and Daniel will bring up Dr. Trevor. This is a very critical topic, disinformation, how that's obstructing self-determination, actually self-determination. As you guys have realized earlier, even the U.S. policy panel, one of the key things that was very difficult get from the call was the level of propaganda and disinformation. And this panel will give us a really an overview of how disinformation has impacted Oromo. Professor Daniel Ijana will start. He had a very interesting abstract, and I'm really interested in to know his title was Graffiti Identity. When I read his abstract, his abstract goes all the way back to the British time. So we want to look at that historical context. And our next panelist, the Ozi, goes on a very interesting paper, really examining the different questions for almost a bit, different time period of history for almost a race. The Ozi is really OSA. She's our editor. She's been a loyal supporter of OSA. She's also a professor. She's here at the Honorary College. And so she's been very useful at the OSA, and I'm really interested in getting to know what her paper is. So her paper is fascinating. So next is Rita is an author. He just released a book. He'll tell us a little bit about that. He's also a media personality every evening. He has secret media in which he attempts to share the right information to counter the disinformation, the wrong narrative that there is. He's also a literature together. And really on hand experience how disinformation is impacted our struggle, the whole struggle. Professor Dr. One of us is he doesn't need no introduction. It's well known. He is really going to hone down and give us the data, human rights violation, how even reporting that has become a very difficult challenge for policymakers and for us. So we put this panel together to really examine the level of disinformation that's impacting our struggle. And we want to also find that after their brief presentation, I would like to engage the panelists to discuss on current issues that's relevant. So I'll start off with Professor Daniel Ijana, who will give us an overview. Please give the hand.
Okay, thank you for the program organizers who put me in this panel because the theme of the presentation is about self-determination, and my topic looks far away, but it is very relevant. So let me start with this morning presentation. Dr. Armayo Guru was talking about Queen of Sheba, Solomonic ancestry, and then what Ethiopian meant. That is after Carlo Conti Gotti. So that is after Carlo controversy. Just before this presentation, Mr. Haile Mikhail was talking about religion. And let me start with that. My abstract speaks of from long antiquity to late antiquity. Long antiquity starts from 2686 BC, late antiquity 2284 BC.
2686 BC is the first time that Egyptologists wrote about Gemgem. Gemgem, today known as the group Guji in Oromia. The other is the name of the river in central Oromia. However, Egyptologists first sent Egyptian pharaohs first sent their delegation to Gemgem to buy trade goods. That was 2686 BC. So why do I start with this? Because most of Oromo history was linked to ancient Egyptian history, and they have been trying to identify who the Iran or the Arom or the Irame are. Along with that, they have also identified a lot of homosexual names. And before the rise of Carlo Gonfaloni, most of Egyptological European scholars refer to the northern horn as the center of Cushitic speakers. Among these Cushitic speakers were the Oromo. Around 1190, 1193 BC, Hatshepsut sent their expedition to close to the Red Sea around today's Kassala, and that was where Iran was found along with Milieu. So after they found Iran, they now started to associate the Iran with Gemgem. But most of the Egyptologists of the 19th century were very much confused. These confusions continued, but they still kept on looking for the location of the Iran or the Oromo. Two major problems with Egyptologists. The first problem was they only look for one group, and then they argue that these are the Oromo. Another group starts with another group, they locate one group in one particular area, and then they continue to debate. They can't prove for this group each other because these are written sources. Then came Punt disappeared. Punt was discovered along with Iran. When Punt disappeared, the location of Iran also temporarily disappeared. And then comes Carlo Gonfaloni. Carlo Gonfaloni starts with one major argument. His major argument, now just to introduce you, Carlo Gonfaloni was born in around 1850, died in 1949. He wrote over 400 books and articles with over 11 languages. He was so known among Europeans, and so everybody deferred to him. One of his major challenges was that these Egyptologists are not serious scholars. He ridicules them. Why does he ridicule them? Because they locate Cushitic speakers from what is today the secondary Adbara, Nile, joint area to Agordat, Kassala area. And these include the Oromo. And what Gonfaloni says is these are not serious because there are some Semitic names and Egyptologists do not know anything, and so he ridicules them. They simply kept on working with their work. And what Gonfaloni does is he kept on producing articles for 2 decades. And by 1927, he writes a book. And next, he writes a book. And in this book, he proposes 2 concepts. The first concept is the concept of amateur. Habesha means people of mixed ancestry. Habesha means people who descended from Saharan Yemenis who inhabited northern Ethiopia. The second concept is these Sabian tribes can be found in northern Ethiopia. Now, fast forward today, Habesha turned out to be not a people of mixed ancestry. The meaning of Habesha is simply means mercenary and plunderer. It emerged in the context of Hashemite intervention in Saudi Arabia. The second meaning after the rise of Islam, the meaning of Habesha is people who have straight nose, light brown, and they could be Nubians, they could be Chadians, they could be Fulani, they could be Swahili, anywhere. That's why Jamjam was located in West Africa. So Pontirosini's idea of the notion of Sabians coming to northern Ethiopia is totally discredited, disproved. That's what. The second one, what was the evidence for Sabian tribes inhabiting northern Ethiopia? A group known as the Metite, but known as the Madile, these inhabited northern area, Kasala, Barentu area, and they first appeared in 5th century BC, and then between 5th and 4th century BC, they appeared in northern Ethiopia. What Pontirosini did was to simply put these Matite or Madile as Sabian tribes inhabiting today's Kunama area. Remember the name Barentu? The name Barentu was a place where the Kunama are inhabiting until the 3rd century. It is a carryover from the ancient times. And so, what is the evidence for Carlo Pontirosini? Two individuals, Baruga and Sanasa, were killed near Aswan, Lower Nubia. This is the old source. The new evidence, 1994, Artaxerxes, king of Kush, made war in Lower Nubia, where they were killed. According to the new source, Baruga and Sanasa are Egyptianized or Kushite personal names. But Carlo Pontirosini based his own prestige in order to take evidence from Lower Nubia, close to Aswan, and then put it in northern Ethiopia, and then identify to be Sabians in northern. And then Tadas Tamras basically took these as his evidence and reproduced it as his evidence. He said these are Sabianized names. And this is the evidence. This is the evidence. And now these are totally discredited. But Rudolf Patovich and David Philipson, who worked on this, they will gingerly move around. They will not directly touch Pontirosini. They will simply say there are no evidence for people coming from Yemen or Saudi Arabia, and they just leave it there. That's one. So, what about Habesha? The word Habesha, Western scholars quietly define that this is outmoded source. This is outmoded meaning. Just don't use the implication in that. That's how it is now said. So, this is what Pontirosini did. Pontirosini put a distortion into the history of Northern Poland, especially the history of the Oromo. That is why I thank our organizers for putting me in this group. Second, what is the other point? I, Haberland, wrote a detailed study about the Gada system. Then he looked at the Gada system and said, this is a complex system. The Oromo are simple, and therefore they are not the ones who originated this system. That's how it was built. What is the source of that symbol? The terminology symbol. It comes directly from Carlo Continutinis, Ethiopian, page 305. That's quotes, and they put it, and that's it. Of course, Professor has done that, and so we do not need to go back there. Now, finally, let me go back to graffiti. Who were the Madile? The Madile were a very enterprising people who lived between the 4th and 5th century BC, from what is today Meroe to what is today Acordas. Italian mapping system has outlined the toponyms. These group were 5 individuals of this group wrote A, their names, B, their lineage, C, that they belong to the Iran in Meroitic language. This is a graffiti written in the temple of Amun. When this graffiti was found in 1949, Egyptologists and Nubian scholars were very much amazed. It took them about 30 years to publish. By the time this was published in 1974, one full article took together all the references to the Iran and the various Oromo groups such as Jarso, such as Mughal, such as Liban, such as Billo, and then they put together, and then they rewrote the entire history from 2086 to 2084 to 84. So 284 BC was the last time that the Madile were seen in which I thought is finally. What is graffiti? Graffiti is the writing of the common people. Inscription is the writing of the kings. So graffiti is unique in this case because it is about solidarity and identity. Today, archaeologists write that people should see, archaeologists should look for people who acted, who chose to act. Based on this, Egyptologists write that the reference in during the Kingdom Egyptian alone, more than 50% of the time, it was a reference to the Iran, the Arome, or the Oromo. And so I took these solidarity as identity. And so even before antiquity, there was the idea of solidarity among the Oromo. The major problem was the geotechnical issue of communication. And so, however, their identity, they claim their identity as early as the late antiquity. If we wanted, we can push it back as much as we want. Thank you very much.
Can you all hear me on this one? Okay. All right. I have to look at the time. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to be a part of this panel. I feel like my paper fits within topic because Oromo and Abyssinian/Ethiopian relations have been characterized by disinformation, distortion, and obstruction since the beginning of their formal encounter in the 16th century. So what I'm here today to do is talk about 500 years of Oromo and Ethiopian/Abyssinian relations, and to really show a pattern or set of patterns that have existed over this 500-year period.
So when I began to think about my paper, I had titled it Back to the Future. And then I said, I think this year is a significant year. So again, so 1522 is an important year for the Oromo, and I want to talk about this 500-year period as it relates to the Oromo-Ethiopian relations. So 1522 is often advanced by Ethiopian scholars as the year when the Oromo people entered Ethiopian history. Although linguistic and archaeological evidence points to the indigeneity of the Oromo presence, as was just discussed, and has been discussed by many of you here over the duration of the conference. We know this is a misnomer, but for our purposes, we're going to use this time as a starting point. So to understand Ethiopia's current political crisis, we must situate it within 500 years of Oromo, Abyssinian / Ethiopian relations. So although Abiy Ahmed's brand of Ethiopian nationalism appears novel, it's really an attempt to go back to the future. He seeks to move Ethiopia forward by looking backwards, using a reactionary brand of nationalism that recycles 500-year-old tropes about the nation. So this paper seeks to discuss the ways in which Abyssinian / Ethiopian nationalism has conceived of and addressed the Oromo question and issues of ethnicity during 7 key political epochs, and what that means for the Oromo today. A common thread that connects all of these eras was Oromo erasure, containment, and assimilation. And so you might not be able to really see the chart I made, but I'm going to kind of walk you through it as we go. Anyway, so now on to 1522. So before we delve too deeply into the paper, I'd like to discuss some important things that are taking place globally in 1522. So 1522 is important because Martin Luther translated the New Testament from Latin into German, contributing to the rise of Protestantism. Australia was actually cited for the first time by a Portuguese expedition. The first circumnavigation of the globe was also completed in 1522. So this period marks the preliminary stage of globalization because of the increased movement of goods, people, and ideas. Ethiopia, too, was not disconnected from global events due to religious and economic linkages. It, too, was part of the global world, or, at that time. So I want to talk a little bit about the first stage. So from 1522 until around the 1750s, it's during this time when the Oromo moved from heathens to guards to kings, right? So you have that shift in their positionality. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the most contested issues within Ethiopian history is related to the date and origin of the Oromo presence in Ethiopia. The conventional view is that the Oromo were newcomers on the scene of Ethiopian history during the 16th century, according to many Oromo scholars. This is a resilient but inaccurate myth based on Bahare's 16th century work, History of Gala. In this account, he claimed the Oromo attacked Bali in 1522. As a result, this date is often taken by Ethiopian historians as the starting date of the Oromo occupation of Ethiopia. Further, the fact that the Oromo experienced population growth and spread rapidly during the 16th century into areas outside of their original homeland only added to this idea that they were strangers. Denying the Oromo a place of origin within Ethiopia's current borders is akin to a card trick. It's a kind of sleight of hand, which makes Abyssinia of the 16th century and modern Ethiopia appear to be the same geographically, and we know that's not the case. I'll spend a little time talking about this first era because it is deeply significant and very influential. And it lays the discursive foundation on which later Oromo portrayals rest. My aim here is really to show the consistency of Oromo positionality within Abyssinian and later Ethiopian nationalism. So only in Levant discuss racial formations in the West, but there are ethnic ones in the African context. So in Ethiopia, ethnicity is a fundamental concept that has profoundly shaped and continues to shape the history, polity, economic structure, and culture of the nation. With that being said, the literature on intersectionality also must be brought into play because there are additional identities that are also important and co-constitute the Oromo status within Ethiopia. So things like region, religion, and class impacted how the Oromo were seen and shaped their opportunities, shaped the opportunities available to them. So the Abyssinian Empire's conflict with Muslims to the east during the 16th century had taken a toll on the empire. The Oromo, to some degree, were peripheral to these conflicts and had been spared some of the major losses suffered by the Christians and Muslims. As a result, the vacuum left by these conflicts provided the Oromo with an optimal climate in which to expand and conquer new territory. The Oromo were not literate people, and as a result, the only detailed accounts about them were from Abyssinian chroniclers, court historians, and foreign accounts. The tone of these early accounts run the gamut from describing the Oromo at best as foreign heathens and at worst as savage enemies. So this is the case, it can be inferred that starting in the 17th century, a subset of Oromo began to enter into annals of Ethiopian history. And so they enter in due to their military prowess, and then over time, they began to sort of have a more important role. So by the 17th century, the Oromos really began to take more of a primary role. By the reign of Bakaka, the Oromo presence in the court begins to be felt. Later, with Lubet and her son, the Oromo make a formal entry in, and it's during this time that the era of princes emerges, and you get this, these negative portrayals begin to really solidify. So according to Koryabulcha, in general, the kings brought Oromo fighters to Gondar during the period when they were desperately needed for their own survival. But the plan was for Abyssinian, survival, not through Oromo integration. As Abir pointed out, the consequence of the Oromo presence in Gondar was increased ethnic hatred and hostility against them. And so the Yeju were the common Oromo group that dominated political circles at the time. So the Zaman event with Arabs princes was associated with the decline of Abyssinia, disorder, and regionalism. And so again, if you think back, if you look back in time, this disorder, regionalism, and decline has been associated with the Oromo presence. But to be fair, Abyssinian history actually is replete with examples of political jockeying and attempts by regional leaders to subvert central authority. This is not just some Oromo thing, right? This is a part of that fission and fusion that happens, in the region at large. So during the Zaman defense period, the country was divided into regions controlled by provincial leaders or princes that were all beholden to an Oromo ruler through Abyssinian proxy. And their presence tended to cause a lot of anxiety, symbolic anxiety, and real anxiety, because they were outside of the traditional order. So during that period, women became rulers, people of impure lineage were in positions of authority, and former animists and Muslims ruled the country. And this really incensed the conservative elements. So the Oromo were viewed as a danger from within by many traditionalists, and there was a need to dispel them. So I know that you probably want to speed it up, so I'm going to just move toward the chart that I have here. And I'll kind of go through these different eras more quickly. Okay, so you may not be able to see it, but I'll try to move through. So on the left, you have like the different political epochs, and at the top, you have government type or name. This state actions that were employed by Abyssinia first and then Ethiopia. Then you have like patterns of different relations, and then you have the Oromo status from a sociological perspective being position. So we talked about, 1522 up to the era of census. So I think we can move. So when it comes to state actions, so actually let's move to patterns of different relations. So the key way in which the state dealt with difference, and the Oromo in particular, was by way of segregation and things like assimilation. Some of the statuses that the Oromo had, or different tropes that were associated with them, would be things like foreigner, heathen, Muslim, enemy, invader, horde, slave, and soldier. When we get to the era of princes, you have assimilation, then segregation and containment. And then the Oromo status associated with that would be things like usurper, foreigner, heathen, invader, imposter, slave, and soldier. So you still see some similarities. And then we move to consolidation. So the desire to consolidate Abyssinia and then expand and conquer new territories was in part a reaction to the Oromo presence. So the ejection of the Oromo from the monarchy, or formal ejection of that Yeji element and others, was key to and essential for state consolidation, and the conquest of the Oromo in the South was important for conquest. So some of the big actions we had during that time would be raiding, expedition, conquest, tribute, foreign partnerships, and an expanded military. Again, the pattern of interpopulation would be segregation, containment, but then you have expulsions, right? You have genocide, and then the status would be things like Gabar, serf, tribute payer, heathen, Muslim, convert, and then slave. As you move into the Selassie period, Selassie tended to want to modernize and westernize nation. He also had a policy of Amharanization, the pattern of intergroup relationships under the Selassie would be assimilation, segregation, containment, and also expulsion. For him, the status of the Oromo during that time would be one of uneducated, backward farmer, assimilated urbanite, and whatever Ethiopian might need. During the Derg period, you have a rejection of religion, ethnicity, and capitalism, scientific socialism, and extreme centralization, and also an expanded military. Pattern of relations for during the Derg period would be segregation, containment, genocide, expulsion, via villagization. In terms of the Oromo status, you have things like Oromo nationalist, farmer, party member, soldier, etc. And then I'm going to try to move down relatively quickly. So with the EDRF or / TDLF, you have a new pattern of interpopulation, and that would be multiculturalism / pluralism, in addition to the other things like assimilation and expulsion. The Oromo during this time are terrorists, protesters / hero, uneducated, rural farmer, party member, and then whatever Ethiopian meant during this period. And finally, with Abiy Ahmed, you have state actions being things like centralization, attack on the northern and western opponents, resolution of the Eritrean conflict, and then again, segregation, expulsion, genocide, assimilation. And again, you see that similarity: terrorist, ethno-nationalist, protester, Ethiopian, and soldier. So now I'm going to go back to just a discussion of what this chart means and why so we can talk about similarities. So why is all of this important? So looking back to the future is really about a recurring political tendency in Ethiopia towards centralization at the expense of multiculturalism and decentralization. So though Ethiopia has incorporated many groups, their brand of nationalism has rarely changed. The opportunities available to the Oromo in the society have rarely changed. patterns of intergroup relations have rarely changed over a 500-year period. So you still have expulsion, assimilation, containment, and genocide being typical, as they have not changed in 5 centuries. Decentralization is seen as a danger because Ethiopian nationalism is at its heart not just about place or the idea that it's a container, but it's also about blood and lineage. And we can't ignore that. Looking back to the future requires that the Oromo be erased from Ethiopian, from the nation or from Ethiopian nationalism. So through the rise of Abiy Ahmed, the Oromo signifier split into 2, it appears, on first glance, the good Oromo and the bad Oromo. But I would say that there has always been the good Oromo and the bad Oromo, right? The assimilated Oromo and the unassimilated Oromo. The Oromo that is a participant in the state and the one that cannot be or chooses not to be. And so the assimilationist acceptable Oromo and the radical Oromo. So Abiy was selected to contend with and smooth over ethnic issues by advancing a very conservative notion of Ethiopia, free of ethnic divisions. Ethiopian nationalism has been oppositional to the full inclusion of Oromo elements for centuries. In addition, the recent attempt to politically unify the country under the umbrella of one party to create this kind of singular vision of Ethiopia is problematic. Many groups see this as an attempt to reverse federalism and the modest strides that have been made by Ethiopia's minorities. Invasion is a favorite trope of that Ethiopia and even the US uses to whip up patriotic fervor and to strengthen nationalism. The term Oromo itself represents a kind of master signifier within Ethiopian political and academic discourse. Oromo visibility and overt identity expression often evoke and signify fears of foreign engulfment and invasion. Even the Oromo protests still, they still sort of triggered this kind of feeling amongst many Ethiopian elites. These fears have been used to justify Oromo exclusion. Ethiopian nationalism has been constructed in ways that either vilified or ignored explicit Oromo elements. So when Abiy Ahmed was accepted by traditional Amhara elites, this was quite surprising because it appeared to belie the pattern, at least initially. But once he showed his true colors, again, it was just more of the same. So when we think about looking back to the future, this reactionary kind of nationalism in Ethiopia's tendency to try to evade decentralization, this is really problematic. If you look at the times when decentralization did occur during the era of princes and also during the EPRDF period, what you see is the nation trying to make sense of its diversity, right? So it's trying to kind of figure things out and make sense of that. So instead of looking at decentralization as a problem that could be cured by a unitary and singular vision, instead we should look at decentralization as an opportunity to really create a different kind of nation if it is to survive. But what I will say is that there is this kind of common strand that exists and has existed for 500 years. It has not worked. We've tried it again and again and again. So, it is my view, or I argue that a decentralized approach would be a bit better. Anyway, thank you.
That's fascinating. Is Dr. Trevor on board with us? All right, can you hear us, Trevor?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you well.
Am I able to share the screen, please, Ibissa?
Sure, please allow me to share. And you have 10 minutes to tell us what's going on and with this information, human rights abuse. Thank you.
Oh dear. So, oh dear. It's
Are we supposed to share the slides for you, or you are?
well, it's given me options that I've not seen before, I'm afraid. Did you get the presentation over there, Ibissa?
If you try to do it from your end, it might be easier. But
yeah, it's just that it doesn't seem to be allowing me to do so.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go to the next panelist while we get that ready. Okay, co-host. Okay, try now then the trouble.
It's not offering me Microsoft PowerPoint. It's saying Microsoft PowerPoint unknown when
Can you hit share screen on your end? You have the ability to do that.
Yeah. I think I'm going to have to manage without the PowerPoint, I'm afraid. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, I will go ahead and speak to my PowerPoint. And you say I've got 10 minutes starting now, Ibissa?
Yes.
Very good. Sorry. Okay. 21:37 according to me. Okay, I'm talking about disinformation and abuse of human rights, a hate crime, and a tool of abuse. After a brief introduction, I'll talk about the aims, the means, and the effects of disinformation before coming to some conclusions. By way of introduction, disinformation is able to take hold and be used against us in Ethiopia because of the information vacuum that is there, the difficulty with getting information out. And you're all aware of those difficulties. I needn't run through them. What is unfortunate is that there's a coincidence of what the government wants to do with disinformation and what the traditional elites that ran Ethiopia want to do, and they coincide. And the connections that these traditional elites from Ethiopia have with media and with international organizations have meant that there's an Amhara echo chamber of the disinformation that's coming out of Ethiopia. Now, the aims of this disinformation are to denigrate Kero and Ola, to disguise the losses, military losses, as probably happened in Kelem recently, to bolster support, both at home and abroad, for the regime, and to divert attention away from abuses. Now, the denigration of Kero and Ola is used to justify the government abuses against the Oromo. They blamed Kero for the Burayu killings, if you remember, in September 2018, in order to be able to justify the abuses then that taking place against Kero and thereafter. They justified the killing and burning of Gumuz and Tigrayan people in Metakel in March by branding them as terrorists. They justified the killing of 18 in Waradjarso in May of this year by saying they were members of the Oromo Liberation Army. They denigrate Kero and Ola to shift blame also from government abuses, as in the Karayu massacre, where we saw they were going to blame it on Ola, as though Ola could be guilty of such a thing, until some eyewitnesses who escaped the killing field and people who were detained at the same time came forward with their testimony. And finally, we had admission from government sources that it was inspired and directed by the Prosperity Party from its headquarters in Adama. The denigration of Kero and Ola is also to deny Ola's voice. So when Ola talks about reports of abuses, they're disregarded. It's a terrorist organization. They would say that anyway. And Ola's voice is denied a place at the table. That there'll be no speaking to terrorist groups when it comes to peace negotiations. Disguising the losses, as we think happened in Kelem earlier this month, where troops that have fallen in battle are stripped of their uniforms and weapons and claimed to be civilians who've been killed. Disinformation, as I said, is used to bolster support abroad from US and EU supporters of the regime. They like to know that they're cracking on and dealing with terrorists at home. And the disinformation is used to bolster support at home. So the mothers know that they're not wasting their children. Their children are being taken in conscription for a good fight against these terrorists. And the disinformation is used to divert international attention. In June, the video evidence from mass killings in Wollo emerged that was taken when youths were taken off trucks in Artuma Furse district in the Oromia zone of Amhara region. And they were taken off these trucks, beaten to get off the trucks and then shot as they jumped onto the road. That footage hit social media in early June. And on the 14th of June, we had video footage of a young man being shot dead as he ran with his hands tied behind him in Gambella city. One of at least 17, possibly up to 200 who were taken that day, but with footage showing that this was irrefutable evidence of the abuse. But this was all eclipsed by the avalanche of reports about the Tole massacre, which wiped everything else off the map, despite the fact that these were provided with evidence and the Tole massacre report was not. The means of the disinformation apparatus is evident. There's been deliberation and preparation in what happened in Tole. And the interview, the previous slide, the interview on 360, Ethio 360, which was relayed via the journalist presenting the program. If you go back a couple of slides. She relayed information from the telephone interview with the head of the Kabele in Tole. And on the next slide, we have the actual interview played on mereja.com, Ethiopian Amharic News. And you can hear the man say in Amharic, Tole's massacre is the regime's work and the government is responsible. And he and the district administrator from Gimbi had to watch the massacre like a movie, he said. However, this did not come, if you see the next slide, this did not come from a pro-Oromo website, this mereja.com. This was the first image that came when reaching that link that I've just showed you. This flashed up on the screen before you got to the actual interview. So it's not a pro-Oromo site. And to have that information on that site, it's good. Okay, the next slide shows what happened. There was a rapid media response, there were vigils, rallies, even a record release by Teddy Afro, a Wikipedia entry, and deliberate mistranslation of that very interview. You see, this is an account by Asif Nagash, an academic in Amsterdam, where he flips the information around so that it sounds as though the government was the regional administrators were colluding with the real Oromo Liberation Army. And you'll see, as the next slide shows, as most of the media said, it was Amhara victims of an Oromo massacre. The next slide. It demonstrates a global capacity to deceive, which has been part and parcel of every regime since Menelik's time. It's a one-sided contest because all the connections are there with the media and big organizations that we just do not have. The disenfranchised peoples of Ethiopia do not have. And it's a slick machinery which we're up against. These are deliberate incidents that have been deliberately instigated purely to defame Kero or Ola. And people have been killed purely for propaganda purposes in each of these episodes. In Shashamane and Dera, a couple of days after Hachalu Hundessa was killed at the end of June, over 100 people were killed, lots of property was damaged, and it was blamed on Kero. I'll show you some evidence that was given for that. That's the one. It shows a pamphlet that was apparently left by Kero, a picture of that was shown in the Addis Standard. But if you looked at the article in the Addis Standard, it was obvious that these people were reported to have come from out of town. They were directed to properties owned by Oromo and Amhara by local officials. And in fact, the death toll, more Oromo were killed than any other people during that thing. Again, the speed of the media response was suspicious. And then in November, on the 1st of November that year, 60 Amhara settlers were killed near Guliso. And again, within hours, we had a response, including from Amnesty International, claiming that this was due to Ola. Within hours. It was said to have occurred during the evening of November the 1st, and the Amnesty press release came out in the morning of November the 2nd. We know that the government moved its troops around the night before. Oromia Special Forces were moved out of the area, and yet it was Ola that was blamed. And the same happened in Tole, as we're beginning to find out.
Sorry to interrupt. As it's happened at the 12-minute mark.
All right. Yep, go on to the disinformation works. As it has done, we're in for trouble. Attitudes are hardening. Amharas who used to speak to us don't speak to us anymore. Hate speech is there, and disinformation itself is a form of hate speech. We see episodes of ethnic cleansing all around Amhara region, territorial aggression, and this is a recipe for absolute chaos. We have to educate, we have to reassure that we're not out to drink people's blood. We have to hold media accountable for the disinformation that's being disseminated, unverified, unchecked, and without checking with other points of view. And we have to continue just peddling the truth as best as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's any question, you may want to stay around and follow us. Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Okay. And the next panelist, Dr. Maharitama, will be also speaking on similar topic. What is how important it is to support on human rights.
Yes, okay, thank you, Lisa. I'm really happy to get this chance. My topic is actually media and the conflict in Ethiopia, but my computer was damaged on Thursday and I couldn't access my data. And so I'm going to speak about other topics. I like to write about human rights, victimness, and human rights abuse in Oromo novels. And before speaking about Oromo novels, Dr. Elisa just told me to speak about my book. Yes, one of my books is released just last week. The name of the book is The Sacred Days of Propaganda. And yeah, let me tell you a little bit about where it comes from or the inspiration behind this book and why I wrote this book and blah, blah. First, I got this idea in 2011, and the purpose was, maybe here we are speaking about disinformation, and we are not only fighting with disinformation, but we are also fighting with aggression and invisibly, especially invisibly, because as my friend Stephanie and I in one of our work argued that the Oromo, the invisible majority in Ethiopia. We are majority, but we are invisible. We are not there. You are not in history. We are not in history. We are not in politics. We are not in the economy. And so, African Writers Association had a meeting in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, in 2020. And so they invited me to present the paper. And then I said, oh, okay, I'm going to speak and I'm going to present the paper about Oromo. But is that enough? And I thought, there are a lot of literary work or maybe research about Ethiopian literature. There will not be any research about Oromo literature except mine. And so I said, why I don't write something? Why I don't write a book? And so within 3 days, I wrote 3 stories. And then I gave it to editor, and the editor simply read it and editor mark. And then I took it to publishing house, actually, Subi, as many of you know. So I told him, I don't have any money, but I want to publish this book and give this book to the African writers for free. And then the editor said, okay, yeah, I will help you, but you will pay later. And then I said, okay. And finally, the book was published. And then I gave the book to all Africans for free. And then the book was full of mistakes. And again, there was, certain things I have to edit. And so I did that. And then I was saying, I'll publish this year, that year, this time. And finally, I published it this year. And the book the first story is about how Gada is declined and why it is declined, and the actually related to the struggle between the Oromo and the community. And so the second story is about not only decline, but Gada is revitalized. And we have to revitalize, redefine, reuse Gada now. And so the second story, I like it, and because it is the conversation between East and West, or maybe take the conversation between West and Africa, West and Oromo, what we think about human rights, what we think of economy in Ghana. And the third one is a kind of confession, but the confession is an official who depicted the government and come to the United States, telling what happened and how he lost his family. And the fourth one is about what happened during military expansion around Finland. And the fifth one is again, especially I recommend for young girls, it is redefining the Akpomanoye. As to me, Akpomanoye is not what other people talk about. She is a visionary, she is a scientist, and she even asked to be my argument is, we can argue, but she envisioned the present, space station, quantum physics, and so on. So you can read it and argue. And the fifth one is a detective story. Is about the days of Acharun Desa, because no one did anything about it. And that's why I am in the same position, because it's fiction, and at the same time it is a true story. And as much as possible, I try to talk to everybody who knows about it. And saying this, let me go to my topic. I don't have time. My topic is okay, because I think the right to write about human rights victimness and human rights abuses in Oromo novels. This paper is trying to cast light on how victim and the human victimness and the human rights abuse depicted in Oromo literature. The study is a comparative study of four novels, two from first generation Oromo novels, Usagado and Yominaga by Sayed, the second generation of the Hero generation, Hawi by Chara, Hayuinda, Akamileke by Angatu Chara. Before going to human rights, let me say a few things about Oromo literature. Maybe again, there is disinformation there. Many people argue that the Oromo do not have well-established, developed literary history, but we have well-developed literary history. Our literature started in maybe at the end of 14th century, and the first literary piece we have is called it is called it is found in Bali, and it is about Sheikh Nur Hussein, and it is written in Arabic, but it has a little bit about Oromo, and the name is Rabi al-Hud. It is a book, it is called Rabi al-Hud, and you can find Rabi al-Hud in Harar now in Muslim. And next to that, for the first time, Oromo now is written in Latin alphabet in 1682. It's not 1991. So that was glossary. Actually, it's a kind of glossary dictionary. And then many Oromo slaves, especially in 18th century, in 1838, the Oromo slave for the first time published Oromo oral poetry. The first African oral poetry was published in Europe. And so then in 1940, 42, 46, and 1842, 44, 56, especially by Ganameyani, Intara Oromo, is a good book, and they introduced Oromo to the European world. It was translated into more than 30 languages. And so after that, again, we have the first New Testament in 1876 by Christian Rufo, and the full Bible in 1899 by Onesmus Nasib and Nastirgano. And then in 20th century, 20th century, we can say we don't have any. There are few literature. Then in 1950, 16, again few, but after 1991, there are plenty. And now we are saying that one book is published per week. Okay, and before 18th century, 19th century, before 1900, we had like 100 books in normal literature. But after 1991, we are having more than 2,000. And so, saying this, let me go to human rights, history of human rights. Actually, I don't want to talk about history of human rights in the West and in the West East, but as to Oromo, our history or maybe concept of human rights started in 1456 when Galileo, or we call it Galileo Decree or Gadano, in which God said to Galileo in 1456, Ummata kee jaalalaa fi seeraan bulchii seerri ilmoo waaqatii hunda ija tokko ilaali. Rule your people by love and law. Law is a child of God. It sees everyone equally. And so we have, my argument is that we have human rights concept in Geda, even long before Europe. So saying this, let me talk about what I am going to talk about. What is human rights? Human rights, by definition, are a universal moral right, something which all men everywhere at all times ought to have, something of which no one may be deprived without great affront of justice, something which is owing to every human being simply because he is human. The term human rights indicate both the nature and soul. The very specific concept of human rights is that they belong to the individual in his or her equality as human being, who cannot be deprived of their substance in any circumstance. These rights are thus intrinsic to human condition. Human rights are generally divided into two: negative human rights and positive human rights. Negative human rights are demand the government not interfere in individual rights. These rights are usually known as individual political rights, and that is posed by Western government. Rights cannot exist alone, and there is order in right order, and there must be also someone who is responsible for duty to respect, to protect. And the other one is the positive human rights, which are called food, housing, education, public education, employment, and so on. And let me go to my main topic. Oromo novels they deal with human rights. Almost all writers believe that there were rampant human rights violations in Oromo. One of the human rights violations is genocide. Annually, the Chalampo and the recent Richa massacre is stated as a genocide by Oromo writers. Genocide is considered to be great human rights abuse according to United Nations. Oromo nationalists stated that in 1886, Menilid massacred Oromo, more than 12,000 Oromo in annually.
In Oromo notes, the visualization of life through the lens of victimhood is part of the storytelling tradition. For example, Sandava, okay? Sandava in Yomilaka in page 154. He is intentionally reminding the gathering the Karma Oromo people went through it. It's written as follows. Ummata Oromo gara jabeenya aanole irratti harka murame harmi murame nama beekatu calanqoo irratti wareegame. And again, the other issue is, the other main topic is a right for self-determination. This is also a major theme in Oromo literature. For example, if we take Kusagado 100, page 155, Umman Oromo waggaa dhibbaa olii garbummaa jala ture. Kana malees mootummaan dhufan hundi Oromootti rakkoo ta'u malee Oromoo fi rakkoo hin furanii. Kanaaf mirga ofii of bulchuu argachuu qaba. That is what it says. When we come to the other issue, the other main topic theme is rape and sexual violence as human rights abuse. And this is very common in the Oromo literature, actually report this than any other, or maybe more than other Amharic or Tigrinya literature. And for example, rape in Sintolina is raped in Yomilaka, Yadeshi is raped in Kusagado, Hawi is raped in Hawi, Simbole is raped in Hakamilike. Let me read from Kusagado. Although Grava Jala, Womani Buse Harbu, Hamma Shagate Otuku, Mark and Edges Teruku, Masangamana Pambatu, Harba Pachapati, Tokohoreto Punyatu. This is what he's saying. Police brutality is also another topic. Police brutality is especially among new generation. Among Kerala, the police brutality is a very common theme, and they all write about their experience about police brutality, especially during the Oromo protest. Let me stop here because I don't have time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really, the reason we organize this panel is to raise questions more than answer them, because this disinformation is very big problem that we almost need to come and organize. If you look at the trend, the reason we highlighted the history is this ingrained racism against the Oromo exists, and how do we combat it? And one of the ways we need to combat it is really violence in media. It's disproportionate level of media coverage in Ethiopia. If we were to classify the media between Oromo speaking, Amharic speaking, the percentage is really high. So the question here for the scholars is, what do we do to combat this? Because if the trend goes the same way, Oromo narrative will change into something very, very ugly. Just in the last, since 2018, the Ero movement, the grassroots democratic movement now has been under severe attack. It's been turned as if it's, kids writing, doing things. That's how it's been told. They're not going to believe it. Now you have the Tony massacre that we have exactly seen play by play how it was being played. So this disinformation campaign has been waged against the Oromo. Something that we all should take and really study and examine it, bring some data, because it is impacting how the United States is Oromo, how internationally relates with Oromo. And we're raising this because it has a bearing in information warfare. Now, this year, we had spoken about this. We had an expert from the U.S. military who is expert at information warfare. We were almost have to prepare to look at this and how to address it, because it's not going to stop today. So maybe the future with the conference deep dive into this and take a look at it. And let me quickly ask Dr. Trevor, are you with us, Dr. Trevor?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, just briefly, in your human rights report, have you seen a trend change since LK or before LK? Have you seen the media propaganda change overall since we've been documenting human rights violations in Colombia? Have you seen the trend change at all? What does the trend show? If you have any, we just want to compare. How
It is.
it's moving.
It has become more sophisticated. There were evidence of instances deliberately staged, where they had video of apparent Oromo fighters, so they claimed, but it wasn't on the scale that it is being practiced now, and it wasn't so professionally done. It wasn't as slick as what's happening these days, but it certainly did occur. And even then, they were persuading organizations to support them. I remember the so-called Badeno massacre in 1994, and African Rights, I think it was called then, which became Human Rights Watch in Africa, reported that over 100 Amhara had been killed by OLF forces. And in fact, it was not so. I interviewed people who were actually there later on when they were refugees in South Africa and elsewhere. And that the only person who was killed was an Oromo priest on that occasion. So yeah, it did certainly happen before, but it wasn't as such a well-oiled machine as it is now.
I think a couple of questions. I know everybody's it's getting late. We'll take 2 questions and we'll close up. The members can stay. We'll have this meeting, and then the rest of the audience will see you guys tomorrow morning. This information I just want to read it with you. All credible Oromo leaders have been under this information. That prime example is as long as I can remember what they say about what people go there, begins go there, to fight back is what we need to do now. Okay. Because I know it's getting late. DJ?
Thank you. This is for Dr. Ayana and my sister. So, are you aware of this brother at Armaya University? The regent had just reversal who writes on these graffitis and Nero and Nubia and so on and so forth on the subject. I know him, but I have no direct communication or connection with him. So if you have his email or his contact address, you can give me and I can communicate with him. Yeah, here for this tremendous literature, you know, it's at Harvard University, but yeah, I'm not a historian, but you can, contact me there. If you're interested, publications I guess. Thank you. Yeah, at any rate, suppose it, these 500 years of Oromo-Abyssinian relationship. I don't know if you read Pedro Paez's monographs, how the Oromo Keros saved the Ethiopian Orthodox Church by kicking out the Portuguese. And the case is not here. But at any rate, the Oromo, the Keros at the time have served the Abyssinian region and the state. And when Susilos converted to Catholicism. So can you talk about those periods? Thank you.
Well, I guess we don't have a lot of time, but this sort of assimilated Oromo, the Oromo that is included in a previous paper, I talked about this sort of magical Negro, if you guys remember. There was, when the Oromo are included, they are included not necessarily for their own benefit, but for their use by, as many as that Ethiopia. So whether it's prior to the Arab princes, during the Arab princes, after, they play a decisive role in, helping to maintain the state, though they don't get the recognition they deserve. In order for them to be included, though, they have to sort of excise or eliminate a portion of who they are, in order to sort of mitigate. So yes, there are many examples to each epoch where they are decisive and important factor in fact because of their military prowess. So that is something that I do explore, or I did explore a little bit in my paper, but I just had to kind of rush through. But I do intend to sort of expand. So thank you for adding that. I mean, thank you for kind of bringing that part to the fore. Yeah, they are vital to the survival of Ethiopia if they remain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take one more question from Daniel and then we'll good. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. My question is for Zakia first. So the Oromos, when they were assimilated into Ethiopia, so Syrian invasion, they became an ethnic group. What were they before that? And are they better off as an ethnic group than they were before? That's one. The other question is the fact that Oromos are being called ethnic group affects me. So I ask this question to all, don't call me ethnic group. So does ethnic mean conquered people, people who cannot govern themselves? That's what it means to me today. The main problem I see among the Oromos is resistance. We're good at it, but shaping where we want to go, we are terrible at it. We never have a discussion about, okay, you know what, this is an obstacle in front of us, TPLF. This is how we want to be. This is what we want to implement. But this is not what we want. We tell what we don't want, but we don't agree on what we want. So help us cross the bridge, we ask the army. Only the blind asks for direction. Help me cross the bridge. We need to find out whether we have eyes to cross the bridge by ourselves or not. So in order to answer that, we need to go back. What will we before we became ethnic groups of invasion? Thank you.
Well, I mean, I understand, I guess, the tension between things like ethnicity and nation, but there's an overlap, there's a relationship. All of these terms have a genealogy, and the history. You can choose to use it, or if you don't, I understand why. But I'm an anthropologist, so from an anthropological perspective, an ethnic group is a cultural community. That cultural community, prior to the, state system, you could look at it in different ways. It could be a nation, it could be any number of designations. But again, for our purposes here, for your purpose, I understand you don't like the term, but I see it as, a kind of cultural community. The nation, but all of the groups, that's a tricky question, right? But I'm just going to stick to the basic answer, which is the cultural community. You could also see that as a nation. As for your second question, I can't answer that. If I could,
Great question. Thank you so much. Please give a hand to this panel. We're going to take that break. And then the members will come back. I really appreciate it. Those who are not members, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Those who are members, take a quick break and we'll be back and do post up with this. Thank you very much for all for the day. Yeah, member could either stay here or take a break, but we'll be back. Punare juga kota bila kita kota. So it is. Yeah. I need a long break.
Yeah.